absolutely amazing prizes to get in your hands on. And remember that Championship Series promo card pack that you can also get for making day 2. So all of that hard work is going to be well and truly worth it.
There you have it. The top 256 duelists will make their way into the second day by usually winning at least like 7 out of the 9 rounds today. Sometimes only 6 wins can be enough, but surely all of them are here to win this weekend. All of them, and that's the beauty of round 1, right? All of those 2,400 duelists entering at the moment think they can maybe take down the title here at YCS Bologna, but we shall see who it is going to be. And for the very moment, we have a featured match on hand for round 1. It is the defending...
Mic off. Mic feedback off.
From France, playing against
One.
a fellow Italian here from the Italian home crowd of Bologna. So we want to see it, of course. We have been waiting, and now is the moment. I'm happy to say that YCS Bologna gets underway. Round 1 starts now.
Probando. Ahí está bien el volumen. Que anda muy. Jair. ¿Está bien el volumen, chicos? ¿O le bajo más? No hubo party de use en horario normal. Ya iba a dormir, ahora me quedaré a las 12 m. Pues es mi horario de trabajo. Marcotelo gana. Matthew con su Fire.
And look at that matchup. What a matchup. Fire versus water.
Oh, yeah.
Recibo más gente comentando a las 2 de la mañana que a las 10 de la noche.
I mean, you know that Mermail is such a strong deck going first.
O sea,
you have so many tools to try to get rid of your opponent. And this is a great way to start things off with the Atlantean Dragon being able to search a card, a Sea Serpent from the deck to the hand.
It's usually not the normal summon you want to see, but it can get you where you want to be, especially when you have to discard, of course, of Atlantean Dragoons for it, making sure that is going to resolve. And I mean, immediately seeing this matchup here, it clearly reminds me of that super insane match we had in the semi-finals of YCS Birmingham also earlier this year, where Dinkabui, just with like a couple of seconds left essentially before going to timeout, then managed to clinch it out in the end. Very sportsmanship behavior from his top 4 opponent there in that.
Aquí sale la lista para el YCS.
Tournament, and therefore now I think Mathieu and Dinkabui, they teamed up together for YCS Lead and built that new version of Fire King, including those cool new Jurek cards actually. And I mean, for the moment it only says Fire King on the overlay here for Mathieu. I wouldn't be surprised if we do also have the Jurek cards in his deck.
Un clásico, Mermail contra...
Yeah, exactly that. The Jureks have really kind of stepped up the strategy for the Fire Kings. They have just such great synergy. And what it does give,
Duelo de Impulse,
they have a lot more capabilities to interact with their
Parece formato pasado donde era Mermail contra Fire King.
Outside of the normal hand interactions that you'll usually get with Ash Blossom or maybe Draw and Lockbird, you also have that added benefit of being able to utilize a card like the Jureks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the ability to disrupt your opponent and try to just get rid of all the bodies and on the field. And this is, of course, very, very strong during the opponent turn because you cannot always try to play around those ones. And the fact that you're able as well to play something like Dominus Impulse is, of course, very, very strong against the Mermail strategy because the Mermail strategy revolves around the ability to just resolve your special summons. And if you cannot resolve those ones, I mean, you might be in a trouble, especially considering the fact that he started with not the best way to start things off. But for now, there is absolutely nothing that Mathieu is playing. So Mathieu is pretty fine trying to just get things on the field.
Oh, there is a Minstrel. So discarding the Cosilica.
Qué bueno porque ya es el YCS de Bologna. Está bien el volumen, ¿verdad, chicos?
Will destroy all connects in the hand, so that is good to get things underway. And it's a full Fire King hand. This is not necessarily a good hand to start with because you want to pair it up with other things.
Aquí vamos a hacer 1, 2 ponics.
Now finds access to cards like Mullen Glacier or something, he may just get all of those other cards out of the hand. On the other hand, though, we see Mathieu already establishing field presence here. It is Ash a la Ponyx. I believe on the Ponyx here,
Yeah, exactly that. Trying to stop getting any more advantage for the Vikings is going to be incredibly important. We've already seen the activation of the Minstrel, and Matthew reacted very
Creo que se la perdió
well because he knew
Mateo,
that he was gonna
porque
get full
si
hand
Mateo,
knowledge, and you want to
Mateo
make
contra
sure you're
Mateo.
getting that Kyrian out of your
Mateo,
hand onto the field.
Mateo.
In order to prevent more of a presence here, which is
El
exactly
mismo
what
nombre,
we see with
diferente
Onyx
idioma.
and the original Garunix as well. So very well navigated here.
Lo debería levantar a la mano
back and forth, which is what I really do like to be seeing.
Ponix y el otro güey.
Yeah, absolutely. But we talked about
Y le
the
debe de
fact that,
meter esta
Vikings
agua
strategy had
también.
a lot of hand interactions to be able to try to stop your opponent. But the problem is that here you don't have a lot. Yeah, of course you have some field presence, but you don't have anything to actually stop the opponent. And you would have loved to have something like, for example, Dominus Impulse, but also access to the Durax strategy or the Garunix, being able to try to disrupt
¿Y quién sabe
the opponent,
cuántos
being
hand
able
traps?
to try to
No me acuerdo cuántos
remove
hand traps
the
jugaba
body on the
Matthew,
field,
creo que
because here
15.
Mateo is going to
Digo,
be
no robó
able to have
ninguna,
access
así
to
que
the
qué
extra
triste.
deck strategies. And in the extra deck, you have a lot of things to try to get some monsters back from the graveyard. We have seen the Selacant in the graveyard.
Estoy
and of
viendo
course, you
imágenes
want
de
to
la
have
ciudad de
it on the
Bologna y
field.
está bien
Usually, it is
bonita.
not a very good sign to have it
No
in
sé
the
por
hand,
qué no
but
vivimos
you
allá.
always have some ways to put it on the field. For example, you have some link to strategies, but also some XYZ, or here the Anemone, which will be able to bring back a monster. Of course, not the Selacant, but there are some other monsters that you can bring back from the graveyard.
Yeah, Marinsis. Horrible Marinsis monster. Has been a while since I saw Marinsis actually at a featured match table, but at least the Coral Anemone is still
Mejor
out there
pongan los
rocking
RB o
it
algo
for the
así.
water deck,
Estaría
helping the
cagado.
other water strategy here.
Más
Bringing
bonita
back
que Lima.
Minstrel, and Minstrel can now just send the
Te
top
puedo
three
nombrar
cards of the deck to the graveyard.
20
Could we
ciudades
just
más
get a little
bonitas que
lucky and
Lima.
maybe hit a Dragoon
Qué
for
raro.
that here?
I mean,
Massive.
he wants that, of
Mexicanas.
course, because he wants to get access to the synchro place.
Ooh, heavy infantry could be interesting too, though.
Creo que te lo dije a ti,
Yeah,
¿no,
you can still
Genaro?
go into some,
Que hay-
synchro sig, but you already have
que
the
estaba
ability to
mal
just,
diseñada
put all the monsters,
por
little
ingenieros la
scenes,
ciudad de Lima,
so,
porque no tiene
I'm
puentes
not sure it is exactly what you
subterráneos.
want, but still,
La ciudad,
Okay, so we put the Dragoons back in
ni
the deck.
puentes, pues obviamente
it's gonna be enough,
que
though.
pasan por arriba de las
Because,
calles.
you want to get access to
No me acuerdo
these,
si te lo dije a ti o a
synchro
quién se lo
plays
dije.
or the XYZ plays, and here
Y me
you
dijo
don't
que era
have
por
access to those.
el,
The fact that you started
la corrupción de los
with,
políticos.
not the best starter, of course.
Así
not
es,
the best
mano,
Papa
Lima,
Summon,
Ciudad de
probably
María.
the worst one.
Edomex.
And on
Yo creo
top
que
of that,
Edomex sí
you
es
have
más
Select
lindo
in hand.
que
Mateo
Lima.
doesn't feel great at the moment, and it might be the escape for Mateo, to be honest. Even if
Mira,
he
si,
only
Li-
had
si Lima
anything
tiene
in
San
hand,
Juan del
it might be
Origancho,
enough.
cualquier lugar es mejor
exactly
que
that. I think
Lima.
you've got to be very, very careful with what exactly Matthew has on the field.
Actually,
There's no
we
way.
just
¿Verga?
set a card. We set a card being
¿Qué pedo?
totally uninterrupted, and Matthew is going to be able
¿Se
to
puso
draw
nervioso?
for turn with already 2 bodies on the field.
Bueno, es que
He
también
has
es Matthew.
Garunix, he has the Garunix, he has the Ponix, and already 3 bodies. I think it is
Ah,
going to
caray.
be it, to be honest.
This is hilarious that he decided to destroy the Fire
Ah,
King
caray.
high up to Garunix, because that is now going to also trigger the Ponix that we already knew about, and the Kirin also comes back, or brings back the Olcanix. Okay, we have the infinite impermanence for the Ponix, but we know Mateo just literally has nothing else left.
Sí, yo creo que se
Destroying
puso
charge,
nervioso
destroy the
Mateo.
Imperm, but we may as well just use it there. And Mathieu,
No,
it
este
looks
está en
like
la
all of a
mierda.
sudden he is going first.
Yeah.
That Mermail deck, Atlantean Mermail, has so many tools going first. Like you can either go for the barrier statue because the water one is still available to the players. You can go for Mulan Glacier. You can go for so many different things, but
Oh, no.
none of those are available
¿Vas a
here for
decir que
Mateo,
Perisur es más
apparently, and
bonito?
therefore now we see Mathieu on the play. Mathieu
Perisur
told me a
Guadalajara,
funny story
¿verdad? O
about his
Perisur
last couple of
Ciudad de
weeks,
México.
because he has
O sea,
been
tío, qué
playing this
pendejo.
deck
Ya
non-stop
sé.
essentially since YCS Les.
Yo nunca jugué
He has
Mermail,
been
pero
winning
sé que
gyros
hace
like
más
crazy,
Mermail.
and now on the
Yeah.
first round of the YCS, he loses it, so he's like, oh no, the streak is over.
De donde
Me
soy
winning
hay
every
mejores
single
jugadores
gyro in the
Mermail.
world. Still, seemingly doesn't matter.
I mean, literally 19 die roll
Yes.
one in a row,
In a
which
row.
was absolutely amazing. He came to me and he looked so happy when he told me the story. But for now, as you just said, I mean, the Atlantean Mermail strategy is very good going forward.
Look at that! Game
Bueno.
1 goes to Mathieu.
Estuvo muy fácil,
All those
¿no?
fire monsters in the end, bringing the fire
Yeah.
to take game number 1 there. And I feel like Mathieu is nodding. He's nodding in approval, but he also maybe asking asking himself, how did that just happen, really?
Sí,
I think
estuvo
it was
muy
very,
raro,
very well
¿no?
navigated though, because even though you didn't have any of those hand interactions, being able to get the original Grunix on the field,
Creo.
you knew that straight away your
No
opponent
sé.
was already under a little bit of pressure. That
Creo que
once that
estuvo
comes back, you're going to be able to
demasiado
reset
sencillo.
the field state, and then you already have the guaranteed access to your Ponix. That can then work your way a little bit further forward. So the pressure is already on Matthew to then try
Sí, pero no
and
es fácil,
Mateo
se
to
ve
produce
chiquito
his best
Perisur.
end field. And as we saw, he wasn't
¿Qué
able
tenemos
to
a
kind of
Sireno
create
Man?
exactly
¿Por qué
what he
Sireno Man?
wanted, and he was probably expecting to see
No
a
sé qué
little
pasó,
bit
pero
more
seguramente
in
el mero me la cagó.
Matthew's hand to get a bit
Yo estoy
more
seguro que se puso
advantage.
nervioso.
And I feel the one big thing that
Matthew
we haven't seen yet
es
is,
muy
apart
buen
from some of the
player,
miscellaneous
si no es que el
stories
mejor
during the
jugador
last combo,
francés de la
we
actualidad.
don't know exactly where Matthew could take it during the next turn. He's already
Ya
prepared
Mateo
for
se está
going
haciendo
second, as we've just
esas
seen.
caras.
So now it kind of goes back onto Mateo to be able to go, okay, well, I know what I should be starting to expect a little bit now. How do I counteract this and increase my chances going first?
Yeah, absolutely. So now Mateo is going to have to win the second game, of course, because he's back against the wall. And this is a very hard situation, a very tough situation to be in, to be honest. Because, you know, in this matchup, it is very hard going second.
Yes.
Because as you just mentioned, yeah, he had access to the Garunix trying to destroy the entire field. But if there is a berry statue on the field, I mean, this is way worse because you cannot just special summon and it is pretty much over. So it was pretty hard for him. But luckily enough for Matthew, very difficult hand to play for Mateo, and now he has to win the second game. But on the third game, what's gonna happen? You know, I wanna think about the third game because
Stay calm. We have a second game to play first.
Bueno, es que no
Okay.
puedes checarte solo porque estás jugando contra uno bueno. Te la compras si estás iniciando, no sé si es experiencia del Mateo, pero es algo que no se hace. Es que también están en stream. No nos toca a nosotros en Latinoamérica esa... Pues esa experiencia de estar en stream. Pero sé que te está viendo gente sentada.
I don't know which one he's playing, but is it going to be very useful against the Fire King strategy? We are going to find out maybe.
Digo, tampoco puede ponerse así por el de que trae.
It is going to be the game 2 between fire and water.
Sin demeritar a los jugadores
I can
mermer
definitely
que
see
hay.
that the duelists are going to be ready to dive straight into this. And taking a look at some of the side decks, I think it's going to be very, very interesting on Mateo's choices. And as you mentioned, being able to go second is going to be a little bit more difficult.
It's going to be hard, yeah.
But there are some cards in his side that I see could very easily come in for the chummies.
All right. I mean, you
La
mentioned
cosa
players
es que
already.
tienes
We
que
want to see
dejar
it, so
atraparle
let's
si no
go
te
straight
sale
into
sí,
game
bueno.
2.
Pues así es esto. Se tocó jugar en chicarina local, apareciste en el stream. Güey. No lo digas nomás, que nada, güey.
Step by step, game by game. It's a
Está
long
súper
tournament,
incómodo.
but you
Contigo
have
el
to
2019 hicieron algo así,
always
pero sin grabar.
take the next game that is ahead of you.
¿Cómo?
And you never can get carried away by how long of a day this is going to be.
Yo no
And let's
existía,
see
así que
whether
cuento.
Mateo has a way to play better than
Bueno, tiene
It was very difficult
Impulse,
during the last game.
Mulinglacier. One for one? No, dale, está briqueado, está briqueado.
Yeah, he looks so unhappy.
Sé que
And,
tiene dos
what
monos que no
is
se pueden
he
invocar.
gonna play? I mean, he takes a lot of time trying to
Talent.
think how to play and trying to think carefully, but it doesn't seem to be
Solo
a
tienes
very
que usar
good
tu mano,
hand
bueno,
on his
no las
side.
juegas, juegas.
We're
no.
setting a card.
Ah,
Are
el
you
Yu-Gi-Oh! Block
kidding me?
Coverage.
Are you kidding me? Once again, during the first round of this YCS Bologna, Mateo just
El
setting
block
a card,
coverage.
and Mateo is going to be able to try to win it all during this game. He's normal summoning the Alchemix, and this is, of course...
Creo que le están regañando o algo.
That is the start you need, the start you want. Mateo, okay. What are we trying to figure out now? Oh, Mateo, I think Mateo is just taking his time to... Oh yeah, it's all good. Here we are again. But that Alchemix alone kind of carries the whole combo.
Los
You don't
comentaristas
need
tienen
much
que
more than
improvisar
that,
para
so
decir que no lo están
easy,
regañando.
easy maybe
Igual
for
van
him here
a,
right
espero
away
que
to
tengan una
get this one locked up.
segunda
I mean,
mesa.
that's the way you
Ya la
want to
gente,
start
ya
the
la están
tournament.
teniendo.
Just go in. You have prepared for so long. You're ready to just really play those grindy games, especially when you bring Fire King, because that's usually how it goes, that you will have to work for your wins. And then just first round, quick, easy 2-0 in like 20 minutes. I think that's what you really can enjoy that and just take some rest. Long day ahead, so that's the way to start usually. You like that.
Yeah, exactly that. You kind of dust off the round one jitters and the round one kind of nerves, and then you get straight into it, and especially starting off with that. But also remember, on the other side of that, even if you don't win round one, that is not your tournament over. You still have
Yo creo que dijo si se podía rendir o algo
and you
así.
learn from your experiences. That's the most important thing. So you learn what went wrong,
Es
how
que
you can
tiene
adapt it, how you can
Impulse.
improve,
Bueno, es que
what you
también
can change,
depende.
and then you learn.
Una
even
Impulse
if
no
you
va a
have
poder
practiced the deck
contra
non-stop at
todo
home
lo
leading up to
Fire King.
YCS. You still have loads of different interactions.
Destruyes,
I can't be like being
añades
completely
Garunix le haces impulso a Garunix, pero depende de lo que hayas destruido, ¿no?
So that's always going to be something you need to take into account. There is such a range of decks right now in this current format. Everyone brings their own style as well. So the way the player or the duelist kind of navigates the deck as well is always going to be different. So there is always going to be a learning experience that you can take from that. And I think regardless of the outcome of this one, it's going to be very, very interesting to see and kind of stick right into it.
I mean, as you're saying, there is a wide array of decks currently available. As the players are currently, as we're waiting for the players, let's address
Pues la impulse lo detiene, güey.
Has been a while ago, but
si es la mano que dice, sí lo detiene.
How much did the format change?
No,
because there was
bueno,
no
Canix
new
puede destruirse a
main set
sí mismo,
releasing
según
since
yo
Deal,
recuerdo.
but I still feel like the format has evolved quite a bit, and therefore, is it still going to be the
entonces si el Canix destruyó el Canix, añades Garunix y Chain 1 Garunix, Chain 2 Canix en Graveyard, y ya tienes, no sé si tienes OTK, Efecto, Kirin, Impulse, no tienes OTK. Pero, no, sí tienes OTK. No, sí. La Impulse te tiene que dejar el Brick, pero sí se debe de ganar ese juego bajo Impulse. No bajo Draw, no bajo Nip. Si tienes, porque Kirin 1 pones 2.
I just heard that our players are ready, so we are going to get back into this game. So we are still in the same situation, unfortunately for Mateo, of course, because we still have a set cards. Players are just waiting to just get back in the game.
Pero, a ver, no, pues no se sabe qué tiene. A ver.
We are in a very difficult situation here for Mateo because he is going to have to interact with the opponent and try to prevent Mathieu from having any advantage and
Ash, una magia. Verga, creo que tiene el brick. Sí tiene el brick. Verga, robó el brick.
When it starts resolving like that, it is not very good because Mathieu is going to have access to the Ponix right there, being able to special summon it.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we're
he's going to be the Kirin.
Going for the Kirin, but once you're activating, once you're going through all of these types of interactions, you start to check off the interactions that your opponent may have, and I think that's really, really important because then it starts to allow you to be a little bit more free with some of your...
Yo creo que no está mal que le haga Impulse.
It is Dominus Impulse.
Pero si tiene Garunix igual pierde de todas formas.
Because in Mermaid, you don't really have any other effects
no alcanzo a ver si tiene
that are conflicting with the Dominus Impulse. So making yourself vulnerable to cards like
no se pueden activar los dos, ¿no? No. Los que no se pueden activar es Garunix y Ponix. Pero ninguno, ni Genaro ni Luis dijeron que eran los dos, eran otros nombres.
So we spoiled you with that. He already made top 64 at YCS Les with this version of the deck, and he's back with
sí, cierto, él hizo top 16 en el YCS de Les.
And Direct Magalo is going to destroy
él y Din Kabul jugaron eso en Les.
To draw into 2 fresh new cards.
And now you are in a very bad situation, of course, for Mateo. It's getting worse because Mathieu has access to the engine, and he is going to be able to enter battle phase, so you still will have another turn, and that is some good news for Mateo, but still, you weren't able to start during the last turn, so you are just hoping for a very good top deck right now.
Yeah, exactly that. I think what you need to always remember and keep in mind that even though your hand might not look so great once you've drawn it for turn, as long as you navigate correctly, something as simple as a Dominus Impulse may allow you to kind of slow the momentum that your opponent might have, trying to kind of either try and win the duel right there and then, but trying to either come back into it as well. And exactly like you said, Mateo now has another chance to kind of come back at Mathieu and try and push a little bit more onto his field. And we already saw it in his first hand, when you're not playing any cards during turn 1,
no es la misma, nada es que no has renovado, Jaime.
From Mathieu's position, that hand might contain a lot of go second cards, more kind of field interrupters than hand interactions themselves.
And you know the fact that Atlantean Mermail is such a good deck with a lot of engine, you know, and all of a sudden one card can just change everything. Everything. We saw the Poseidra and we drew the so now we are able to have maybe one of the most important combos in the deck, being able to use the Poseidra, and you know, he was starting, so Poseidra wasn't that good, but now he's literally going second, so the Poseidra is being very, very good, being able to send for cost and being able to try to remove the presence on the field, not destroying it as well, which is very important.
One thing we'll have to consider though, due to Mathieu having that turn, having access to the Jurak cards, there is a Jurak Astero waiting in the graveyard, ready to destroy all
No importa,
cards on
creo que
the
ya no
field. So
importa.
Mathieu will have to find a way to play around that, but there also is another thing to hinder him here further as Joel and Lockbird
Tienes que
came
invocar a
down,
Celacanto,
and
pero le va a
that
hacer
against
Ash al
Murray can be
Celacanto.
so painful.
Absolutely.
No,
I mean,
primero le hace
the
Talent,
only
le ve la
way
mano y
around
luego le
that
hace
is
Ash a la
literally
Celacanto.
Celacanto
Yo haría esa
to
línea.
get it on the field to special
Yo haría esa
summon it,
línea.
and then being able
Y así-
to bring
así
all
sí
the
gana, ¿eh?
species on the field. Will
Porque
he
hice
be
la
able to
búsqueda
do
importante,
so?
que era la de-
Mathieu
la primera
will,
de
of
Dragons.
course, not let that,
Abyss Spike.
happen, and we know that he has access to the drop
Okay.
strategy and being able to
Creo que no
just
tiene
move
Abyss
every
Shrine.
single body on the
No,
field
no, no
is
tiene
a
Abyss
very strong
Shrine, a menos que la haya top
interaction. So yeah,
deckado.
Mathieu in a very difficult situation.
Pero tiene talent.
Will he have what it takes to just win this game anyway?
Okay, that can help. Triple tactic talents. No
Dragons
monsters on the
no
field,
Scourge,
no
right.
way to draw a card, so surely we're looking into the hand here.
Is it that good, though?
I feel depends on what Mathieu has in his hand. If you're
Yeah.
seeing exactly this, so
Oh.
we can see that there's a Kira in there that is probably the most damaging. Fumalos could also be
Pues
very
Ash.
damaging here as well.
Obviamente.
So Fumalos just don't do
Correct, yes,
anything,
correct.
so-
The Ash Blossom is very good against the Selakant effect, to be honest.
Pero cómo llega al
If you're
Celacanto, es que
taking
no
out the
entiendo.
Kirin, what are they supposed to do?
Yeah, I agree. I feel that you could probably play through the Ash Blossom here on this one.
Can you?
I feel you could. I feel that you still
is
have.
hard.
So, but remember as well that if you take away the Kirin, Mathieu is just left with an Ash Blossom that he will probably end up using, Fulos, which isn't going to do anything, and then a Grunix.
But, I mean, if we get to that point, if it goes back to Mathieu, there was a Ponix destroyed in the standby phase. So Ponix will be able to come back if Mathieu's turn is ever coming again. But more importantly now, Mathieu sees there is no way to put any monsters onto the field. No defense from Mathieu
Yes.
What the
in this
fuck?
turn. Besides that one Ash Blossom in Jersey.
Chat,
So if
explíquenme
we
qué
find
acaba
a
de
way
pasar.
to make 8,000 points of damage
Es
work
que no
here,
estoy viendo la
through,
línea.
of course, still the Jurak
Oh,
Astero
¿qué
in the
pasó?
graveyard being able to summon our Jurak
Yeah.
Meteor, then this
What?
could be the possible way to win. But
No
while I'm
llevamos
saying
ni
that,
una hora y ya van a
how
ver
do you have to do that,
memes.
really? Because
Nah.
playing through Jurak Meteor is tough, but then additionally to that, having the Jordan Lockbird applying as well, and the Ash Blossom, I think, even though that talent resolved here, we should see Mathieu feeling relatively safe.
I mean, yeah, if it wasn't for the Drone Logbird, I would have said that it was very, very possible, to be honest. But it's gonna be such a statement here if Mateo manages to win the entire game. It's gonna be very hard, and we can see that he tries to find a solution, tries to keep the bodies on the field. Will he be able to do so? He will be able to perform a Link Summon. Will we see
No
the
entiendo.
enemy once again?
He's beloved. Oh, no, he's considering whether he wants to maybe rather
Abyssalacia?
go for Abyssalacia,
No entiendo.
exactly.
And
But
it's
no,
gonna be the Anemone.
it's just going to be the one that it was in game number 1 already. Corral Anemone able to bring back to the zone it points to a water monster from the graveyard, which is
¿Quién está
going to be
abajo,
this
Doral?
time around.
I mean, you
So,
don't have
¿será Joan?
choices, so it's going to be the Shadow Squad, of course, which is going to be there. And
Link
now
3?
we are going to perform another Link Summon. We are going to go into probably the Neptavis, I guess.
Ok.
It
Yeah.
is. There's so many Poseidons at this, mermaids at this moment, and this link free is one that you don't actually see that often in Mermail, I would say. Usually the ways have been different,
pedo?
but sometimes it, of course, it gives you that safety net of being
¿Va a
able
jugar
to
bajo
protect your
Ash?
cards
¿La
from
Rao
being
te bajo Ash
targeted,
y no estamos viendo?
while it is pointing towards them.
No sé
And
qué
right
está
now, I think Mateo
pasando.
is just valuing the attack points. Okay, that is now 5 waters in the graveyard, and I'm not sure whether Mateo was actually realizing that, because that could be huge, just taking out the Ash Blossom from the hand. possibly
Reading it
here.
again, of course. But yeah, Moving Glacier is going to be able to hit the field, and now we are going to get rid of 2 cards in Matthew's hand, and that could be huge, to be honest, because we could get rid of some,
Yo creo que eso explica
some
todo, pero
cards
aún no
that,
entiendo todavía
will
por qué
allow
quitar
them to
jugadores
just,
y no forzar el
play
lava.
again during the next turn. Of course, obviously there is the Ponix, which is safe and which is in the graveyard.
Oh,
But
wait, the Kirin is still in hand.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah.
so we put back the Mulchumi Fulos, so now we get to utilize
Basura
the
soy yo.
Kirin, send in the Grunix, then we lose the Ash Blossom, so we still have field presence, and as you've already mentioned, we have the Drat Meteor and we have the Ponix coming
Yeah.
back. So the Moon Glacier isn't as game-ending as we might
No,
feel,
no te
but
vayas a
there's still
estampar
enough
con el
field presence
Kirin,
here,
güey.
so it's really going to come
No,
down
no,
to
no, no,
when
no,
does,
no, no, no,
Matthew
no, no, no,
want to kind of work his way into
no.
the Drat Meteor as well.
Attacks over the Kirin. Kirin can now
No, ¿por
activate
qué?
the effect. I'm
Chat.
not sure whether Mateo was actually considering
no,
that,
no,
because we can now just destroy 1 card on the
Va a
field
invocar
and bring back one
Ponix.
of our monsters from the graveyard as well. And I mean, I actually didn't even
No, no hay Ponix. Ah, no,
see
sí.
that he put back the Mulchami Fumalos, but Matteo must have been in his dream still to make that decision, because under draw and awkward, how on earth would you put back that most removals there out of those 4 cards?
I mean, it is very early in the morning, so...
Yeah,
I think exactly
I can confirm from my personal side. But that was
but remember that we are at a YCS first round playing against Mathieu, and
on feature match on stage.
Feature match, it is very, very hard.
100%.
And
Así
I
están bajo
can
draw.
imagine
Mathieu
after
también la
his first
cagó.
game, remember, he wasn't even
Pero es que no había mejor forma que invocar, no estaría chido que se invocara el... No está mal, güey, porque en la standby se recupera. El que la caga es Mateo, no Mateo.
It is those details that make champions, to be honest.
I mean, I was already nervous enough playing against Dale yesterday just on the stage, so I can totally relate for sure here to Mateo. But now in the end phase, Mateo is going to use the effect of Jurak Estero, and we see the alternative artwork of that so cool Jurak Meteor destroying not only the opponent's monster, but also our very own, bringing back the Megalo afterwards as well.
Standby.
We destroyed the Ponix, so standby Ponix will come back. So Mathieu, I think, should have a pretty decent time here. Also Garunix coming back.
No, ya se cooked,
this is looking great.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly that. So because of
Sale y todavía le pega al pollo.
Creo
Creo que eso es lo que le dio el juego, pegarle al Ponix. Si no le pegaba al Ponix, no pasa nada. Bueno, no, igual, no. No tenía que pegarle al Kirin, más bien. Bueno, no, es que siempre perdía la cadena. No, chicos, la estamos cagando. Es que tenías que devolverle el Kirin, güey. Le tienes que hacer talent, le devuelves Kirin. Fuga te vale verga, te vale verga. Y el otro...
is going to be used to destroy that Ponix here again, getting us another Fire King, which of course turns out to be the Garunix we haven't seen all match yet. We only saw the other Garunix, but this is the one actually that made the deck so strong and good now. And that's the battle phase.
That's going to be
sealing the deal. Mathieu Ricard is on the way to possibly defend his title here in Bologna as he takes a swift 2-0 in round number 1 here against the Mermaid Land.
Están gritando que voy a dormir ya a jugar Pokémon temprano.
But that second game there, he almost didn't need to use his Garunix there, which was crazy because that is the centerpiece of the entire deck, but then it made sure to close it out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Water versus fire was won by fire, but we still have another game. We have backup feature.
Nos van a poner el feature número 2.
I just heard that the players are still shuffling their decks, so they are trying to get into the game right now, and we are going to have
no sé quién verga votó por que Mermer ganaba este match. Esos 5 votos, qué pedo, chicos. Pónganse vergas.
But the second one, I mean, those are some very interesting strategies, and especially one that has been up recently.
Ooh, I think I'll make a hint. I think both decks could very easily and likely include the quick spell, the fallen, and the virtuous. There could be
that is right.
People at home, what could that be? Tell us in chat. But I feel like that card has been a staple now for the one deck, but it has also been included in the other deck, funnily enough. So we will see in a very short moment. But yeah, we have again, of course, as you know, it also already from YCS Les, a backup feature match for every round. So if we have a quick main feature match, we have the chance to watch another match here, as it will be the case here.
Lo importante es que vamos a tener nuestro backup.
Reaction for you, and besides that, yesterday we have already been working hard to pre-produce already a bunch of content for you, so you'll have all weekend long, all day long, no breaks, all Yu-Gi-Oh content for you here, live from Bologna, the beautiful city here in Italy, which we are back to now for the 3rd year in a row, right? 2 years ago, we saw Joshua Schmidt winning it here in Bologna with that Runic deck that was so strong. And then now, last year, of course, Mathieu Ricard trying to make it happen again here this year again. And then this year, I think this season,
Se Kalimba comentando
la onda. They're just ruling because they have won the European Championship, which was like the ending of the last season.
Desde que empezó a comentar el Mundial de Francia, la gente le gustó.
Then Lille was won by Diego Zillia.
Lo jugué a la verga, hasta sin saberlo jugar, lo juego mejor.
Home turf YCS. This is going to be Italians again. I wouldn't be surprised. They look strong at the moment. They look really strong. But in the first round,
ya pónganme el
But let's see. Oh, we got some tragic news. We were hyping you guys up for the backup feature.
Basado en Lampi. Lampi dijo, lo importante es que los italianos perdieron. ¡Qué basado! Para decir eso en un stream de Italia. Recorder, Jimmy, what wins? Ninguno, en Europa no creo.
Look at this game. We are seeing
Branded
right there. So they are in the game too. We see that Ilian won the first game with the very interesting Sky Striker strategy, and in front of that, facing the Sky Strikers, we see the Branded strategy.
What the fuck? Va uno arriba del
I think they are very, very interesting in this meta game. Of course, that's not the main decks that we see in this format.
No, Italy love.
The usual Draco Tail,
Francia contra Italia, enemigos por siempre.
But still, they are very strong. Branded strategy being able to break some field as well as the Sky Striker strategy. It's going to be very interesting to see if, with the branded strategy, you are able to put on the field a field which is strong enough to just resist all those powerful tools that the Sky Striker have access to.
I mean, that was huge. Brandon High Spirits revealing the Saronir, so we got the Titanic Lad into the graveyard, and now we also
La verga, chicos, el duelo 1 duró casi media hora. Pónganse a ver el tiempo.
Fully to also destroy the Saronir in the hand, making sure we get retribution in the graveyard. Easy peasy with the Albion, the Shrouded Dragwind. They also have the Branded Fusion in the graveyard ready. All of that before even resolving Branded Fusion. So I feel like Albion is quite the Branded expert, and he even is using the new alternative artworks from, of course, the Chronicle stack, the Fallen Individuals. But that Branded Fusion does the same thing it has always been doing, and it is unstopped and uninterrupted here from Arvin's side.
The Fallen and the Virtues. ¿Esa mierda qué es? ¿Qué mandó? Oigan, ¿qué es lo que mandó? Genaro, ¿qué mandó?
Very, very important card or section of cards within inside this deck is going to the Bestials. Bestials being to interact with that Ray in the graveyard is going to be absolutely massive, because one of the biggest advantages that Sky Strikers have is that ability for Ray to constantly keep recurring itself back onto the field, and we're going to be able to back everything up with and then maybe even a little bit more as well.
Totally. Now we are going.
No vayas a meter
Valiant discards the Katesia, and there is the beloved and also powerful boss monster of the Branded strategy. The Mirror Jade is onto the field. The Albion has just left the field as the Bestial came back. Which card is it going to be? Usually, I think we are just going for the Branded Lost here, but maybe we're playing some more spies. Maybe there is Branded Beast.
¿Por qué Mirror Jade? Porque tiene la.
Usually, this is actually the Branded Lost, one of the most famous cards of the Branded strategy. And
la counter en la mano.
We see some very usual combo. We
are
going to see the Granguignol from the extra deck, and one interesting thing is going to be, will we use the Sanctifier? Because the Sanctifier is of course very good to put some monsters on the opponent's field, but also because it is not being able to get targeted.
Tiene troll y algo.
Very, very hard.
¿No la tiene en cementerio de casualidad?
No, tampoco. But now we have another tool in the Sky Striker strategy.
Si la tuvieras ahorita dejar Granguignol, güey.
Which is of course a very,
no sé por qué.
Zero being able to destroy cards.
Es que la va a robar, Genaro. La va a robar con Garura, güey.
The deck is a bit better against those cards. But yeah, I'm really curious to see if Arvin is going to just adapt itself to the Sky Striker strategy, or if he's going to perform the usual combo and just put the usual threats like the Mirror Jade multiple times, being able to just get the Quem on the field, and you know, usual brand stuff.
Oh, one thing I definitely like is we have used the Spring and Skid here to recover the banished Branded Trap cards. So we now also have a counter trap established here with the Retribution. So that is massive, and I think we're now heading into the end phase as we are eyeballing our graveyard here. And as per usual, there's like 5 different things we can use here. So the Katesia comes back to the hand easy, and I think there also is the Titanic Lad still in the graveyard there, which we of course want to use here. And that is going to bring a Quem onto the field now too. This setup is marvelous, but Ilian actually, and that is some Sky Striker players recently have actually built the deck to go first, which has usually not been the case, as it is such a powerful go second strategy historically. But Ilian is still going the traditional way of playing and then goes second way, and that can really pay off here as he has all those crazy field-breaking cards like Raigeki and Happiest Feather Duster in his deck. So it doesn't take much, honestly, to clear up a whole field when you're a Sky Striker player. Let's see where we found those fitting and needed cards here.
And we can see that he's already thinking of his strategy right now, and that is very important.
Creo que lo que le voy a ganar
just build your whole
top de
strategy
Q
during
Ash,
the opponent's
que
turn, because
troste.
you have so many little interactions that can lead you to victory or defeat, by the way. And we actually see the branded banishment being activated right away during the draw phase, bringing back the Albion and performing a fusion summon right away. And we are going to see the Light and Darkness Dragon. Such a strong card, of course, against the Sky Striker strategy, being able to negate some effects.
No importa porque ganar las primeras 3 cartas buenas así.
For sure, it
Poderoso
can just, as the usual, as the
Tiene
original
trampa
Light
en
and
Ash,
Darkness
está jugando
Dragon,
con 4
Light and
cartas,
Darkness
se va a
Dragon
negar
Lord
3.
here, which Ilya
Una carta
carefully
tiene
is
que
reading right
voltear
now.
todo.
I don't know whether
Engage.
he likes what he just read there.
Ahí
He's
está.
going to be able to just negate all of those effects continuously over and over and over again. And now the branded loss also activates to make him search a card as well.
Yep, exactly. Remember, Light and Darkness Dragon is mandatory as well, so it will allow you to not only be disruptive, but once it loses all of its attacks and it can no longer negate the effects, it will still activate. So that's the other additional benefit that you get with branded, is you can activate your own branded fusion, and then because it is mandatory for your Light and Darkness Dragon to activate, that will also potentially block any kind of hand interactions that your opponent may have to try and stop your most important card being branded fusion.
I just had to read up on Light and Darkness Dragon Lord, but that card does only go after spell and trap card activations, and therefore it was not just going after a branded loss, which would have been funny and ironic. Okay, now the Upstart Goblin, that one will be negated.
Está la callback, güey, ahí la estoy viendo, güey. Ah, es la otra carta que tiene Droplet.
Hold on, there might be another thing to add to the chain here.
This is
and that is Forbidden Droplet. That's the card you want there.
And look at that.
También tiene callback, güey.
Droplet being used during this format.
Está al lado del otro mono.
Here it could literally save Ilian, because you will be able to negate a whole lot on Harvin's field, and especially
es la
Dragon, because the Light and Darkness Dragon only activates 1 per chain, so now it will not be able to activate it.
Look at that.
He's sending to, and this is very,
Le va a hacer draw el resolución, güey.
So if we did not send a trap card, which is a little bit rare in a Sky Striker strategy,
draw la resolución,
react and stop the Forbidden Droplet. So being able to send down the different dimensions is very, very important here.
I mean, Branded Retribution can only negate cards that lead to a summon of a monster, so it could
la callback, güey, sí es cierto, güey, es que es un chat.
Called by the grave on the Jolan Lockbird too, but what are those last 2 cards in hand? They better be good here.
Yeah, absolutely.
O sea, chain 1 la mandatorio esa, chain 2 roll, chain 3.
Prevents players to play this deck, to be honest, because
puse esa trampa porque pensó que iba a mandarla primero.
The Forbidden Droplet and
the
Call by the Grave is so strong. Do we have a starter? Do we have
está Rey en la mano, güey.
It would be absolutely amazing.
We need it. We have dealt with the field here. Some things.
El es que tiene Mercurial en la mano. Tiene que lidiar con Mercurial, güey.
To bring monsters into the grave, and then there is the monster that enables it all. The main deck monster, the star of also nowadays the Chronicles. It's funny because we have the 2 Chronicles decks here basically playing.
El pedo es que el Mercurial le va a negar la cagada.
And Rey immediately, of course, becomes a Link 1 version of herself. There is the Hayate.
Yeah, going into Hayate is very interesting.
El Rey tiene que todavía pagar relativamente sencillo con la Mercurial.
Now because we don't need it as much, especially considering the fact that we now have access to 0, which is a direct access to, for example,
con el Albas
or whatever card you need. But here we choose to just
bueno,
the Hayate.
Es que Hayate es bien.
I mean, this is so huge to try to break with Sky Striker cards.
And I mean, on top of that,
no sé por qué negó Gran Guiñol, tenía que negar la Cartes. Oh my god, I love Ray. Run stream, Joan.
To even finish the match overall. But are they now going to use the effect of Cartesia? What do we have left to fusion summon into here?
No, ese Chaos no se puede.
Cartesia plus That Dragon Lord is going to
Oh,
make
otro Gran Guiñol.
another Gran Guiñol, interestingly enough. Okay.
Pues sí.
Sending Rinfram. Okay. That's quite the work to get the Rinfram into the graveyard when we could have just...
We're scooping up, we're going into game 3. We're going into game 3.
Te es mucho. Ey, pero nos excitamos bien chido,
There were so many monsters, like literally 6 monsters.
Regular va a estar de cagón haciendo Chailing 2 a todo. Ya sé, güey. Me ha mandado el Rimroom igual con el Mirror. Y, ajá, estoy de acuerdo. Pero es que tenía buena chance. No tenía chance de ganar, Genaro. O sea, el pedo fue el... Yo digo que el pedo fue el Droll. Y se tuvo que gastar la Colby en el Droll.
Yeah, he wasn't going first, so maybe he just sided out some cards like Lightning Storms or Feather Duster, which are some very good cards against the Brandy strategy. But now we are going to go into game 3, and it's going to be very interesting to see if he chooses to go first or if he chooses to go
cómo van
second.
las votaciones. A ver quién creen que va a ganar. ¿Creen que va a ganar Sky Striker sobre el Brand? Yo creo que Genaro votaste por Brand, obviamente. Es que no importa si tiene el Droll o no, porque puede bajar otro Mirror. Sí, es que juega 2, que no creo. El voto del Brand es de ya está 50-50.
Can you really, in the amount of time that you have remaining, break a full branded field and then
qué bueno que se rindió. Verga, ¿cómo le va a ganar el Branded? En poco tiempo. Yo veo, ¿será double loss, chat? Sí que iba a ser con el Albas, no puede tener 2 Mirror en campo. Pues sí, no puede tener 2 Mirror, pero podía bajar otra cosa. Pero dependía cómo jugara la...
In game number 2 that he plays the different dimension grab. I think that is actually really, really big against the branded strategy because you shut off all of their grave recursion, you shut off their access to Fallen of Albaz. It does then force them to go into
debió haber fusionado con Mirrorjet
in order to recycle that Albaz that has been banished. So it can kind of stifle down a little bit.
Con Mirrorjet y la Cartesia, según yo sí se puede meter el otro Gran Guiñol y si juega otro Mirrorjet, pues ya bajar el otro Mirrorjet con Fallen of Albaz. El pedo es que revive Rey, pues ya le haces Mirrorjet a la Rey y ya. No, antes, Genaro, o sea, primero está el Mirrorjet negado, Cartesia fusiona con Cartesia y con Mirrorjet y metes Gran Guiñol. Ella en la misma cadena hace Rimroom, revive y ya. Creo que nomás dijo ya son muchos aspectos y no tiempo, mejor se rinde. Hay orden distinto en el que se puede yo veo que Arvin siempre ganaba ahí. Pero estuvo chido como nos excitamos todos. No. Evenly. Droll. Fallen of the Virtues. No mames, güey. Robas 4 World Breakers. Bueno, 4 non-engine y tu Bankar combo, güey. Y lo hizo iniciar. Lo mandó primero. ¿Qué campo puede dejar Genaro? Rápido, dímelo antes de que haga el combo. Casi le funciona si no voy a robar el starter. No. Creo que nos vamos a cambiar a YouTube. YouTube, sálvanos.
Just gets you a pretty decent combo on its very own as it gets you arguably the best card of the deck, Branded Fusion, right into your hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean combo because he can assume that Ilian doesn't have a lot of hand interactions of course. And being Ilian, I mean, he's going to have to face the
Mismo dragón
same
gigante.
field
El
once
Droll y el
again,
Dragón
and we
Lord
saw
deberían
that it
bastar.
was pretty hard for him
Más que Robé
to
Droll
just
otra
try
vez.
to get
Vi
rid
5
of
magias en
all
la
the
mano,
threats
Genaro.
his opponent had.
Entonces,
Maybe this time he's going to have access to some
de que se va
cards,
a
and
poder,
that might be
yo digo que se va a
changing
poder,
factor,
güey.
to be honest. But for now, Arvin, look at that. Literally deciding to just get rid of a Drone Logbird, and this is a very strong statement. So, you know that this card is very good against the deck, so if you see one in the graveyard, you might have another one hidden in the hand.
You would always expect
verga, todavía le dice, mira, tengo Droll en la mano, mamón. Te voy a ganar con el puro Droll otra vez. Es que un Droll le vale madre si abre cola de nuevo. Así es. Ajá, ¿por qué no descartas este evenly match, güey? O sea, no entiendo, güey. Dice, me va a romper la mesa y le voy a hacer evenly de nuevo. No sé, no me late. Ok, ahora con ese vanisher no sé qué mierda he hecho. Se te oye evenly, güey. Fuera de Virtus, Engage, Ancla, Talent, Linkage, güey, tiene todo, güey. Tiene todo el Sky.
Aren't exactly known for completely ending the turn in one turn, so you do need to kind of
Telefallen, Ancla, Engage, Talent y Linkage.
That outcome come across.
All right, end phase, we see Titanic Lad once again special summoning out the guiding Quem. Quem sends Fallen of Albus to the graveyard, and once more we set a branded retribution to our field through the effect.
Si no fuera por Droll, se moría aquí el Drade, creo yo.
So, again, that is a very vulnerable field to cards like Happy.
Ay, güey, robó plumero, güey. Robó plumero, güey. No seas mamón, cabrón.
He did actually, but you need to have a
No mames, qué buen top deck.
I can't believe you just threw that for turn. That is crazy.
We talked about that, of course.
La verga, güey.
Mira,
Mira, a ver, vamos a ver la cara de Arvin. Hizo una mueca de, no mames, eres un cagón. La cara de, eres un cagón.
Get to the graveyard. So this is the first card. We are going to get access to the Windbrom in the graveyard.
¿Para destruirle el Mirror Jet?
Oh, he's trying to destroy his own Mirror Jade.
He could have destroyed the Harpy's Feather Duster, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you can always bring back the Mirror Jade, of course, with the guiding Quem.
But the Quem
ok, para revivirle.
Because the card has left the extra deck. Very good heads up on this one.
Hazle, no, hazle ancla, güey.
Harpy's Feather Duster, which I think is actually quite an interesting choice because choosing to set it does mean
tiene linkage. No sé si le harías ancla. Rimroom.
Hey,
güey, o le hace un rey o le hace Droll, no le puede hacer todo.
I mean, I've got the feeling that you could have saved the Quem effect for maybe later, to be honest. But yeah, maybe Arvin didn't recognize the fact that he could have destroyed.
Vamos a ver. ¿Ancla? Ancla.
Only one card used and only one Quem on the field.
Oh, no Mirror Jade comeback.
Creo que lo puede matar, así como escucharon, matar bajo Droll.
Was completely taken apart by just one Harpy's Feather Duster. Ilian
si el Branded no hubiera vanishado, su Rebellion hubiera negado todo. Obviamente hay que revelar el nivel ese tío. Pues es cierto, le va a ver la mano. Plumero. Engage.
And of course, there are 3 cards, 3 spells in the graveyard. And Ilian, you can see that he's very happy about that. Of course, he can be smiling on this one. He has literally the perfect 4 cards combo in his hand, and he's going to be able to try to get back in the game.
I mean, Ilian just living the life out here, right? Being in Italy in the winter, having some good food. Now resolving Engage on feature round 1. This is how I would envision my weekend to go.
To be honest, we didn't go into battle phase yet, and you know that we are able to inflict more than 8,000 damage.
¿Qué quedamos que tenía?
Tross.
Robó Tross, güey. A la verga, es un cagón ese güey. Robó Tross. Si tiene Shark Cannon, gano, ¿no? Tiene Fallen the Witch. Aparte que tiene Fallen the Witches. Sí, robó Tross, güey. Tienes que hacer Tross, vas por Engage y vámonos. Y sí puede hacer OTK, va a hacer OTK de hecho. Tross. Esa mano putamente. Esa mano gana YCS.
all the good cards. We
Do you go for anything else apart from engage?
Claro, güey.
Please, just go engage.
Para más placer vas por otra engage.
The second one of the turn, and Ilian is going to get some resources once again because of course
Engage, vas por Shark Cannon y ganas el juego.
Indeed, a Sky Striker card. It could be something to try to disrupt the graveyard. Of course, the Shark
O
Cannon.
por
they are
ancla.
very good in this situation, but on top
Otra
of that,
ancla.
you are going to get access to another card because you are going to be able
Final
to draw
YCS
another
London.
card. And this is the
2019
strength
vibes.
of the Sky Striker engine, to be honest.
Aquí está
I
Joshua.
think this next card added
Joshua
is going to be
Schmidt.
the most important of this duel. I really do, because I feel that the card added, if he chooses the one that we are both
Ve por ancla.
expecting,
Ve por ancla.
Ah,
Bueno, va por Shark
Of
Cannon.
course, you played, of
Ah, es más
course.
fácil que hacer Shark Cannon, güey.
Yep, the Rinbram
Está bien.
does target.
Yeah.
has to
Bueno,
check,
sí.
yeah,
Mejor hacer Shark Cannon,
And
güey.
now what can you do if you're Arvin?
Ya, eso te
this
cae.
is literally
Que robe el otro
horrible
engage.
for him.
Oigan, que
It
robe el
is
otro
horrible
engage.
for him
Estaría
because
chido.
your whole field
There's
now
nothing left.
is gone. It is totally gone, and Ilian has
robó
the
multi-roll.
The multi-roll on top of that. So even if the game doesn't stop at the end of this turn, I mean, he will be able to get so many resources back and get this Widow Encore.
Todavía
back
recuerdo al
on the
narrador
field
diciendo
as well
engage
as the
after
Shark
engage
Cannon.
after
So many
engage.
strong disruptions.
And nothing here just yet from Arvin because he knows
Pues
when
obviamente
he
vamos a
activates that
recuperar
Rinbram, it will
engage.
just be answered by that Search Shark Cannon. So now we can add back Engage to the hand again. I'm getting some flashbacks here to YCS London back in the day. Engage into Engage into Engage. He didn't
Está,
draw them with the
justo lo
Engage,
que dijo
but still
Kenaro.
that is Engage
Lamp
number
is
ready
in.
for this turn.
Maybe not.
Ahí no sé por qué ir,
Yeah, I
güey.
know we have 7 minutes and 50 seconds, give or take.
Otra
left on the
linkage
clock, but I now think it is very
para
possible.
más
Unless
placer.
Ian is fully confident he can go for the full OTK this turn, you do need to take that into consideration as
Pero
well.
necesitas
Arvin
Rose,
as
según
well
yo.
did navigate his field very, very well. I don't feel that there was much more he could have done. So it is just one of these ones where we're seeing two duelists go back
¿Ya robó
and
la
forth,
otra engage?
head-to-head on
No,
this one.
robó
And
Ash.
sometimes the heart of the cards is what makes the big difference.
Indeed, and
La
Ilian
verdad
just
es con Hayat.
smiling. He's loving it
Pues
right
sí.
now. He knows that he is just in the winning
¿Qué pedo,
position
Mario?
right now that he wanted to be in. He
Pew.
made the correct decision. We're now on the battle phase, but
Okay.
we have searched linkage, so linkage could be our way
Linkage.
to end it all
Yeah.
here. But
Is
we
it
have
two-
to be careful.
Is that two linkages? Did he draw a linkage on
I
the
No,
engage?
tenía- ya tenía otra
because, we see
linkage.
the linkage. Is he going to be able to end the game on the spot? Remember, there are 7 minutes left, so if he doesn't end the game right now, you know, there are going to be some effects for Arvin as well.
Okay.
Team for
Hayate.
I
Hayate.
think we have to be really, really careful here because
ya manda
if we
Rose.
eventually go for 0, we will put monsters into our main monster zone, so that would not give us the opportunity anymore to use our Shark Cannon. So if
Correct.
Arvin just waits with his Rinbram now for that very moment, it could actually be a way to stop Ilian here. So we shall see whether Ilian is thinking about that, because we did not use the multi-roll. Multi-roll could have been a way to stop that. Just Shark Cannon, no response possibility, but he had it into the battle phase, maybe seeing that the clock is ticking down here. Sending
Lemons
Lemons out
Gates.
to the graveyard with the Hayate. Ilian, have you
Lemons
thought about
Gates.
that? Have you remembered
déjenlo, ya
that
está
there is
muerto.
still Rinbram
Ok,
ready to do
aquí
that?
viene la otra linkage, la
Yes,
buena.
there is a
Porque aquí
second
invoca
copy of
0.
linkage.
Yeah, he is going all
Quitó
in
la
right
Rose
now.
inside.
He wants to end the game on
No, ahí
the
estaba
spot,
la
and he's
Rose,
going
güey.
to
Sí la vi.
summon this 0, very, very good card, of course, for the Sky Striker strategy.
A ver, ahí,
We know that
aquí
this
viene lo
card is
importante,
very good going
chicos.
first, but also going second, and here it might help
Según yo,
Ilian,
tienes que hacer
just
Shark
win the
Cannon y
entire
luego 0.
Okay.
O sea, primero haces
The
Shark
effect of
Cannon.
hero.
No, haces Shark Cannon.
So
Or we're using
what
the
is
Oh,
the
no.
plan?
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, no,
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 wait,
no,
¿Por qué en ese momento? ¿Por qué? Tenías que esperar a que invocara Rey y Rose. Pero se ve Shark Cannon.
I mean, no, he's gonna take some
He's
vacation in
gonna-
the.
okay.
He's gonna get managed, yeah. But for now, we are going to push a little bit more damages, and this is gonna be it because, yeah.
Ese grande está buscando el doble
And win the entire game
Oh,
for
chica.
the Sky Striker strategy. Ilian
Estuvo
going
bien
2-1
chido
against
ese-
the branded strategy, and one
ese
way to
matchup.
win this duel.
Estuvo mejor que el de
This
Parking
game
contra
was
Merme.
so hard to win because
Ya
at
saben, si
first
quieren
when I saw the
apostar
cards, the 5 first cards,
en el
they were not
casino,
enough
pregúntale a
to get rid of
Genaro por
everything,
cuál
but all of
él
a
apuesta
sudden,
y
the
apuesten
sixth
por el
card,
contrario y ya
Harvey's
ganan.
Feather Duster coming in clutch and being able to destroy all those spell traps
Mano, no le
was
tiene ninguno.
huge for Ilian right there.
Exacto.
And we talked about the fact that the Sky Striker was
Te voy a llevar al
actually
casino
able
para
to
que
break the
yo
field
apueste
and
por lo
then
que tú
win
no
the game on the
apuestes.
spot. We were
La asegura.
wrong because when you have the good amount of engages, linkage, and all those cards, cards, you can just win the game on the
Digo,
spot.
verme huevos, se pone nervioso, digo, brother, y le roban justo.
It always feels good.
Y también jugó mal, te consta, güey.
We're just seeing those engages coming down and just like that factor of just drawing an extra card. Like, oh, give me another one. It's like that. It feels just so cool.
Pero resolvió 3 engage.
So cool. In the end, it came down to those 8,000 points of damage that we were able to put
Resolvió
up before
los
the
dos,
clock
güey.
ran out. So
Resolvió 3 engage,
but
chicos.
of course, we had our main feature match as well, and on the main feature match, we saw Mathieu just
el main
showcasing
feature
that he's
match
ready
estuvo
to win another
culero.
YCS here possibly this
El de
weekend.
Mermel contra
And we do have
Spark.
an analyst, of course, prepared with Mathieu. So why don't we hear it from Alberto and Mathieu in our analysis corner?
Los 3 engage para robar.
Thanks so much, Seb. I'm here with Mathieu. So, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel coming back to Bologna, you know, 1 year later? How are your emotion, essentially? Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm very happy to be there, and I hope I can go far in the tournament.
So, first of
Creo
all,
que
we saw
cada
that,
año hacen
you
un
decided to
YCS en
choose
Bologna.
Fire Kings. So, why is that the choice? How do you feel with the deck and entering into the tournament?
I chose Fire Kings because
Me acuerdo que Mathieu ganó el YCS Bologna 2024, de hecho, con Mosqueteros.
And I'm hoping it will catch people off guard still.
Well, I mean, I really feel like over the last years, one of the decks that has always been super popular was Fire King, as mentioned, and I feel like it's always difficult to play against the deck, especially if you are not familiar with it, right?
Yes, of course. And the drag cards add a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And so here for the first round, you encountered Mermail.
Le van a preguntar algunas cosas.
How was the feeling at the very beginning?
Okay, a ver,
you know?
a ver.
I mean, when I see the normal summon, I'm like, oh, it's Mermail, okay. Then, I mean, it's not a bad matchup, so I'm okay.
Me voy a dormir,
it was
creo.
not a good starter, so...
No,
Yeah,
necesito
exactly.
que
I
te
mean,
quedes.
I'll show you
Vamos
that
a
it was
apostar
okay.
en vivo.
Even though I didn't have any hand traps, I could like put a lot of pressure turn 0 by using Kirin.
Exactly, yeah,
So,
because essentially it was quite a quick match, because essentially game 1 he had the Coelicant in hand. So
La
he
cara de
didn't have a
Mateo.
chance to combo off, and I feel like your hand
La
was
cara de Mateo mete
quite
las
good.
1000 pesos al contrario
It
que yo
was
apoyo.
good, but no hand traps.
Buena
no
cantidad.
disruptions at all. I don't know if he plays the Link to Abyss Keeper, but if he did play it, he could have summoned it from hand and then like do everything.
Yeah.
So I'm happy he didn't do it.
Yeah, no, because otherwise I really feel like we would have not seen any of this at all.
Yeah. I mean, the 3 monsters on his turn, yes, but then I'm not in a good spot.
No, exactly. And for game 2, essentially, he bricked. So he passed.
Yeah.
And there was a situation in which he had the impulse on the Ponyx. That's exactly what happened. So I wanted to ask you,
Era lo
from
mejor
this
que
point,
tenía que
when you
hacer
see
de
the
todas
impulse, where was the finishing line?
So I had Kirin, Misk, and Megalo in hand, and I thought I would use the Misk to get another Megalo and draw 2 by discarding the Ponyx that's already been used, so I can get some value off of it and try and see what I draw.
Estoy viendo el mensaje que acabas de enviar.
I have Kirin, I can draw Garonix,
John.
I can draw Field Spell, I can draw Island, I can even draw like another Kirin or Arvada that extends my play a lot. So I had a lot of good draws. And worst case, if I don't draw any extender, I still get the double meteor setup with some follow-up. I drew Fua and...
Me acuerdo cuando le hicieron ese meme, estuvo chido. Arriba el
I also
misceláneo.
wanted to ask you, here in this specific situation, before the Mulling Glacier was summoned, there was a triple tactic talents activated from Mateo.
Como que hubieron mucha talents ahorita,
so we
eh.
were thinking maybe if he would have shuffled the Kirin, it would have
Estuvo
been
raro.
different.
Yeah, if I shuffled the Kirin, I was on top deck mode because I didn't have a way to get back a fire monster and destroy it. Or I had to keep the Ash in hand to normal summon it and crush it, but it doesn't do anything if I don't draw Garonix, so it was like kind of hard if I don't draw a good card. I think I drew fine though. It was Volcanix if I remember correctly. No, I drew.
No, it was no.
I drew Meows. I drew Meows.
Exactly.
Robó Meows.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, this is
Mateo fue el que le dio el
how
juego a
you finish up
Mateo.
the match, and I mean, I think it was a solid 2-0 victory to enter into the tournament. You know, as a current champion, must not be easy. But congratulations, first of all, for first round, and hopefully we will see you again here on stream.
I hope to.
But I don't want to keep you waiting because I think we have the second round pairing. So thank you so much for being with us.
Ya salieron los
And
pareos de la ronda 2.
because we will be back soon with the future match for round 2 of YCS Bologna.
Bye.
Mientras vamos a darle un tributo.
This support card is going to change my life, and it's going to be the best card ever.
Descansa.
Yes, I love Ray. I would die for Sky Striker Ace Ray. Oh my god, yes, I love Ray.
Me acuerdo cuando le hicieron ese día.
Yes, I love Ray. I would die for Sky Striker Ace Ray. This support card is going to change my life. I love Ray. There's Ray in my deck. I played 2 engages, I played 1 Hornet Drums, I played 2 Widow Anchors, and 1 Shark Cannon. Engage.
Sky Striker Snake Eyes.
Go back to 3. I had a lot of fun with Sky Striker Engine at the last regional. I don't think pure Sky Striker would be a problem. I think Engage could go back to 3. Spam your copy pastas now. Have them ready. Oh my god, yes, I love Ray. Engage could go back to 3. Spam your copy pastas now. Have them ready. This support card is going to change.
Creo que Spectra no me acuerdo si ya salió.
And then I realized, goddamn, oh my god, yes, I love Ray. I'll rather have Ray, I'll rather have Rose. Oh my god, yes, I love Ray. I love Ray. I love Ray. I love Ray. I will die for Sky Striker Ace Ray.
Of 2 cards. Those cards being Frozen Rose, those cards the Blooming of the Darkest Rose. The Blooming of the Darkest Rose will be a trap card that you can set up to interact with your opponent.
And then I realized, goddamn, oh my god, yes, I love Ray.
Frozen Rose, which will allow you to send your Empress of Blossoms during the end phase of this turn to draw 2 cards and discard 1.
Y vamos a ver el nuevo anime de Yu-Gi-Oh!
The Darkest Rose, and our Red Rose will continue to stay in the graveyard. We will now be able to trigger the Rocks Rose Dragon's effect on normal or special summon to add
I hate
a
deck,
card
then I
that
played and I was
mentions
like,
a
holy,
Rocks
this is correct.
Dragon from the deck.
¿Al inicio, Jaime? Anime. Previously on Brandon in white. Albasa. Albion. The Branded Dragon. ¿Sí, verdad? Sí. A ver quién grita más fuerte. Tutururu. Tutururu. Los Strangers. Todos los capítulos los he visto con ustedes. Está bien chiquito el Albion en comparación con la serpiente que ya se me olvidó el nombre. Pobre aquí. Se prendió, se hubiera puesto el Albion contra el strike. No pudo con la waifu, Joan. Qué buena animación. Ahí, esa animación está padre. Esa parte del dragón volando. Esa también. ¡Piu! ¿Electrocutado? ¿Por qué electrocutado? ¿Se bajó? Che vato homosexual. Pinche puto. Albas. ¡Los Sorsol! ¡Wow! ¡Ah, qué buena entrada! ¡Qué buena entrada! Ese es Iris, ¿no? Los Sorsol que nadie usa. ¡No! Mi dragón, mi almas, mi amado. ¿Se paró la polla? Sorceros. Se mueve. Ecresia. Dale, vale verga, dice. Tú me prendes. Al beso. Esta es una carta, ¿no? Esa es una carta. Estoy seguro que es una carta, ¿no? Sí, ¿cuál era esa arte? Estoy seguro. ¿Vieron la película de Frankenstein? Pues es casi igualito. Ahorita buscamos ese arte. Si alguien lo sabe, póngalo. ¿Y ese cuál es? Albion de Shrouded Dragon, ¿no? Albasu. Arbasu. Shrouded. La Iris. La Iris se ve bien god. El Mercurier. ¿Se hizo Oaxaco? ¿Por qué Oaxaco? Che vato, bro. Iris. ¿Pero se conocen? Es el que manda por Costa Robas. De Shrouded, exactamente, muy. ¿Se conocen? Sí, Iris es la dogmática. ¿Cuál dogmática? ¿Flor de Lis? No es cierto, no es Flor de Lis. ¿Es Flor de Lis? ¿En serio? Oigan, ¿de qué me perdí? No vi ese capítulo. Es ¿Era el capítulo de relleno que me perdí, chat? ¿Neta? Cuando Classy se fue, Flower se volvió Sorcerer. O sea, pero eso es lore, ¿verdad? Porque no aparece en ningún momento. ¿Es lore? Si no haces lore. Ok. A ver, quiero ver otra vez la entrada de la Iris. ¿Pero qué significa ser Sorcerer? ¿Desterrado o qué? ¿O qué quiere? O sea, ¿se volvió Sorcerer? ¿Qué quiere decir? Está chida la imagen. Daytuners. LOL. Estuvo padre esa parte. Está tan padre como la escena del primer episodio.
It has been a pleasure seeing so many duelists some of the rounds, and here today she is representing Yummy, but just straight up Yummy, pure version.
And to be fair, I think it also represents Italy, as we have Greece on the other side, and I find it quite exciting, to be honest.
Absolutely.
And I think Dimitris is one of those players that likes a little more spicy text, spicy deck options, and I think that
¿Es esta la imagen? No, esta no.
Is a very good meta.
Espero que llegue todo el anime con nosotros. Es esta. Branded Bond, ese es el arte.
Maybe hopefully showing you at home different decks throughout our day 1 and day 2. But I really want to see the deck in action, especially because Yum is super popular, and I mean, Dimitrios honestly may have his chances.
Special son one of Faldas is banished in your hand graveyard.
Just a couple months ago, Eleonora would have been absolutely hyped to win this title because the Gimme Puppet deck was basically a going first and win in the first turn strategy. Now it turned into kind of a tempo going second and just deal damage. And so in this case, I think if you know what you're up against, you might even choose to go second.
Iris,
so let's see how she will be reacting once she finds out what his opponent is playing. So let's find out. Our duelists are ready. Let's see who's gonna take game 1.
Entonces también eran dogmática, pero no salieron en el anime, ¿verdad? Vamos a ver quién ganar. ¿Era qué? Yumi contra Gimmick Puppet Brothers.
As you mentioned,
Eleonora.
In this matchup, because it is not about if Eleonora chooses to go first or second.
Eleonora es una streamer italiana, obviamente.
Give away his strategy by letting Eleonora
Porque estoy en el país equivocado, chicos.
I really want to see if Eleonora has already addressed this problem. And
se sabe la de fuga. ¿Con qué seguridad manda la fuga al center? Me he enamorado.
And that's definitely the best Yummy you can open. The good news, I guess, for Eleonora at least, is that usually Gimme Puppet doesn't really play entraps. It's on a lot of field breakers spells, and so most likely she should be free to do whatever she wants. But then we do know if there is one deck that really struggles against the field breakers, it is Yummy, the pure version. Like, I feel like Mitsurugi really gave the deck an additional way, with the prayers, or maybe,
Puppet. Es el underdog.
Even purification.
Güey, nadie está votando. Solo tú estás votando por Gimmick Puppet.
But If you are not really setting up anything else, it's gonna be a bit rough, but for now, as mentioned, she can do whatever she wants, and most likely we're gonna end, and try to end on an herald of the Arclight. Ooh, but we decide to give up Didi Crow. Wow.
Maybe this is an indication that
Cuervo,
has a lot of friends in her hand.
Yeah.
And she
Por
wants
los
to
está
extend
bien bonita.
in order to make
¿Ya te acuerdas de tus lives, sí? Ah, ya no. Me acuerdo. Esos tiempos. No, Mario tiene un año, güey. Esto yo me presta eso. Apoyo 100% yo.
However, you need to have defenses that are not shown.
Yeah, no, otherwise it's just
Miren, voy a hacer, les voy a pasar el Insta de Colosa. Es su usuario, o sea, Eleonora es Colosa en Twitch.
What is gonna happen next?
Yep. But in general, what do you guys think of Didi Crow at the moment as an entropy, especially in the main deck?
Apóyenla.
He's one of those hand-ups that
Necesitamos más creadoras de contenido mujeres como ella.
Address problems like Urgula to 5 mana, address.
Se nota que ya está jugando el Yumi.
Ella
ahora está los challenger, ¿no? Exacto. Le paga con él. Esta Leonora. Ahí lo dejé literal en el chat muy.
Sometimes it's better against the decks instead of, for example, bestials like Magnamut. And I think it's a quite interesting meta call, to be fair.
Verga, güey, sabe jugar el deck. No se pone nerviosa como otros Verbal players.
We can discuss if you prefer Bell right now or Didi Crow in the current meta state.
I mean, I think it's okay. For Jordan Lock, honestly, for example, we talked about with Jean Alex in the meta breakdown discussion. It's really a matter of how you really feel like approaching into the event, because I feel like at the end
en México necesitamos más creadoras de contenido como ella.
Also the Artifact Lancia, which has become super popular.
Ocupaba una Leonora en mi vida.
But Didi Crow for sure, it's an interesting choice, and I mean, I really feel like that the more you play with the deck, the more you can be comfortable with certain interruption or hand traps. And I mean, as you also mentioned, I think it would be very important to understand if Eleonora won the die roll or if Dimitrios let her go first. But
another interesting point here.
¿Por qué? Se ve Starlight.
And we'll see if Eleonora comes back. You know, this decision comes back to bite her. When she activated the surprise, she chose to special summon the Marshmallow from end, essentially foregoing one extra piece. Because what you can do in that spot is you can bring back the Capsi from grave and then activate Marshmallow, special summon, and get the surprise. So in this case, she would have one additional Yami monster on the field. Maybe she wants to play around Canines because Marshmallow is the only one who, you know, could actually activate instead of special summon, and so maybe that's the decision. But it seems like, I mean, one extra body wouldn't hurt.
You think that discarding Didi Crow is maybe an indication that she won actually the dice roll? Because I don't think that if your opponent lets you go first, that you discard hand traps.
I think for sure it's a bit of a miscalculation anyways, because if you think about it, she was not interrupted, and then she chose to use the surprise to special summon Marshmallow from the end. So in that spot, if you want to go for that line, you can just discard the Marshmallow, keep the Didi Crow in hand, and then you just special summon it from grave. And it does the same thing. So she could have right now an additional Didi Crow in hand for no cost. So unfortunately, you know, maybe the emotions kicking in, it's still early in the morning.
Me gusta que Marcella la esté criticando duro, diciendo que no tenía que haber descartado un Didi Crow, habiendo invocado Marshmallow a la mano. Y tenía un monstruo extra. Y era el mismo cuerpo con un mono extra.
And this is a big reveal. Okay, we do see what we wanted. Essentially here we needed non-engine. And we got Dominus Purge, which it's pretty good if you ask
Yo diría que Purga, sí.
Seems like Dimitrios is asking about the Yami cards, which is a bit surprising. Maybe he has not played that much.
How do you feel about
Purga, exacto.
With Didi Crow? It's quite interesting, right?
I mean, I really feel like that also Eleonora is,
si la hacen abrir, no tienes que citar todos.
She tests a lot, and I mean, it will be also interesting to ask her if she's going to be the winner of this match. Some of her choices, both in the main deck and in the side deck. But I also really like her approach in this game one in terms of she just went all in essentially. This is what I have. Let's just try it out.
Yeah.
And no interruption from Dimitrios, which now hopefully we'll get to see some of his gimmick puppet deck in action. So,
yeah,
2,700 jugadores.
Field breakers? No, not quite.
But Mansion the Crystal is one of those cards that you really want to see in the gimmick puppet deck. It is the card that lets you advance, and it has quite an interesting effect, and lets you.
Bueno, al final sí va a ser gimmick puppet. Que según yo el campo hacía Terra, luego no me acuerdo.
And also, your gimmick puppet monsters cannot be destroyed by battle and are unaffected by the effects of your opponent's monster, except for their Xyz, which in this case they're synchros, obviously.
¡Hala! No les afecta el campo. Digo, el campo hace que no les afecte.
Considering we didn't set up an SP, which we also could have gone for, you know, IP into SP maybe as an additional way to get off this.
Sí, podía haber hecho mascarena. En vez de ese campo haces mascarena. Yo sé, si te hacen ruler tienes surprise. Verga, yo sí lo nega. Es que si es negar activación. Sí, lo tienes que negar.
And that's huge. We do use the Herald, but there is cold by the grave. And this is absolutely.
Verga, la cara de Leonora.
No
sé si es porque es italiana, para no decir otra cosa. Las veces de Europa superan los 2000, pero porque sale barato viajar entre ellas. Bueno, Bologna sale barato. Recuerda que el país de la vodka. Por eso siempre hacen los YCS allá.
And it protects, makes your monster unaffected. I mean, the unaffected effect is there, so that's what you care about.
Effect, honestly, the one that you detach and then essentially special summon.
Puede hacerle Ghost, pero ¿valdrá la pena?
I mean, I think the deck is scary. I mean, if you don't know it, it's definitely scary.
Yeah, that's brutal. I think Dimitrios is still thinking whether he wants to chain, but no, he lets it go through.
A ver, sabemos que tiene una surprise, una purga y la otra maybe una impro. Creo que no es afectada por efectos de monos. El campo, digo, el campo hace que no los afecten los monos.
I think that you need to change the filter right now. Yeah, there's no reason to keep the this filter from Yami. You need to go to a
Snatch y mete el otro campo de rompe. Pues sí.
And maybe deal
Eso es
with
cierto.
Mansion.
Campo de sangre en 2.0. Ahí lo tiene que hacer.
He's debating his options. Put a card face down. Let's see if he's happy with it. And yes, it is indeed.
Verga, no me gusta que en las primeras rondas tengas que leer cartas, chicos. Eso es lo que más odio. O sea, así, aunque suene muy mamón, funado, lo que sea, odio leer cartas que no conozco. De decks que no figuran en el competitivo, más bien. Por eso el regional de Ciudad de México fue uno de los mejores torneos que jugué. Las 9 rondas, 9 fueron meta. Lo disfruté bastante, no estaba estresado, inshallah.
But as we can see here, since we are playing pure Yami, this is the way out. We can access a Kruki.
O fueron Yumi,
if we go into a synchro,
fueron Draco.
we can just use the Kruki to destroy the mansion, which I think
Ningún
makes
banco.
a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean,
Ningún
there's
Kena.
no reason for you.
Una Malice, ya me
not to
acordé.
destroy the
Mitsurugi
mansion
puro, ya me
right
acordé.
now, because you need to have a cookie as a backup plan in order to set 2 of your opponent monsters face down, which is very strong against the gimmick puppet.
Very good find from Eleonora
Perfecto
here,
para hacer
and as you can see,
synchro.
she's gonna access synchro summon.
Droplet.
And this way, the only annoying but
No es cierto, güey.
It's close to send, by the way.
Straight from the new structure deck.
Pero tienes la surprise, usa la surprise. Eleonora, usa la surprise. Yo sé que eres inteligente, eres bonita, no solo eres carita, yo sé, yo lo sé, que tienes surprise. Por favor, yo sé que tienes que hacer surprise. Por favor, usa la surprise. Yo sé que lo vas a hacer. Encadena surprise. Encadena surprise. Levanta el campo, lo vuelves a poner. Porque el Dimitrios la está cagando. No, la surprise. La surprise. Levantas el campo, lo vuelves a poner. Vamos, vamos, vamos. No, Leonora, no está resolviendo, por favor. No seas solo carita. Yo estoy ilusionado, chicos. Dimitros tiene que haber esperado que activara el campo, el efecto para destruir y ya hacer Fallen the Virtus. No está nerviosa, simplemente no ve la línea. Yo defendiéndola como si la conociera de hace años, ¿no? Igual Marshmallow no puede recuperarla, ¿Esa play de surprise es rara? Solo si con... ¿Sí hay surprise? Escuchen.
This would have been a huge find where you can... It's almost never used, but the third effect says that you can return a field spell to the end and then place it again. So I think in this case, this might have been huge. Because if you just save the Akruki from destruction, then everything goes through.
Yeah, it is... Back in the day.
Hola, Carlos.
This sounds like it's been a while, in September.
When Yami mirrors were very famous, it was the play in order to play around Spell Little Knight or Cosmic Cyclone.
Yep. And I think, unfortunately, she did not find it, and now she's again a bit in trouble.
But I mean, a croquis, I think it is hard ones per turn, so I don't think that you can
but
also
she didn't use it already.
Pero no lo había usado, exactamente. Pero bueno, de todas formas, todavía lo puedo hacer. Eleonora, te perdono, mi amor. Todavía puedes hacer surprise, mi amor, por favor. No sé por qué revives, mi amor, si de todas formas te pueden hacer Nibiru. Si es que el campo no te limita. Ya está leyendo, chicos, ya está leyendo. Chicos. No importa que sea todavía tarde, o sea, todavía puedes volver a hacer sincro. Haces chain 1, chain 2, lo pones boca abajo y ya destruyes. Por favor, yo sé que... yo sé, confío en ella. Por favor. ¿Por qué le dices mi amor? Confío en ella, le estoy mandando mi energía. Chicos, ¿cuándo sale un boleto de avión a Bologna? A Italia, más bien.
Could have been even easier for Eleonora. Oh, but now we go and activate it now. Okay, fair enough. You can just do it after, I guess.
Está. ¡Sí lo hizo! ¡Sí!
Yeah, she realizes it.
Let's go!
Although she could have done it in the same chain, she does it in a new open chain. The only thing here is that now we are forced to go for another.
¿Como 7,000 pesos salida?
But no, she just waits it out. Okay.
¿Neta? No te creo, güey.
At least, I mean, better late than never.
¿Neta está tan...? No te creo que esté tan barato, güey.
Dimitris
¿Ha sido, Osvaldo? ¿Para empezar?
Has to ponder his option really well.
What did she take in the end? The Purge, right?
Yeah. She has Purge, and the last card, I believe, is a Forbidden Droplet, actually, which is also going to be quite relevant. So, let's see.
No, güey, no están en eso, güey.
So now we move forward. Is it the Rouge Doll? Yeah, I believe so. So we do have the Rouge Doll in hand. So we can reveal an Exis from our extra deck.
Si lo buscas con tiempo, nada, no te creo, güey. Te juro que no te creo.
And now we have Kuki, but I think that mustn't protect us from Kuki.
But we can chain it in a way where it works, no? Because we can
chain one Kuki, chain two Krogi.
And this is exactly what she's doing. So good catch from Eleonora.
Estoy viendo que sale y de vuelta 17. O sea, ya 8, 8,500. 7 sí es muy barato.
Possibly, I mean, I think sending might be cost because then it copies like either the level or the name. Yeah, the level.
The name.
Yeah, it is cost.
So just
hay que hacer, a ver, envías, Bueno, Cookie ya le puso boca abajo los monos. Lo bueno es que la niña no es solo carita. Se dio cuenta después.
You can, in this scenario, chain one cookie to target the gimmick puppet monsters can be targeted, but they are ineffective eventually for mansion. But then chaining to a croaky to destroy the mansion.
Pintadas,
so here we can chain to the cost. And I believe this is gonna work out because basically the Rouge doll can add itself back. But since we are the turn player, the way the chain would work is that if we get the lolly, we can banish it as chaining 2. But okay, yeah, she's thinking about it. You should be cookie. Yep, that works. So now in a new chain, Dimitris will activate the Rouge doll as chaining 1.
Chain 2 target, chain 3 target, y por favor ganemos.
Eleonora is doing, banish it, and also pop the soldiers. And I think that's gonna be it. Well played by Eleonora. Emotions are there, but she managed to fight through them, and in the end, her opening was just a bit much. And I gotta say, the good news for her is she didn't even have to use her non-engine. So
sí, cierto, no usó non-engine.
We're still face down at the end of this match, and this should give her confidence, because I mean the beginning seemed extremely rough, you know.
Los italianos siempre se visten muy a la moda y ella
that's never a good feeling.
Excelente outfit.
And I really like the fact that she didn't be scared about gimmick puppet. She knew what.
Pero me gusta como Marcelo la criticó de manera bueno, son italianos los dos y dice, no, quiero que juegues perfecto. No quiero que juegues bien, quiero que juegues perfecto.
I mean, I think she addressed it very well, especially because her starting end was, I think, was good. Of course, like playing against such a deck, if you're not familiar with it, you may have troubles and issues, which was not the case because I think she navigated it quite well, I would say. And on the other hand, I feel like also Dimitrios, maybe it's not super familiar with Yami because like he was going through some effects from Eleonora, having a read, and I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's important to try and win those matches as much as possible for like if you play Yami, for example, because you don't really want to face those decks, especially because if you're not familiar with that, you can make mistakes when activating your opponent's hand. But, you know, here, what do you think? Dimitrios is going to go second once again?
Yeah, I mean, the gimmick puppet strategy really needs to go second right now.
Yeah.
I think that has a lot of problems that probably gets addressed by side deck options, but are non-engine.
Se da cuenta, está muy bonita, Leonora.
You know, strong trap cards.
Se da cuenta que la van a hacer iniciar.
Go first or second. I think that most of the time you choose to go second with gimmick puppet right now.
Yeah, surely, and I mean, especially given the main deck that he's playing. He would need to take out too many of these, you know, field-breaking spells, and that's not going to be quite the case. Eleonora on her own, I'm not so sure how familiar she is with the deck. Again, if you have just a short memory like about the deck, maybe she's still at the, okay, he's going to go first, try to combo off, and then that might lead to, you know, some mistakes in how you side deck, because we saw how important the Akruki is. And usually that is a card that you take out when you're going second, but
no.
A huge blunder.
No la vas a quitar.
So that is not going to be it, but they have done their side decks already, so why don't we just jump back into action?
Vamos a ver.
And right now I want to see the mini mind games between the two players. If Eleonora has addressed this issue that potentially
Engage,
she's going to go first and has side out all the Malchalmis, for example.
Bueno, ahí está Crocky.
But I think that
inició de fuga.
Okay.
Wow.
Bueno, ¿tiene fuga?
Honestly,
no sé si es bueno.
Especially
Ni sé qué campo va a dejar.
There are a lot of different cards.
Pero lo bueno es que Crocky, Engage, Bell,
just got too scared from
Obedience,
the previous opener, and let's see.
I really want to see how Gimmick Puppet has adjusted into the current meta state, and obviously for being a limited list, and how they can address the fact that they potentially go first. And since Dimitrios chose to go first, I want really to experience how he's going to establish a very strong field in order for Eleonora to struggle going second. As we saw before, Little Soldier has been summoned in order to send the gimmick. Which one it is?
Le van a hacer FTK. Siguen haciendo FTK ya con los golpes de la vez. ¿Quién sabe si lo pueden hacer?
Yeah, this is the best card in the deck by far. The Rouge Doll.
Yo creo que puede que sí.
Does so much for the deck.
Ay, güey, qué hueva. Yo si soy Leonera diría, qué hueva, no quiero leer tus cartas, vamos a ver. Bueno, fuga esta. ¿Jugará Nibiru?
So, here we add the access this cattle screen.
Oh, and we see As to Fugalos, which is very interesting.
Okay. Bueno.
Yeah, this is the answer that you need to have.
Yeah.
Solid has changed its level, that's why he can be used for X's material.
And here it's good.
¿Y el deck también?
¿Y
no le afecta por el campo? Ah, sí es cierto.
That's how you pronounce it. And yeah, it's now it takes one of the key cards of the deck, which is the rank up, of course. And I mean, as mentioned, I think the deck is very good. Well, putting pressure onto your opponent, especially because of the many exquisite summon that he can perform. And I think at this stage, when you have the rank up in hand, you can surely overextend this. It's just about here, Dimitris is just having a thought on how to continue this.
And yeah, here we're going to use the rank up, and at least Fuvalos suggests that Eleonora had a good read, because it's definitely the first card you would take out if you were to go first.
And I think it is also an indication that she probably won the dice roll. Otherwise, if your opponent let you go first, I don't think that you keep Fuvalos.
For sure, no.
Yeah. And here we see the CX20 Gimme Puppet Machinix, which
is no sé qué hace la
trampa. He gets the service puppet play, which
pero estamos tratando de hacer FTK, ¿no?
Brain controlling your opponent turn or whatever, because essentially you get to target.
¿En vivo ya pasó? ¿Qué onda, Larry? Estamos en vivo. Viendo la YCS de Bologna. Justo en este momento.
Those monsters. I think it's very nice. And especially because now you also get to use the field spell.
Gracias por pasarte aquí.
One material, bring back one of your monsters in the graveyard, and then go for another exquisite summon.
Literal,
in the form of
en vivo.
Number 40. Yeah.
Bologna. Un visual y se cae la estrategia.
So pretty, very good stuff, honestly.
No es que los Yumi jueguen bestial.
Yeah, you can see Eleonora having a read that all of these effects, definitely not one of those strategies you think you're gonna face off necessarily against in this event, and here is where you need to adapt quickly.
To be fair though, I still believe that
puedes rendirte en 5 minutos.
In order for you to choose to go first.
Está bien, así nos dan más de la carita de Eleonora.
Utilizing numero 4, the rank up card, is very, very important, and I truly believe that even if this is quite an interesting field, I think that going second is very, very strong for Gimmick Puppet in order to let your opponent go second.
I mean, I think the deck is also good in terms of if you win game 2, having started going first, I think you also have the advantage of, okay, my opponent knows that I can win going first, and going second I can side in all the mole charms, for example. So you also have that
Recuerda que no la
advantage.
puedes hacer Gospel. Ajá. Acuérdate. Ahí es donde le burneas, es cierto, pero ya no me acuerdo cómo funciona el burro.
So special the Machinix into our opponent field from the effect of Fanatics Machinix.
Fantastic Machinix.
It's like having the upgraded version and giving our opponent the outdated one.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, I think it's nice because essentially you oh, there's the bell. Okay, never mind.
Okay, creo que hice un efecto en cementerio, pero pues.
I mean, here I think it really depends on Eleonora's end. I mean, because she has 3 cards in hand, and
el pedo es que la Obedience ya quedó muerta.
It's not done yet.
No mames, ¿le dio turno? Le dio turno, no mames.
It's actually a pass. So.
However, you need to remember that in the pure Yami strategy, having a monster that is not
se va a estampar para que la Obedience esté viva.
Important because you cannot activate Engage or Obedience School.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's a very good strategy to counteract, honestly, the Yami deck. And here, you just have to crush,
Sí, crashete.
Makes a lot of sense, and yeah, this is exactly
Obedience.
But what I'm thinking also is, if this is your goal, right, to have your opponent having a monster on the field, not to activate the engage or any other cards, why don't summon the exquisite monsters in defense? Because the
Exactamente.
if you give them the gimme puppet,
Ahí la cagó Dimitros, tenías que poner las manos en defensa. Para que no se estamparan.
So
definitely that would have been an heads-up play, because as you can see, would have shut down the Sky Striker.
No le des a partir, Eleonora, vas a hacer Obedience Chain Hornet.
And now Eleonora will play in main phase 2.
I think that maybe Dimitrios didn't expect to be
2-0?
trapped by Bell. That's why
Yeah.
He summoned both monsters in attack position. But in any case, the best way is to summon him in defense, just to be sure that if anything goes wrong, that you have a backup plan.
Cámara, ¿por qué tarda en barajear ese güey?
Was really struggling, I guess.
Cámara, Hornet.
Having a monster that
No, Obedience Chain Hornet. Demetrio también, ¿qué piensa al decir? Pues se va a divertir.
Yeah, she's just gonna make sure to read this mention again. They are unaffected by
2700 players, los 2700 no van a jugar todo.
Again, this is a crookie, but yes, this does work, the infinite impermanence.
¿Pero qué hace el chavo o qué?
What else do you have?
Obedience, ahí está.
Oh, that's huge.
Chain Hornet, ahí está.
And we talk about the fact that having a monster can
no linkes con el token, Eleonora.
She had both.
¿Qué invocas? Marshmallow, Cupsi y
Cookie? Although we've seen less of obedience in the, Yamimitsu Rugi version,
Marshmallow.
In the pure, it's limited for a reason. The card is an absolute powerhouse.
Sí, está muy rota
as
la
you can see
obedience.
here, accessing free names, and just so difficult to interrupt the deck once you access that card.
Yeah, I mean, Eleonora also knows that the set card is most likely the service puppet play that was added from Dimitrios in the previous turn, and she just needs to remember that essentially Dimitrios, yes, that's what's gonna happen. So it's gonna take control of those monsters until the end phase.
Okay, hasta la end phase. No está mal.
This is the best options that you have as a gimmick puppet player, because otherwise, if Eleonora goes to Snatchy and have the potential to synchro summon anything that will be targeted later, Dimitrios would be
creo que tienes que seguir jugando así como
because Eleonora can just change Snatchy and synchro summon the targeted monsters.
Ah, no robó a Crocky. ¿Qué robó entonces?
And yeah, as mentioned, now we do access this a Crookie.
Bueno, ya juega alrededor de Nip.
We need to get rid of Mansion, otherwise we pretty much cannot play the game. And yeah, as you can see here, that's exactly going to be the case, I believe.
And also gives a protection from Nibiru, which is also very important.
Okay.
Yep.
La hizo Imperma.
But is there a protection effect on the strings?
Destruye el campo. ¿Tiras Loli? Sí, robó Miñón. Ah, no era Prosperity, no era, creo que. Ah, caray, ¿hay algo que está protegiendo el campo?
And I think right now Dimitris doesn't have any more interruptions, right?
Yeah.
At least not that we can see.
Oopsie, was for surprise.
Maybe hand-wraps, but I think that in his strategy he mainly focused on field breaker cards. So
I don't think he even has cards in hand.
Yeah.
I think
not at all.
Yeah. I don't think he has anything in hand. As you can see, like he's, you know.
I think that he has 2 cards. To be honest, no.
But where?
Oh yeah. There, yeah. I think he has 1 of 2 cards somewhere. Yes.
But where?
Yeah,
they are not.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a magician like you, Mike. On your intro, I don't think sleight of hand is.
Pero ¿cómo vas a recuperar Marshmallow? No entiendo.
Yeah.
Ah, porque vas a poner Miñón, sí es cierto.
As you can see here, absolutely great play by Eleonora, using the surprise to bounce and then chaining to get into a synchro.
No,
he does have. They were not on site at all.
This is the magic of
Está el revive Marshmallow.
I see you.
Y otro con un nombre.
Oh, yeah, that's huge. Because now we get the Marshmallow back.
Loli, revive Loli. No, es Loli.
And we have pretty much dismantled the field, so really a good showcase of the Yummy Pure deck from Eleonora.
Well, because essentially Dimitri is left with one card in hand and the Yummy monsters will be back to Eleonora's
Bueno, ahí juega alrededor de Bell otra vez.
This is rough.
Yeah.
Setea Surprise y activas Prosperity.
This is a good spot though to interact. Because you cannot change Snatch at least right now. But
what else? Prosperity?
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's in the perma column to be fair, but it was activated from the hand.
Yeah.
Sí, es cierto, está la columna de la imperma, pero la imperma se activa de la mano. Qué bueno que no se va.
Well, once again, the Prosperity really helping her out, and I think she's also banishing 6 because, I mean, it really depends on here. Oh, no, okay, just 3, but you really need to fetch something that may also be
Cuervo,
an interruption. Let's see.
Ah, pues Cuervo. Yeah.
Okay, there's the Diddy Cross. Okay, yeah, this is what you were looking for. It's quite good. And I feel like against the...
He doesn't get to shuffle, I think.
Oh, yeah, no, because I think they didn't shuffle before, so they just shuffle just in case and put the other ones on the bottom.
Yeah. Then why she drew from Prophetic?
Sí, cierto, no tenía que shufflear ahí.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anyways, yeah. Well, that is no shuffles.
The surprise.
I mean, very
¿Me das
good
mis monos,
showcase
por
from
favor?
Eleonora, honestly. It's,
we see that the last card in hand is another Ghost Bell, so not quite what
y la jugada. Bueno,
for only one real card now.
Now he has a hand, huh?
Yeah, now he does. Greek magic again. And yeah, this is the last card available to him, but it seems like he needs a lot more than this to fight back. And this is the Fiendish Knight, I think?
Yeah. But it
puedes tarjetear en el cementerio o en tu especially in defense position, but pues le haces cuervo, ¿no, güey?
Yeah, and this is what she's asking for.
J1.
Yeah, you can just change your synchro and then use the micro and call it a day.
Pues normal. Y si hace un link o algo. Está viendo si algo
The only thing is the Yummies were summoned from Obedience, no? The one they took control, so they should, be destroyed.
Ah, sí, por la Obedience.
Okay, they realized.
Los Yumi se tienen que destruir. Qué bueno que se dieron cuenta.
I think that this changed a lot actually, because right now Eleonora doesn't have something to synchro summon, so maybe Dimitris can change strategy in order to not provide monsters.
Slightly, because basically here what happens is she can chain, but then Ghost Bell shuts it off. And yeah. Oh, we're not using it.
¿No activa Ghost Bell?
Let's see. And yeah, we do use the Ghost Bell, but we have Surprise from Eleonora, so we can use this Diddy Crow, we can use Surprise, and I think we might still be good at the end of the day, but we do have an additional interruption.
Hay que ver si las...
Which is that in the graveyard we can also use the trap effect and bring back an Exceed's master from Dimitris.
Y revivir un Exceed, okay.
But I don't know how far that gets you, to be fair. And yeah.
No revivió Marshmallow, okay. Interesante.
Really?
Ooh, okay.
Efecto para remover la trampa.
Keep it for the trap, that's why.
Wow, es muy buena.
I think she's gonna use an on the trap, but then we can just...
¿Por qué la removió?
I guess we just try to go for the cookie to put them both face down.
Ajá, y haces cookie, obviamente.
You need to control it. Give Puppet Exceed more in order to activate the Puppet's play.
And yeah, as you can see here, we can just go into a synchro, and either we use the cookie, which has not been used yet, or we use the cookie to put them both face down. And we can also use both.
Como la magia.
And this seems like there is not all that much that Dimitris can do, because also we have not used Mignon in this duel. So here we have an easy way to play the game, which is just
¿Cómo estás, Leo? Tenía rato que no te veía.
Again,
snatchy,
getting minion, and
sí, cierto, gracias. Por eso no la puedo robar.
I think right now Dimitris doesn't have any more
cards. Oh, unless we have been through 3 snatchy. Have we used all 3?
Or maybe she banished one.
No, sí tienen los 3 snatches.
Pues
activas el campo. Actually. No tienes campo.
Because we have Diddy Crow.
Oh, wow.
Oof.
Verga.
Wow.
No administró bien los recursos.
This opened the game again.
Because she also banished 3.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ya no puedes saber la defensa.
It's public knowledge to see the defense, by the way.
Yeah, but the issue is both have recursion effects. Because if you attack the Hindi, she can... basically, both when they're sent to the graveyard, you can get back to the end.
¿SP?
So,
¿Siente que va a ser double loss? No, se tiene que rendir. Si ahorita no la puede, tienes que rendirte. No, ríndete.
Wow, what seemed like a game was over.
Se va a jugar con purga. Okay.
I mean, at this point, you really want to activate cookie.
Yeah.
The effect of,
no, ahí la regó. Tenías que encadenar cookie.
You can actually purge the mansion.
Y luego, si activa el campo, activas marshmallow. Digo, activas purga, no marshmallow.
Yeah, she might even pick up her card soon.
Está bien, ríndete.
She's really unhappy with herself and
ríndete, mi amor.
Wow, what a game this has been. And
no, pero sí tenía que hacerla así, o sea. Terra, ok, encadenas cookie, revives. No importa, bueno, sí importa, porque vas a hacer surprise.
This is not quite what,
tienes que recuperar, entonces vas a revivir marshmallow y revives un link, obviamente.
To the terraforming, you can just chain the cookie, and that way you keep everything in check.
Y ya el campo le haces purga.
But we need to address the fact that she didn't expect to
y ya le remueves algo extra, un exit, no sé.
All the motions are there.
Ya le puedes destruir algo con el campo.
Is messed up, you really get frustrated, and it's very, very logical to maybe don't be fully locked in.
The only issue now is she aware of the time? Because there are about 12 minutes remaining, and I think this is one of those moments where just pick up your cards and call it a day, even though you were close. You don't want to risk it.
Estoy seguro.
What she does. We are going to game 3.
Estoy seguro.
Wow.
Que Marcelo dijo. No
really,
sé
you can tell,
si sepa del tiempo. Y
and
entonces lo dijo en voz alta, como para que Eleonora lo escuchara y se rindiera. ¿Fue la double loss? ¿Quién sabe?
He really did, and I mean, emotions are a part of the game. And I'm sure Eleonora now will try her best to stay focused.
¿Quién sabe?
And pretty much repeat what she has been doing. I feel like she has dominated this match all along, but now she's possibly, just one game away from losing it, and this has to feel, quite strange.
I think that she zoned out when she saw the 3 snatches in the graveyard. Yeah. It was one of the things that she didn't expect because she didn't keep up with it, but it's very, very important, as we say every time, that the mentality when you play the game to be focused. Everything can happen, and as we can see, we can also see the other side of the coin. There are cases that you may think that you are going to lose, but everything can happen in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh, and you can take a win regardless any scenarios.
I mean, she really needs to keep her nerves very steady and reset, essentially. I know that for sure, she was in control of the game, but she still has another one to redeem herself.
Yo sé que sí se puede.
And, I mean, she's experienced. She's been on stage multiple times. She's been on the casting desk as well. She plays master
que no
duels,
pierda
and,
por double
I mean, from this point of view, I'm sure that she can surely do that, but she really needs to be calm and think about that.
Tiene que jugar muy rápido. Tiene que ser combo rápido.
Yeah, and I mean, if you really
ya lo tenía con todo y misplay, no importa.
That small misplay, maybe she could have won 2-0. So essentially, she was in control of the game as well.
Sí, está en control del juego.
Stay focused onto this one because there are 10 minutes remaining, and obviously for anyone.
Quiero leer hashtags. Leonora.
We have a new
en el chat. En muestra de nuestro apoyo. Ni que estuviera muerta, ¿no? Ni que estuviera secuestrada como aquí en México pasaría. No, pero ya en serio. Vamos a ver qué tan bien maneja las emociones. Está cambiando Micas. Verga. Está jugando Super Puli. Arroba 2 veces la Prosperity. Está rota. La morra está rota, obviamente. Leo. Ya no hagas Power Shuffle, ya dale, así es. ¡A la verga! ¿Cómo le aventó el deck, güey? No mames. Está enojada esa morra, Quiero hashtag Eleonora. Si Coloso viviera en México, ya no jugaría Yogi. Muy probablemente. Cosas del primer mundo. Go, Leonora. Hashtag Leonora. 9 minutos. A Marcelo. No ocultando que no le gustó. Verga, Hawaii, pues güey. ¿Doubles? ¿Quién sabe, Mario? Dale, nombre. Cupsi. Me gusta poder invocar monos del cementerio, por favor. Traducciones, dice. Cámara. Sí, no, invocar. Yo digo invocar. Normal. Engage. Marcelo se nota que está enojado con Dimitros por jugar lento. Pues no es que estuviera jugando lento. Pero obviamente quiere que gane su compatriota. Yo también lo quisiera. Dale, Ovidius, Hornet, Impulse, Fuga, Ash, Colby. Dime Ash, Colby.
There is a suggestion that you keep Fugalos for the summon of Kagari in order to play around, because otherwise they need to pass with Kagari instead of just summoning a Capsi, for example.
But maybe she doesn't have any Yummies.
Yeah, you have to take the bet that she doesn't have
¿Tendrá Yumis?
Otherwise you can keep Fugalos for the summon of Kagari.
Hornet?
I totally agree, but I don't think she has any, and so the bet worked out for Dimitris.
Okay.
And we use the Impulse here. Wow.
Nombre, sí. ¿Cómo sí? Está.
Yeah, you can.
Purulia.
Wow. And that's a Purulia.
Verga, güey.
That seems a bit unnecessary because I feel like she would have used the Yummy before, no? But I guess.
Well, she can like set something and pass also.
Yeah.
Fuga, Impulse, Purulia.
That doesn't feel good for her.
Verga, güey.
How do you feel about Purulia in the main phase instead of the draw phase, for example?
Está pensando, tú puedes.
Probably we can assume.
Andiamo,
I'm pretty sure he
ragazza.
only had one Charmy, so he drew it with Fuba. I'm almost certain about that.
Tranquila, mi amor.
Yeah.
No tenían jugadas.
But that gives a draw and another draw.
Perfecto.
So is that really what we're gonna have to? So.
Tiras. Ay, güey, yo creo que tiras. Cookie, Special Cupsi y... ¡Que joda, weón! ¡Robó la trampa! La que juegan para la ruler. Ok, bueno. Sin miedo, así, con huevos. Eso me gusta. Así, dale, papi. Go for it. No le hagas coster, por favor. Está jugando rápido, ya le vale verga.
because
Ya.
it's not only protect us from
Surprise.
the turn that it has been activated, but also for the next turn.
Seteas.
And
Verga,
we
güey,
get
ese
the
es el pedo.
surprise, the issue is, again, we have less than 6 minutes to play
Ya,
this
ya,
game.
ya. No veo por... No tienes que seguir jugando. Surprise. ¿Otra? Va. ¿Otra? La trampa. Ah, la trampa que no me gusta.
Pass back to Dimitris, who has about 5 minutes to turn things around.
Cámara, un corte nada más.
So many good cards available, from Lightning Storm to Forbidden Droplet. Does he have some?
Verga, tiene un chingo de
And
cartas en la mano.
again, we start things off with that
Demetrio neta toda la comunidad de
terraforming fourth dimension. We have seen mention as the first card all duels pretty much.
Ya será
But I mean, he has
verga,
like 8
güey.
cards at this point in hand.
Ya no le des esa
Fair
partida al
ball finds
de...
everything, but I don't think he has non-engine. Is it really full engine? Wow. That's unfortunate.
Va a ser double loss, güey. Ya lo vi. Ya me adelanté en el tiempo, chicos.
Monsters and summoning, not cookie.
Qué mierda, güey.
The lollipop
A mí,
monster,
yo-
in
bueno,
order to have more
o sea,
monsters
to
and
be
maybe
fair,
go for her
Eleonora la
monster
cagó
to
Tuela
have
2.
more interactions,
Con todo y misplay
because
pudo haber ganado.
we need to generate advantage from the second effect of the synchro monsters in order to reborn monsters from the graveyard.
GG. Pero ya, ya es double loss, ya lo vi, ya lo vi. Tiene mucha mano.
Yeah, I'm starting to be a bit worried.
Verga.
Well, especially because I think
Marcelo dice,
Gimme
estoy muy
Puppet deck
preocupado.
requires, some moves just to, extend your plays, and with so many cards in end, images as well may have different options to go for.
And yeah, I mean, going for the synchro would have been important also to play around Condolence, because it can only
Tenía
send
Bell,
monsters
la
up to
otra.
the monster special summon from the extra. So if you have a synchro and you chain it, basically it negates the card altogether.
Ooh, she sided that in.
Pero esa no importa, necesita otra continua.
Yes.
Necesita otra continua, no va a negar.
Sebastian will be very, very proud right now.
But yeah, is that gonna work here though?
No, no va. Dije que no sepas que hacer robos de este toma mucho
Because you
tiempo.
need another. Usually it's not the one you wanna draw, no?
Ok, pero la regó. O sea, hay que ser estrictos como Marcel.
You want Apophis the Serpent so that you can use it.
Levántale las cartas.
Because alone it doesn't do.
Ay, güey, no sé si es la línea, pero...
Because you need a second, no? Count continues.
Es que le va a perder alrededor de Gosler, güey. Es lo que me caga, güey. What ifs?
Yeah.
Si le para el combo y le da mano del win. No importa el rival, siempre ve con todo.
I usually want the serpent.
No, es que la mano de Dimitrios también estaba muy pasada, verga. Purulia Fuga Impulse.
I'm guessing she's playing.
Bueno, Fuga Impulse Purulia en orden.
Rabbit as well in the deck.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
That didn't quite work out here, and as you can see, so many monsters are brought.
And only 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah,
also.
It's really worrying. Like, I don't see a universe in which Eleonora wins
¿Qué
this
haces,
game.
Loli?
Just because of time, I mean.
And Cookie right now, I think, doesn't do anything.
Yeah, because
¿Se te olvidó el campo?
and I think she might have.
No, mi amor, se te olvidó el campo.
But now she doesn't have enough names. Yeah,
I think that we
Se le
are
olvidó el
solving right
campo.
now because she just targeted two monsters and
Se le olvidó el
just said
campo.
that I have
Se le olvidó el campo.
And you can see
Ay,
shaking
Dios
her head,
mío.
unfortunately, she has realized
Verga, güey.
that just emotions and.
Ya se puso roja del enojo, no mames.
I mean, it's heartbreaking to see, of course.
Pero la magia
because
creepy
she has
es
played so well throughout most
Si
of
le
the
sale bebé
match,
Pupe,
and,
GG,
and
no
now,
puedes contestar los efectos
we're
de Game
just
Pupe.
pushing for damage, but also Dimitris maybe forgetting that the push from the field
No
spell
se
is
supone,
there. Oh
no puedes
my.
agregar. Es que hay algún efecto específico, quién sabe cuál
This
es.
is a crazy
La magia creepy,
end
pero no sé
of
cuál
a
dijo.
match,
No va a ganar, no le puede hacer un tan fácil.
Is she really winning this one?
but the issue is, I mean, if it was for the all-time rules, this could have been devastating.
Yeah.
This could just result in a double loss, unfortunately, unless one of the duelists just
No le hizo Gosler, ¿por qué no?
decides to you know, I don't know, just give up the game. But I don't think that's gonna be a possibility.
Like 1 minute on the clock. It's
yeah. I think this is pretty much gonna be it. I don't know. Maybe there is just a speed run from Eleonora, but it's
Verga, güey, se puso roja, güey. Ahorita vamos al cambio.
40 seconds. Not even, no, because she draws and still it's not her turn. She just drew a card from the capsi, but Dimitris is still playing and yeah, I mean.
Lo bueno no gana por board match, lo malo perdió con los. No solo perdió con los. Perdimos todos.
Great match.
Hoy perdió el Yogi. Vamos a poner un minuto de silencio.
I mean, sometimes that's just how it is, and
this is one of those scenarios that you really want to avoid. But as we mentioned, gimmick puppet and generally speaking,
lo bueno, 50 minutos de la ronda, entonces no hay que esperar mucho para la tercera.
To play really fast because you cannot afford going all the time, go second. With the current time system.
A ver,
and I think that we just
vamos a ver si se puede alcanzar a ver la cara. A ver que se había puesto roja. Ah, no se alcanza a distinguir. No, sí se había... Yo sí cuando se puso roja en el ojo. Bueno, un minuto de silencio. Voy por agua.
Away from, you know, the action that we have witnessed. Both duelists giving their best, but we have always mentioned it. Playing on stream is never easy, and especially the first rounds into an event, you know, it's really not that you know, easy to come here, do what maybe you usually do at your locals events, and then you're playing at a tournament with 2,400 players with thousands of watchers, and you know, here also we have a huge crowd gathering because we are always slightly behind the main event stage, and it's a lot of pressure, but still both have a chance to advance to day 2, so they shouldn't you know, let this match get to their heads. They've proven in some of the instances throughout the match that they're good players, that they're familiar with their deck, and what can we say? Dimitris didn't look too familiar with the Yami deck. Eleonora more reasonably so, maybe she wasn't familiar with the gimmick puppets, but yeah.
To be fair, she quite made very good choices reacting with gimmick puppet cards. So I believe that she was really in control of the game. The only issue was the thing with the 3 knights in the graveyard, which is, as we can say all the time, it's way different playing in the main event, playing in the local, and playing in the feature match. You have all the pressure and feeling all these eyes looking at you and every play you make, and you need to step up and be very confident and straightforward, and do not you know, mess up your thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it changes so much, especially because I think she really played extremely well game 1 and game 2, and then of course, like, if there's also one small misstep, it changes the game completely. But I feel like she's super experienced with the deck, and also we mentioned this before, when playing against such a deck like Gimmick Puppet, honestly it's not easy because it's one of those decks which maybe fall a bit under the radar, but it's still there because you know, with such a big field, over 2,400 players gathered here for YCS Bologna, it's one of those decks that honestly I think it's
perdió con los...
And on the long run, if Dimitris wins matches, honestly it's one of those
fíjense
decks
que
with,
les voy a contar algo,
think,
una confesión.
So, I think more of our duelists, I mean, it's a long run.
Yo cuando sé que la cagué, yo sí me castigo mucho, o sea, digo, ay, qué pendejo, la regué. Y estoy con eso. El resto del día después de que terminó el torneo. O sea, no dejo que me pase todo el torneo. Me gusta que le pongan emoción, ¿no? Obviamente. Pero sí tienen que aprender, obviamente, todos los jugadores, a que algo no les siga como que cargando todo el tiempo. Digo, afortunadamente es la segunda ronda, entonces apenas van empezando, pero igual no se pueden dar más lujos así de tener double loss. El 3 No, creo que he jugado 5 regios con la nueva lista. Digo, las nuevas reglas. Y solo me he ido a double loss una vez. En el YCS de Perú, justamente. De hecho, ni siquiera en regios. Pero igual sí. Obviamente está culero jugar contra un deck así que no se conoce. Les digo que a mí me enojaría. Y se lo diría a mi oponente, de hecho. Sin pelos en la boca, digo, ¿por qué me haces leer cartas en las primeras rondas y no sé qué? Espero que para el YCS de Mérida no creo que pase. Afortunadamente conoce mucho. Pero igual, no sé. A lo que digas hará que no odiamos a Demetrio. Pero yo no le estoy diciendo eso para que no lo odien. O sea, Demetrio normal, perdió también. Es que se siente más que perdió Colosa Eleonora a que perdió Demetrio. Obviamente es double loss para los dos, obviamente. Pero sí se siente más por parte de Eleonora. A ver. No hacen entrevista. No van a hacer entrevista.
We saw a
Thing.
very interesting matchup between Yummy and the Gimmick Puppet strategy. And of course, when you are thinking about the tournament, you always think about the Yummy strategy, but the Gimmick Puppet strategy, instead, you don't always think about it. And it is very interesting to see this choice, because of course,
Hubiera estado cagado que le hubieran hecho la entrevista.
and you can take advantage
Un poco
of
enojada
that, which
estaría
was
ella.
indeed very useful during these
Igual si
games.
300 va a haber mucho más listos de Acotel, Exosister y Branded, de mí te acuerdas. Tengo que ver cómo se pone en OCG para ver cómo juego. O lo que juego, más bien, Osvaldo. Buenos días, ¿qué estamos viendo? Hola, grabo. Es el YCS en Bologna. Ahorita va a comenzar la ronda 3. Y ahorita vimos cómo perdió una ídola nuestra.
We saw that the first very good interaction was the call by the grave on the Herald, which is of course very good to try to get rid of this card and to try to get rid of a very strong interaction, because it is of course an Omni-negate. But still, there was a lot to do in this game, and we saw that a very good card was being used by the Gimmick Puppet player. We tried to get rid of the field spell, the Gimmick Puppet field spell, the Mansion, but we had here a very good card, which was the Fallen of the Victors. And this card,
También la misplayó bien feo.
because yeah, it was made for Branded, of course, but a lot of strategies use this card. Actually, we saw during the last
pronósticos para ver quién gana.
Branded players were using it, and of course,
De hecho, ¿dónde está mi
players were
pronóstico de esta
also
ronda?
using it. And here
Nos
we
vamos
can
todos
see that in the
tristes.
Gimmick Puppet strategy, we still
Lo siento,
played
Charles.
the Fallen of the Victors and the Albion as
Pues
well.
hay varios
And,
gringos que
it
fueron
was
a
very
Bologna.
interesting because in this clip we see that we use the Fallen of the Virtues in response.
Pero el double S es culpa de las fallas de habilidades. Pues sí.
Not to the
No te voy a decir
effect
que
of
no,
the
Leo.
field spell. And this is very important, because if we had used it on the field spell, well, it would have been done probably. But the interesting part is that now we can still recycle the field spell with the surprise, and indeed Eleonora recognized that and used it to then get rid of this field spell. So very interesting to see those.
Fueron LeBlanc, Rubén, Pac y Camarón. También fue Cotton, güey. La siguiente semana van a venir a Mérida. Yo creo que todos, güey. Todos. Todos van a venir. Urena, obvio, LeBlanc, obvio, Rubén, obvio. Pac, no sé qué tan obvio. Y Kamal. Bueno, Kamal ya ha venido. Entonces, conocí a una persona que hacía tiempo con la regla de antes y se ve empate muchas veces. Para el héroe, para él eso era irse invicto. Pac va a Mérida. Muy seguramente, muy. Ya te excitaste, ¿verdad? Si te veo allá, entonces lo vas a ver.
And it didn't really go well because we had the Fuvalos for Eleonora. And after a single Ghost Bell, we had to pass turn, which was, of course, not was intended. But still, we had a very good card, which was the Trap card.
Charging battery.
I mean, this is such a strong interaction because you are able to just get rid of 2 monsters on the opponent field. And that came clutch because we see that on the 3rd video, I mean, we had those 2 monsters, and we start very, very hard. We get rid of the monster on our field, and we activate Obedience Cooled, and this card has that one for a reason. With Shane, then the Sky Striker spell,
ese juego 2 era
and all
ganable,
of a sudden we have 4 monsters on the field. So still, yeah, we get rid of 2 of them with the Trap card, but for the Yummy strategy, it is enough to try to just break the field and put some interruption on the field. So very, very, very strong moment in the game, and at that moment, I think that both players saw that it was done. It was literally a done deal. But after that, even after the interaction and the fact that maybe Eleonora saw that it was pretty won, we saw that it was not won indeed, because I mean, we went through the 3 snatches, and it was, I mean, it was almost impossible for Eleonora to just get the things done. At that moment, we book the monsters, of course, and we just think, okay, now we can just start our turn and end the game. That was it, but that wasn't it. And we saw that some small mistakes can just lead then to a lot more mistakes, and we saw that unfortunately for Eleonora, I mean, this little thing just got into her head and led to a defeat. And I think that Dimitrios didn't expect that, but all of a sudden we were in the game 3. And in the game 3, we saw very, very interesting thing. The first thing was the activation of the inscription, the Gravekeeper's inscription that we saw during some recent formats, and was indeed in Eleonora's deck.
Nunca supimos qué le hizo.
Of some Dracotails monsters and Dracotail strategies, but here it was also very interesting to see that it was used against the Gimmick Puppet strategy to try to get rid of the presence of those monsters and those effects in the graveyard. And on top of that, we saw that the opponent, I mean, that was such a hand, because we had the Fuvalos, which was, of course, a very good card. And on top of that, we activated the Impulse on the Hornet Drone. So Eleonora was in a very good position. And after that,
verga, es que el pedo es que no robó un nombre, güey.
Which was the Purulia that we are going to see in a few seconds. And that was a whole lot. So Eleonora had to do like a half field, which is possible, of course, with Yummy. But, I mean, you give up on some interruptions still. And unfortunately with
la Purulia común, güey, también.
Turn, I mean, Eleonora
a mí me daría un horror que me hicieran Purulia común.
Which are, of course, a great addition. But the problem is that I think that she thought it was enough to negate the field spell, but unfortunately we need another continuous trap on the field to just be able to
espero que la podamos ver después otra vez.
Yeah, with the time that you can see 7 minutes on the clock, it was pretty hard for both players to get the win. And you know, this is a thing that is very important. When you enter YCS, of course you need to get good with the deck, of course you need to know the meta game, but you also need to be very confident in the fact that you can manage time properly. In this case, that was not actually the case for those 2 duelists. But they will, of course, get back on track on the next round and try to win the next round to still get in the tournament well. That being said, that was the analysis for this game, but don't go anywhere because
ni que fuese Joshua Schmidt para estar 2 veces en stream. Güey, acuérdate cuántas veces en stream estuvo Aditya, güey. Aditya estuvo como 5, güey. Porque llegó hasta el final, obviamente. A ver, hay que decidir qué vamos a hacer. Vamos a... Ahorita no tengo pedos.
Exactly that, a very nice combination from monsters,
pero...
trap cards, spell cards, and even the synchro mechanic itself. So, where is the next stage of the evolution for backrooms? Yeah, absolutely. With the next stage, we have Black inviting the Emblem of Honor, which changed Black's entirely. Because
Podemos jugar Master Duel mientras. El himno. Está muy fuerte esa mierda, güey. Bueno, para mí. 11 gigas de data se va a descargar. Sal la verga, güey. A ver. Tenía una escena para Master Duel, pero me gustó otra escena que se me acaba de ocurrir. No creo que se vea tan mal. Ahorita lo averiguamos. Hola, buenas, señor Nano. Buenas a todo el chat que se va levantando o va entrando, da igual. Hoy somos Team Eleonora. A ver, ayúdenme a contestar mejor esta mierda, güey. Ya van están esperando la hora, así voy a una tesa. ¿En dónde? Hablando Master, ¿quieres unirte con nosotros al Team Latam? Estamos yo y otros son Team Wars y primer lugar son mis otros. Falta otra persona, ¿no crees? ¿Cómo se llama esta carta? Smashing Ground, según yo. Vamos bien. Acá en Argentina, con razón. Son tus 7:30 de la mañana. Creo. Vamos a jugar algo rancio. No, por favor, que no sea Gimmick Puppet. Somos 4, pero nos faltan 2. Ay, ¿cómo? A ver, ¿no son equipos de 3? Doc Branded Shadow. Como que el Doc. Checa la historia de Leonora. No, güey, ¿ya la seguiste en Insta tan rápido? No mames. Dogmática Branded Shadow. A ver. No, son 6 y son 5 contra 5. Y unos... ¿Y tú estás con Jude YGO? ¿O cómo es? Tú nos mandaste a seguirla. A ver, vamos a ver. Double Awesome Feature Match. ¿Por qué tiene ojos de que está llorando, güey? Verga. A ver si se alcanza. ¿Se alcanza a ver la story? ¡Ta madre! Dile, no te preocupes, bebé. No le voy a decir bebé, güey. O sea... ánimo, andiamo, ragazzi. Está bien. Ay, pero si se alcanza a ver, es que quiero que lo vean ustedes. Dice Double Loss on Feature Match. Y aquí, ay, no se alcanza a ver. Los ojos parece que está llorando. Trust. ¿Qué? Algunas cartas que sí me sé y otras que no. A ver, entonces 6, 5 contra 5. Ok. Tú y otros 2 más. ¿Y vas a jugar contra otro equipo de LATAM o qué? ¿Y cuánto es de inscripción y los tiempos y todo eso? Vergas, ese no me acuerdo, claro. Me acabas de enviar mensaje en Facebook, ¿verdad? Sí, güey. ¿Pero cuándo se juega? Es que dime las cosas con horario, güey. Siempre con horario, güey. Y fetch. Verga, no se ha descargado lo de Master, ¿no? No soy tan mal así, pero quiero esperar a la pantalla.
It's just iconic in regards to the red and the blacks and the darks. And what really looks even more spectacular with these particular prints is the fact that they have corresponding backgrounds. So each background corresponds to the attribute of the particular monster. In regards to Black Winged Dragon, it's the burning fire. And then one of your favourite ones, the Black Winged Dragon. I'm a Black Winged enjoyer, and honestly, I remember also seeing it for all the matches in the anime, and there was something else, like when something the Black Winged Dragon on Beautiful Young was a very special moment, and honestly, having the chance to play this cards now with that is something that I'm really looking forward to do, and this is something that I think will be exciting to see the monsters.
Tarda demasiado en descargarse y tarda demasiado en iniciarse esa wea. Rapidísimo alcanzó 2 horas y media. 50 minutos estuvimos narrando ese juego de la Nora. Y podría estar 10 horas narrándolo, ¿Crees que el mejor del mundo es ahorita? Para mí ya entra el top 5 mejores. ¿Es de los mejores? No sé si es el mejor del mundo ahorita. La compite a Trif. Yo creo que ahorita Trif está entre los mejores también. Ahorita. No de la historia. Diferente. Aditya también creo que va a venir a México. También viene a todos los YCS de México. Que lo he visto. Que no le va tan bien, pero... Pues a ver. Creo que para él sí es importante la barrera del idioma. Bueno, no importa en sí, influye. Entrevista a Aditya. Estaba planeando entrevistar a Philip Bendiga, el que quedó segundo en el mundial. O si viene Julian Kion, entrevistar a Julian. Si no, Aditya estaría bien. Ya tenemos micrófono pro y toda la mamada. Julian ya dijo que no. ¿Dónde lo dijo, güey? Güey, ya no has oído nada de él en YouTube. No mames, primero tuvimos la ronda 3 que se descargan los 11 gigabytes de Master Duel. A ver.
Underdog decks, I would say. I would like to say that round 2, straight away, what an amazing matchup. Again, another relatively unconsidered deck in the form of the Gimmick Puppets, backed up by one of the front runners in the form of...
Ahorita le baja al Master Duel.
Yummy is an interesting one though, right? Because in the beginning, when Yummy was released, I feel like it was very much represented as a pure version. At this point though, a lot of people have just switched over to the Mitsurugi Yummy version of the deck.
Oh, hay más Draco que Yumi Mitsu.
As we can also see here with the deck breakdown there. Look, 16% of Yummy Mitsurugi and only 5% Yummy Sky Striker. Please note, this is just kind of the Yummy deck with a couple of Sky Striker cards in there, but still, you really can tell that the Mitsurugi version of the deck has taken over. But speaking of taking over, I think we have a new sheriff in town. We have a new top deck in the room. The most represented deck here for day one is Draco Tail, with every fifth player in the room actually playing that deck. John Lexi, what do you think? Did you expect that before the event to be the most played deck?
No, yo no esperaba.
To be honest, yeah, it was kind of expected to be fair.
I agree.
Draco Tail was the most played deck over the past few weeks, as we just said during the first round. And then the Yummy Mitsurugi was always the second one. So, to be fair, yeah, this is kind of expected. But one thing which is really interesting is the fact that the third deck is Malice Bestial, getting back on track. You know, it is still on the rise. And even if there are some answers in the side decks with Lancia, of course, still some players decided to go with this strategy. It has some very good things against the Draco Tail strategy. Of course, the D-Shifter, but also the Dimension Fisher. And on top of that, all of your interactions, you can just interact with the opponent and banish those monsters. Very strong against this strategy. And right behind the fourth deck, the Vanquish Soul Canine strategy. I mean, the past week we've seen that players just...
it's a very recent trend.
Exactly, they saw that maybe the Vanquish Soul was the answer in this format, because, you know, this is all about Draco Tail. Yeah, this is the best deck, but then players have some answers with the Retaliating and all those cards. And what can you play when you want to just take over and try to surprise the opponent? Well, get back with the Vanquish Soul, because when it gets uninterrupted, it is of course a very strong deck, despite the fact that you have only one Raisin and one Stake Your Soul.
Creo que vamos a ver Vanquish ahorita.
It really feels like the answer that people are finding for the moment right now. I think it's super recent.
Estoy seguro que vamos a narrar 4 rondas, nos dormimos y narramos las últimas 2 o 3.
All of a sudden, more and more people
Es lo que diríamos, chicos.
Maybe we have to find a different solution to the format. And I think a lot of the top players actually have found that very solution. So I feel like it's already a high amount of people playing it, but also a lot of top players, a lot of really competitive players are actually on that deck. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that actually being in the feature match later on as well. And I mean, we had some other decks in there as well. Pure Mitsurugi kind of falling off, still listed, but not really that much represented anymore. Not in the other category just yet, but definitely in terms of representation on the downfall. And then Luna Light, as per usual, just right hanging in there as well, right? Always a scary deck to be up against.
Yeah, exactly that. And what I love most about it is 39% is obviously going to be considered as other.
Yes.
I love
Alemán, francés, inglés.
We've seen that in round 1, we saw that in round 2.
Yeah.
It's going to be so exciting to see. We've already seen this in YCS Lille, that a deck that fits within that other category can still become the champion.
Always. That's the beauty of it. But of course, we are in Italy here at YCS Bologna. But let's see where all of our players are from here this weekend. What does
Obviamente la mayoría de Italia,
like, and the nationality that sits
donde más gente está jugando YCS. Alemania después.
Every second player in the tournament, 54% are from Italy. So they are doing their best to win another YCS here this season after already taking the crown in Lille. And right after, the Germans joining me here, 10%.
Sí, es cierto, en Lille ganó Italia.
After we have,
we have the French
crowd,
players, and this is very interesting because after that we have some people from the United Kingdom, from
like
Switzerland, exactly, from Greece. And what I want to put an emphasis on is that there are a lot of people who are coming from abroad, and that is very, very interesting indeed to see that you are very interested in
a ver si el siguiente año vamos a ver un YCS en Europa.
And to have some pleasure in those duels, and that put a smile on my face, to be honest.
Definitely. Like, we have some high caliber player from the US joining us this weekend. There's Jesse Cotton in the house. There's Steven Santoli as well. Like, some really well decorated players making their way over. Just in between rounds, I talked to a group of Albanian players also coming over here. Like, we have so many different countries, so many different communities all over Europe, all over the world, of course, being excited to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I mean, the best place to Yu-Gi-Oh! This weekend certainly is here in Bologna at this prestigious YCS event. But speaking of playing some Yu-Gi-Oh!, I feel like two players in particular should be ready to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Here for round 3. We of course have another feature match lined up for you, and I think it's about time to throw it over to the stage because there Ed of course is waiting with our next feature match. So Ed, please take it away.
Welcome. We are here with our next feature match here at
este
YCS
güey,
Bologna.
no
So
me
in front of
acuerdo,
me, I
pero
have
es
Flamino
Rossi.
Jack McLeod ready to kick things off for our round 3 feature match. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll. Who would like to go first? Flaminio is going to roll this first, and let's see what they've rolled. That is a 7. And for Jack, that is a 9. Jack, are you going to go first? Jack is going to go first, so straight back over to you guys. Not a very long break over here for you guys, but now you've got to talk your way through another match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Indeed, actually the players are ready, and we saw that Jack was winning the die roll. Let's get into the round 3.
Jack may have won the die roll, but it is on the other hand Flaminio Rossi being on the top end here in the blue corner. And that man, when he is playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In Bologna, is certainly someone to be recognized because he is the national champion of Italy. That, of course, that national championship was held here in Bologna, and he made top 4 at YCS Bologna previously as well, and therefore is definitely someone you have to be feared of.
Absolutely, and something that you can fear is, of course, also this branded fusion.
¿Otro Dimitrios?
Es
que no han cambiado los nombres. Ni siquiera, no han cambiado nada de lo de gimmick ni de...
We can see the Frixel being said to the graveyard,
ni de Yumi. Obviamente iba a jugar Dragon Tail. Ya quiero verlo en stream. Y que le toque contra Sky Striker estaría increíble.
To just put the ceiling even higher, and that's very, very interesting because sometimes you think that the Draco Tail strategy does something, but not kind of enough, you know.
No sé qué traerá
Flaminio. A whole more. What do you think about those different ways to play Draco Tail? Because we've seen some branded, we've seen some canine, we've seen some pure Draco Tail. What is the best, in your opinion?
I mean, I absolutely love the inclusion of Draco Tail Frixel right now because it is what allows Branded Fusion become such a low resource combo for the entire strategy. What Draco Tail previously had before Frixel, and keeping in mind that Branded Fusion recently came back to 2, before that they really did kind of need 1, if not 2 cards to get their Fusion Summon plays, as most Fusion Summons need. Now when you have Branded Fusion, not only do you get to set a Draco Tail spell or trap directly off of the Frixel, you're trying to get direct access into Lucaeus, you've got Mululu here now, and also you have Arfulion. So that you're just maintaining so much resources, incredible, and being able to bring back the Frixel allows you to get another card back from the graveyard to your hand, which is just absolutely insane when you're trying to control that scenario.
Yeah, to answer your question shortly, John Alexi, I think the branded Draco Tail version, in my personal opinion, is the best version of the deck right now. And if I would have to choose one of them, I would go with this very version, as Jack also did. And now that our overlay also is correct, of course, no surprise, the success that Flaminio had in Bologna previously always came with the Memento deck. So obviously, even the format drastically has changed since then, he is still on that deck and he's still successful with it as well, being 2-0 currently.
And that is very interesting indeed. We see that some players decide to try to surprise the opponent, to try to find some strategies that are not really expected. And the Memento strategy is one of those. Of course, when you enter the tournament, you don't expect to play a lot of those players. You don't expect to play a lot of Mementos, of Branded, and those cards. They can literally surprise the opponent, get advantage of that, and literally just win you the entire thing. We've seen that in Lille, of course, with the Apophis strategy, and we might as well see that here in Bologna. But for now, Jack is not stopping here. He's activating the Keru. It's not going to be able to fuse, of course, but still we are going to get access to some more cards, and we know that is very, very, very important in the Dracotail strategy since it is more interruptions.
Yeah, so...
No les he puesto la cabeza por... Ahí está, Memento, sigue con Memento.
Or is it rather a control deck? See, I know you have been playing the deck yourself quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And in my opinion, this is not really a combo deck because you are not going to go into huge combos like, for example, the Yomi strategy. You are keeping it, a little bit slower, but you have to play it in the right way and use it at the right time. And this is what makes the difference.
Flamino jugó Dracotail. Se me hace raro que juegue Memento.
Like casually, and a player who knows exactly what he is doing. You know, here Jack is not doing a whole combo, but still he has a lot of interruptions. Now we see the Gulamel as well as the Sting, which is a very good addition to the deck. And now he's gonna have to play it perfectly to try to interrupt the opponent. And he's gonna have to play perfectly because this is Memento. And Memento, I mean,
Memento can make things happen for sure, that's true. I like how in Lille, it was still a little bit of a question whether the Dracotail players were running Dracotail Sting. And I think in the last couple of weeks, it has become a no-brainer. I rarely see any Dracotail list not just running every single trap card. They're just too good. They are basically your main piece of interaction on your end field. And therefore it's no surprise that also now Jack has access to all three. He has Sting, he has Flame, and he also has a Horn there.
Are we about to see a Fallen of Virtuous?
Oh, se añade contra Brand Diffusion. Tendrá Fallen of Virtuous seteada ya.
As you've already mentioned, Dracotail Sting backed up with a Dracotail Horn. We don't know. Oh, there is the Horn and the Flame, so we know Flame, we know Sting, we know Horn.
Sí, la otra es Fallen of Virtuous seguramente. Tal vez juega una.
Plus you have Mululu that can activate and
Yo creo que lo trae Breaker.
And it'd be very crazy not to have a Fae Maina in the hand. So there's a lot of interactions for to be activated on this one here. So it's going to be very interesting to see. But it's great to see Jack thinking that step ahead, that if the field does get broken, we have a Brand Fusion.
I mean, yes, but it could also be a tell, right? If they're searching for a Brand Fusion, that could mean that the last unknown card in the Spell and Trap Zone is the Fallen of the Virtuous, and therefore we can't search it anymore. Could be both, though. Maybe he is valuing the follow-up more. I think both could definitely be applying, but Flaminio definitely has a challenge to go into here, and he thinks that challenge is not going to be doable.
No quiere mostrarle el deck.
Game 1 goes to Jack.
Asume, pero es que Flaminio estuvo jugando Draco.
This deck is powerful. This deck is the most represented deck in the room right now, and it is that for a reason, as it is just so strong. It doesn't look so scary in terms of monsters.
No quiso mostrarle el deck.
Yeah, there's a Gulamel which can, like, Thunder Dragon, Titan-esque, just
puede ser un Yumimitsu.
But that's not really where the strength comes from.
Yo dijera, es Yumimitsu.
Where the magic happens,
si son 40.
The interruption comes from, and then in addition to that, they're also just having the space for so many hand interactions as well. There's Ash Blossoms, there's sometimes even Effect Veilers and that kind of stuff. So that deck is just incredibly strong.
Igual en la mano no podía, güey, o sea, también.
And it is also very strong going second because, as you just mentioned, you have a lot of hand interruptions, but also the Fae Maina. Fae Maina is such a good card, being able to fuse and to get some resources as well as interrupting the opponent. And speaking about the Fallen of the Virtues specifically, I mean, this is very interesting because when we saw the end field of Jack, I mean, you have some disruptions that are destructions, and going against Memento, I mean, activating a Fallen of the Virtues might not feel that good because, of course, when they get destroyed, you activate
it enables a couple of things.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether you are able to interrupt properly with those interactions.
Yo tengo más la duda de cómo traeré a la decklist Flamino.
Also to see how you can deal with it if you don't get access to the Fae Maina, to those hand interactions. I mean, it might be very hard because the Memento deck
when it's not stopped properly, it does a whole lot.
For sure. And I mean, also, Flaminio Rossi is
Diría
so
esto lo intentó,
brilliant with
pero
the
con
memento
tanta
deck.
interrupción
I
mejor no dar
feel like
info.
he
Creo que
surely
sigue
was
así ya le das
anticipating this
maestría al
Draco
oponente
Tail deck to
Tech
be
Card y
so
todo.
popular. Like, he always has a very good understanding of how the format is looking like. So he must have adjusted his non-engine to that Draco Tail deck being so relevant, and therefore is he running non-engine cards that could be helpful? What are even non-engine cards that are able?
O sea, lo que vi era super poli en la mano de
Not
Flamino.
only you try to interrupt your opponent, but
Pero lo
you
demás...
got access to the follow-up, because of course you are using some cards from your hand.
Yeah.
Then you want to just get back those resources. If the Arsalian does not resolve, it is a bit harder, because you start with...
Me gusta que las rondas empiecen en verguiza.
While you have an entire field to just get rid of.
Lo bueno de las
And
nuevas
you
reglas
also
del
can
tiempo.
dodge like the spell negation then as well with the droplet, right? When they're targeting your spell card to negate it, you're like, okay, I'll try my forbidden droplet, no negation anymore, and that can help so much because that also then denies withdraw, which is even less follow-up then eventually. So maybe forbidden droplet is the way to go. Forbidden droplet being a staple and classic in Memento as well, though, right? That card has been around there forever. What do we think about super polymerization? Is it good? It's kind of good, right?
I think it's a really good, especially if you are able to play the Secturion Dragon.
Yeah.
In the Dracotail matchup, that ultimately comes down to, if you're playing that is one of the biggest forms of weaknesses against the Dracotail strategy.
Agreed.
You can consider something like the Retaliating Sea, but I feel that if a deck has the ability to play Super Polymerization, which has that added benefit of your opponent not being able to react with anything, it really does give you the ability to stop a chain as you want it, and then you're also being able to get yourself a very powerful monster on the field. And in the particular Dracotail matchup that we're about to watch, it does give you an additional edge because then you're starting to negate and stop all of the effects of the Gulamel, the Arfulion, all the cards that want to kind of give back that resource, give back the interruption. It's a very powerful
100%.
option.
And I mean, in the extra deck of a Memento deck, usually you have the space to include those kind of cards, and therefore I would expect, if there is super polymerization, to also have Secretarion right next to it. But right next to it is also the featured match stage, and I think I just saw a glimpse of the players, and I think they are ready to play again. So why don't we go back right into the dueling action for game
Muy
number
bien,
2.
ya, ahora sí.
And we are actually back for game 2. Flaminio didn't have the chance to play during the last game. He decided to just literally scoop the game away. And this is also very interesting because considering the fact that during the last round we saw time was a decisive factor. I mean, Flaminio very well aware that he doesn't want to waste time and to be able to play probably the 2 last games. I mean, let's hope for him that it's going to be 2 last games. But for now, he's going to have to win this one to be able to
Anguish, okay, tenemos buen
this is a
combo.
very good way to start things off with the Anguish on the field, which will be able to just try to get access to some more engine.
Ya traía el Tatsu en la mano.
Tatsuniti Chogo in hand does not matter.
No sé por qué no le
you want to
hizo.
search that out of the Anguish, but when you already have it in hand, that Ash Blossom pretty much did
Es que la Ash
nothing,
siempre es el
and Flaminio
Tatsu,
is
tú no
all
sigues.
smiles from here.
Yeah, this is totally heartbreaking because against Memento you want to cut the things really fast because you don't want them to get access to those destruction, of course. You don't want them to have all the effects enabled, and here Jack decided to activate the Ash Blossom, and we can totally understand that. But Flaminio had the answer because he already had the monster, as you just stated. And the fact that Tatsu is so strong, being able to send 3 cards from the deck to the graveyard and get access to Garrick and to be able to access the Fusion Summon. I mean, Flaminio is really well in the game right now.
Interesting. We decided to add back the Tatsuniti Chogo to our hand there with the Garrick. Usually you're trying to get the Sleepy back in, but that was a bit different here, interestingly enough. Now Maze comes back.
5 mana?
Maze searches for Fusion, and Fusion, the Memento Fusion, is of course, now that we have destroyed a couple of monsters in our possession, able to fuse with Materias from the graveyard. I mean, Jack showed us the variant of Fusion summoning from the deck with the Branded Fusion, but there is small Charmy Fuvalos on the side of Jack, and no response from Flaminio, as it seems.
Yeah, Fuvalos being of course very good in the meta game and played
Pero
by
creo que
a
solo
lot of players.
dará 2 robos
Taking
con
the
SP.
first spot of the most played cards in the main deck over the past few weeks, especially during the French Open. So that was a very, very beautiful statement. And here it is used against the Memento strategy, but it is not as good against Memento as it is against the other deck, because of course you can play through it and don't let your opponent draw that many cards. And on top of that, if you just perform the full combo, I mean, this is so hard, even with 8 or 9 cards in hand, to just go through it.
Ya no me acuerdo cómo sea el otro mono que tiene que enviar. Aquí
You
giro.
don't even need to give them that many draws. Like Memento
Aquí
is just,
giro
I think, one of the original decks to play
Goblin?
around the Charmies incredibly well. Like whichever Charmy they're presenting you with, they just choose a different route to go. So now that you have the Fuvalos, the Memento deck just has unique ways to play, to summon from the graveyard, from the hand. You can just adjust your lines completely depending on what Charmy you're facing. And now that it is Fuvalos, maybe we're just going to bring that Akihiron back from the graveyard, but we shall see. That's the field spell first. Memento Miglan. Oh, what's next? A quick end phase, or are we going to extend a little further here?
I think we can actually extend and use the fusion spell from the graveyard to get access to another one and get some more interruptions.
Yeah, I feel there's no real, as you've already mentioned, to play through the Ultimate Fuvalos, there is no real reason not to push as far as you possibly can here without giving as many draws as possible. I feel
eso le puede dar un robo extra.
Memento is one of the ones that can present this field without giving much advantage back to Jack, and then when you're doing that, you've got that ability to kind of slow them down. So Ketu is something you need to be very, very careful with, because once you're putting that monster on the field, Ketu becomes not only a search, but it then can become a fusion summon. So that's a card you want to be keeping in mind of, and then the Rahu, we already know how powerful that is.
Yeah, we've mentioned cards like Forbidden Droplet, and I think I've seen something like that.
That definitely is helpful.
Might be interesting, to be honest. And here we search, of course, the
La
fusion
fusión,
spell,
confusión.
which will be used during Jack's turn.
Y revivimos Akihiro también.
Through its own effect, and then we can also bring back Goblin through the effect of Memento Miglan. Use the effect of Goblin, and this is good. Like, we have given 0 draws to the Fuvalos after our fusion summon, of course. That was the one draw we had to give, and now we summon twice from the graveyard, and guess what? I feel like we are just going to send our boss monster to the graveyard now as well, which then it can come back, and additionally to that also gives 0 draws into a Fuvalos. As we told you, this deck can just summon from wherever.
Puedes recuperar la otra fusión, tienes magia fusión, SP y el Combine Creation, no está tan mal.
Can be very strong going first and going second to try to break some field, but on top of that you have the ability to play around some of the interactions
tal vez sería una buena opción.
Especially, of course, the mulch armies, which are not that effective against the deck, but also, as you just said before, also the ability to play Drake Hotel matchup.
Pues sí, por si lo ocupan revivir y hacer
cards on the field with cards like Forbidden Droplet, but also like the fusion spell, and try to dodge the interactions that Jack might have to use on your.
Pero nos quedamos en Akihiro, no sería el problema.
A pretty good situation, and it's going to be very interesting to
Falta un nombre.
see if Jack is able to break the field with some very powerful cards. We've got, of course, the Rahu, the K2 that you just
recuperó magia
right
fusión.
Before,
Tiene doble magia fusión. Algo hizo mal entonces.
And is one of the best cards to try to break some fields.
This was actually interesting here from Flaminio, because does he have Bone Party already in hand? As we search for another, he does have the Bone Party already in hand. That only makes sense, because we did search for a second copy of Fusion, and then we retrieved the first Fusion through the effect of Akihiron. So currently we're holding 2 Fusions in our hand, but that makes sense when there is the Bone Party already in hand as well. Surely not going to special summon here, as that would give another draw to Jack, but instead, and we have that option, which is nice, just searching to our hand. Jack's still waiting for another card to be drawn there of that Fuvalos. He was like, that Fuvalos is going to give me 1,000,000 draws, and Flaminio just says, no, not going to happen.
Tú jugando Memento,
dices, really important as well to remember that Jack's already used Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs, so we're already technically down a card. So if Flaminio did want to give a draw, it would only balance the hands back out. But if you can kind of hold back a deck like Dracotel that wants to maintain their hand resources as much as possible, it's really going to put you in a much stronger position as well. And as you've already mentioned, being able to get access to Combine Creation is an insanely powerful boss monster for the Memento strategy.
Yeah, but we had to shuffle back every single Memento monster from our graveyard there. In addition to that,
se rindió duelo 1 el Memento player.
So I'm wondering whether there even is something that we can bring out with our Combined Creation at the moment. But I'm sure Flaminio is maybe the best Memento player from all over Europe has a plan ready. He gets that Bologna. Look at that empty graveyard here to end turn 1. He could technically even activate Dimension Shifter right now. Don't think he's going to use that option, but technically he could. And now it is going to be back over to Jack and his Draco Tail deck.
And that's going to be very interesting.
Not so fast.
Oh, there's something. Yeah.
Ooh, Sleepy is going to be summoned out as well.
Special in
so
la
we
end
are going
phase.
to have some cards in the graveyard indeed.
Oh yeah, and that must be the end phase, right? Yeah, we get a draw for it. Doing that in the end phase here is certainly interesting. What are we trying to set up here?
Pero no hace mucho, güey.
At least we have some monsters in the graveyard. And of course, the Memento strategy likes to have some monsters in graveyard to be able to just summon them back with the boss monster. And
Está bien porque así juega alrededor de Nibiru.
Give one draw for that.
Bueno, no.
I mean, we just did.
Baylor?
So
Faimena, más que nada. Faimena es la carta que preocupa, no Faimena.
Snatch Steal Ask Effect.
Baylor y Nibiru no importa. Bueno, Nibiru ya lo hubiera caído. Más bien es la Faimena.
And we are also going to get the effect of our Twin Dragon from the graveyard being able to bring back another monster then. And we just saw, yep, there's the activation of that effect. That Sleepy on the field, not too bad either, because that, when it gets destroyed, could lead to another send from the deck. But now, finally, the turn of Jack, faced with quite a formidable field after resolving that Fuvalos. So, Flaminio, and I think I recently saw pretty much of an uptick in Mulcharmies again. Like, there was a time where the Charmies were kind of low in popularity. Yeah, Fuvalos was still a staple, but we didn't really see that much of Perulia or Meowth. But recently again, I think everybody is just playing so many Charmies again, so having a good game plan against that is nice, and Flaminio has that. But what Jack has right now is again Rahu, Draco Tail.
Yeah, so this is what I love about Ketu, is just a card on its own.
Right.
For Ketu on its own, is for the pure fact that if this resolves, we're not only going to be able to get a fusion monster that could become some form of interaction disruption, but you also have that ability to choose what you want to add to then fuse with. So you can go for a Pan, you can go for an Urgula. That will then start to interact with your opponent, trying to either take away one of their monsters, take away one of their spells or traps. So you're starting to attempt to pick this field apart through just one card alone, and Jack still has 5 more to utilize.
Yeah, absolutely. That is very scary when you are the opponent. And going second discard is, of course, amazing. He's going to get the Arsalian on the field, and all of a sudden,
va a estar interesante pensar las cadenas.
Some spell and traps, because of course this Urgula was chosen to be used as a fusion material, and now Flaminio will have to do a choice. Will he chain anything or not? And that is the question, because of course Urgula will not be able to target. So
I mean, we used 3 materials from hand, so stopping that Aphelion also seems really good, to be honest, because otherwise it could just get 3 cards back into the hand here from the graveyard. So we're targeting Mululu, we're targeting Ash Blossom, as it seems.
Ash Blossom is very interesting
Combine Creation,
because you want to special summon from the deck, and it stops the Bone Party in general, and Bone Party is a way to get some more interactions for Flaminio, so this is very clever here from Jack.
For sure, I like it. And Flaminio is considering whether he has to respond to this, and I wouldn't be surprised if he has to. We did decide to search for and I think the other material we used is a Pan.
Yes, we've used Blue, Pan, and Urgula. 3 of your best go second cards. And now we're having these abilities to destroy one monster, destroy one spell and trap, but then also attempt a non-target negation. Plus, with the Aphelion, we're able to add back our starter in the form of the Mululu as well. Like, we're going to be able to push through so much. It's really going to put Flaminio into this position here. Remember, there are some cards that can interact with Aphelion. I completely agree. Trying to shut off that resource loop back is very, very important, because if you're trying to add back the Mululu, it could telegraph that you don't have a direct starter. But remember, we already saw in game number 1 that Jack also plays Brand Infusion, which is an incredibly powerful card.
The Bone Party, but maybe there's the Forbidden Droplet after that. Yep, we maybe just want to have a good send for it. Flaminio signalizing there's something more that I want to do here.
He thinks about it, but on its own, I think activating Bone Party is fine as well, because of course we are going to get back the Ash Blossom. So if we do not activate it right away, it will not be able to resolve. So here Flaminio recognized that, and I'm not even sure if he's gonna chain something. He still thinks about it though. We've talked about that. Of course, we don't want to get the resources back
tiene las dos magias fusión.
Muy bien. Here activates the Infinite Impermanence on the Arsalian. Droplet is of course very good during your own turn to try to prevent the Arsalian from resolving, and Infinite Impermanence on the opponent's turn, it's great as well.
It is truly infinite, but is this chain going to end here, or is it also going to be infinite? Because Flaminio, I think, is still thinking whether he wants to add more to this, because we have to, of course, recognize that one of our cards could still be destroyed here, so maybe just activating cards beforehand is the solution. But no, we are resolving the chain. Infinite Impermanence is successfully negating the Aphelion, and now we can go ahead and resolve all of those graveyard effects that Jack has activated.
And this is very interesting because, of course, we've talked about the fact that Dracotail is very strong strategy going second, thanks to the 5 mana, thanks to all those cards, those hands interactions. But it is also very good because of the fusion materials. You have some ways to interact with your opponent, and the fact that it does not target is
Pero va a tener Rahu, va a tener las trampas.
It forces your opponent to just make a choice. Do you activate those cards, or do you take the risk that they get destroyed or negated? And that might be the final thing that makes your strategy off. So, yeah, Dracotail being good and being the first deck represented in the room for a good reason, and we see that right now. But will Jack be able to overcome the fact that the Arsalion was not able to get the resources back? That is the question, I think, of this game.
Yeah, exactly. But also remember, we still have Pan, Urgla, and Moolulu to set these cards. So we're going to get. I would be amazed if there's no Rahu Dragon.
Verga, está tomando algo de tiempo.
Also, probably going to be going for one of the traps.
Ya le van a dar slow play.
Unless we follow that up. Keeping in mind as well that Jack, probably knowing he's going second, you might take out one of those trap cards and add in something else. We might see a Ketu being set, a Rahu being set, and then maybe one of the traps that he may have kept in, if possible.
I think going second, certainly in Dracotail, it is pretty popular to side out at least one, sometimes even 2 trap cards, and that would most likely be what Jack did here. Which would be the one you leave in against Memento? I think Sting seems pretty decent against Memento, doesn't it?
More than decent, right? I think this is a very, very good card indeed, because you can just mess with the resources in the graveyard, and you know that the Memento strategy.
Úrgula tiene que destruir la.
I think that
Úrgula sí tiene que destruir la.
They are both very good against the
el
deck,
campo.
but Horn not that good because you can
Los
still
Memento que te hace pensar ya que no tiene nombre específico. Sí tiene Embor específico. Nada más que no tiene líneas específicas.
Because I think both of them are good enough. And they are
no destruyó el campo. Pero ¿sabrá ya que tiene doble fusión? Sí.
Added back a Memento fusion.
Sí, la mina tiene doble fusión.
So the other side card could still be another fusion. So this distraction here might have not been too nice.
Verga, era destruir el campo, güey.
Confirmation that we have Dracotail Flame still in our deck as we're setting it right there.
Ahora se ven buenos triggers.
We're going to be waiting to see exactly. We still have Mace in the hand as well from Flamino. We've only used one card.
Le va a negar la Anguish. ¿Está bien?
2 Rahus. I would highly expect one of those to be.
Siento juega el Horn Dragon. No me fijé porque está popeado 2 cartas. Sí, literal está en el cementerio. Ya ahorita lo tiene que revivir, según yo. No sé si sea juego, güey, porque no sé cuántas cartas tiene en la mano.
Through the effect of WatchParty, so we get to put our Fusion Monster back into the extra deck here.
Ahí lo tenía que haber revivido con el campo. Y el haces Horn a los dos Rahu.
Because it was immediately negated with the effect of Pan.
And it's very interesting. I mean, this game state right now is so interesting because, of course, Jack used a lot of resources, and it's going to be very interesting to see if he can still push through the field, because Flaminio, on the other hand, he has 4 monsters in the field. He still has some recursive plays, and he didn't use a whole lot as well. Still, yeah, of course, the Infinite Impermanence was used, but he has some interactions left, and Jack is going to normal summon the Lucius, which is, of course, the best normal summon, I guess.
It definitely is. Flaminio thinking whether he has to respond to that, but no, we're searching for Dracotail.
Se está guardando el Horn Dragon para las trampas. Se me hace mejor, de hecho. Porque no lo va a matar tan fácil.
Do we immediately want to do that, or is there a different way first? Because we have multiple ways now to bring back.
Además que también lo podía ver, las puede destruir con el otro, con la otra fusión. Yo creo que este ya lo ganó Flaminio. No hay forma que lo pierda. Tiene para destruir las trampas y los monos.
Todavía
tiene Mace en la mano.
Yeah, this is probably what Flaminio will try here. We are going to take control of the Arcelion, or at least try to do so with the mace. Such a strong interaction, to be honest, and trying to...
Tiene miedo al SP.
This game is all about taking the resources of your opponent.
Creo que estuvo bien jugado ahí por Flaminio, porque le pudo haber hecho SP a la fusión.
To be able to fusion summon and therefore be able to resolve all your effects and try to get back in the game. But here, Jack, one monster less. He's going to activate the Rahu.
Fusing with the 5 mana from hand.
Ya no puede pushar contra toda la mesa.
I'm wondering why it was so important to Flaminio right there to take control of the Aphelion. Interesting timing on that, because it didn't feel like it was threatening too much there at that very moment. But I'm sure with Flaminio being so experienced with his deck, but also with the current format, he has a decent reason for it for sure.
Also, I would like to put an emphasis on the fact that the mace would have been able to get used to try to, you know, be used in chain of some Dracotail effects so that you cannot use the Gulamel effect.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about that, you know, during the last turn when he wanted to get
memento. Es otra memento fusion.
He wanted to chain block the effect. And of course, you were absolutely right. There is another fusion spell.
Sí, le está diciendo, güey, que tú conocías dos.
I think that is what Flaminio is just explaining to him. Oh, hold on.
Is that going into game 3?
Quimera que garantiza el juego, ¿no?
Going into game 3.
Güey, no, ni siquiera tienes que bajar Quimera, güey. No, yo no haría. Tienes un chico de fusiones de momento.
Flaminio does in the end still come
Le puedes destruir toda la mesa, güey. No.
The scoreline here after a super quick game 1.
O sea, literal bajas la otra fusión, la Creation King, y la que regresaste al deck, y le destruyes toda la mesa. Toda la mesa, sí, toda la mesa. Toda la mesa.
Interesting to see that Dracotail has so many tools to try to break the field, but the Memento field, even under Fugalos or some Charmies, I mean, it is of course very, very strong. We saw
Era King nomás, mandaba a Garrick con esa propiedad hasta la mesa.
Very useful, the Infinite Impermanence on top of that to try to disrupt the Arcelion, and I...
Igual ya tenía para triggerarlo debajo. Es que también la cagó, o sea, debió de haberle destruido Mace, debió haber destruido, perdón, no Mace, el campo, no negar la Anguish, negar el King que estaba ahí y popearle el Creation King para que no le hiciera Mace. Que no influía mucho, pero...
Speaking of Memento, I think the moment that second Memento fusion was revealed, the moment where it was clear, oh, that other...
Va a estar interesante el juego 3,
I think Flaminio just like, they were joking and laughing because Flaminio was like, yeah, I added the one back and then I searched another one, so surprise, there were two.
Sí.
And that was immediately the moment where also Jack was in the clear that this was not winnable anymore. Really.
Yeah, I mean, you already mentioned Flaminio knows Memento inside and out, and you saw him pilot that expertly there.
Oh,
very, very resilient. We were all amazed when we were seeing Ketu being used free, and we already mentioned this, 3 of the strongest Go Second Dracotail monsters in Mululu, Pan, Urgula, and Flaminio was just sitting there like, I've got this, I know exactly what I have here, I know exactly how to count this, and this is what I love about this game right now, is so much back and forth. There might be 20% of Dracotail decks in this room, but that Memento, there is always going to be a chance, and this is what I love, is so much back and forth. It is going to be incredible.
There is, absolutely, and the cool thing is, and that is maybe something also to learn for the people at home, it's not always only about your own deck. You got to be so aware and so informed about all the other decks in the room, because this is where the success comes from. Yes, you can play your own deck perfectly, as Flaminio surely does, but then having also that edge of knowing what your opponents are doing and knowing how to use your deck specifically against the matchup that you're expecting. And Dracotail is the deck to be expected the most, and also the most represented deck here in the end. In fact,
se me hizo interesante que
Dracotail, the top players are making the difference. Not only knowing your own deck, but knowing how to use it the most efficiently against any deck in the room, even against the low represented decks, really. So that is where it comes from.
Yeah, absolutely, and you've talked about that, but being able to stay creative, to play some decks that are not expected still, if you know very well the meta and your own deck, you will more likely be able to make it to the top cut probably, and that is what those two players are going to start doing. I mean, we had such a great game 2, and we are going to have a great game 3 as well. I hope so.
Por el heraldo, obviamente, ¿no? Pero para eso lo jugarías Board Breaker. Super Poly, Eclipse, hasta Ruler si quieres. De hecho, Ruler. Cuando me momento, obviamente.
Straight back into round 3, game 3. Let's possibly see, I'm assuming Jack is going to want to be going first on this one. Flaminio does not look phased whatsoever.
Oh no, he is as cold as ice. He
no juego. 3 super, 3
representantes.
Wow, no hay fuga, no hay Ash.
And we are going into the deck as that one is again resolving.
Super Droplet, Ruler, güey. O sea, no hay cartas. Pues hay. Plus las fuga y Meow. No, ¿por qué no? Poseidon metes Meow, sí ya.
Yeah, it is good in Branded, but I've got the feeling that it's even better in Dracotail.
There is a reason why so many of the Dracotail players have decided to put the branded cards alongside. And now we're resolving the effect, as you said, of Frixa giving us access. And that's so good that actually you have the chance to bring your own Dracotail engine with the card. Oh. And I told you, Flaminio knows the matchup inside out. He knows he does not need to use Ashblossom on branded fusion as we just hold it for the K2 Dracotail. And that means we can just go ahead and take a turn where we're only facing an Albion normal summon Darkblade.
¿Cómo la leí yo?
The Memento Master is
¿Cómo la leí yo?
and resolving that Darkblade as well. Wow.
It resolves. I mean, if you're Jack, you want to interrupt as soon as possible, like the last game. You want to use, for example, the Ash Blossom on the first card, but being able to resolve that is so huge for Flaminio. But because now all
hablando del anime de algo, ¿no?
You are able to get the second
Pero no entiendo cómo la leí yo.
Those cards, especially for example the fusion spell.
Porque nada más por qué tú. ¿Cómo la leí yo, güey?
Jack couldn't play, so either he has
tiene virus porque Nibiru solo para aquel momento.
Or he has something like monsters
Son
that are
1, 2,
just
3. No, pero aún así juegas con toda la mano.
Like a normal summon or DeFi meta, and that is not good news for him.
Yeah, and I think that shows you once again that Flaminio is just a veteran of the current Yu-Gi-Oh format, because he knows that against some decks you just don't need to use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring against the brand fusion, because let's face it feels like such a no-brainer, right? You've learned the lesson against brand, you use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the branded fusion, but here he did not, and he correctly did not.
No, pero era lo mismo, ¿no? Según yo.
Rahu Dracotail instead was the perfect move.
A ver, según yo, si se lo tirabas a la brand fusion, es la misma mamada, ¿no? Porque Rahu, porque si tienes Rahu en mano, se te asquetu y ya tienes un draw en mano, entonces puedes hacer fusiones. No, tienes razón, Diego. Yo creo que se cagó, güey.
And yeah, Flaminio knows that, of course, you said that he's very experienced and he decided to use it right away. Jack didn't have anything else, so I mean, it's a bit
Jack la tuvo que jugar.
We also see that there is a Drowning Logbird, and this Drowning Logbird is not
bien. O sea, ¿por qué no seteas que tú? Yo seteo. A ver, es que no sé la mano, pero seteas que tú vas por normal Lukias. No, vas por normal Mululu para jugar la safe. Si tiene Nibiru, porque ¿para qué dejas Albion ahí, no? Sabes que es tu follow. Pero igual no te va a generar nada porque Albas está en cementerio. Supongo que se tiró Rejo justamente porque no tiró Ash a la brand fusion. Pero no te han hecho draw y tienes que jugar alrededor de draw. Juegas alrededor de Nibiru. Ahorita él tiene que jugar alrededor de Nibiru, Flaminio. Tiene que asegurar 1, 2, 3. Creo que no puedo hacer una TK antes.
end field, or just try and put as much pressure back on your opponent rather than just having to kind of leave it all there and pass along.
Yeah, and you said there, duel winning, match winning. It's kind of the same here right now, because if Flaminio wins this game here, this duel, then this whole match is his too, and he might add a third victory to his so far undefeated record here at YCS Bologna. When he plays in Bologna, he usually wins a lot of matches, and it seems to be that trend.
Tiene talent en la mano, Flaminio.
And maybe that entire weekend.
And I'm wondering what is in Jack's hand, to be honest, because he only used, if I guess correctly, 2 cards, being the Drown Logbird and the Brand Fusion, because he got access to the Rahu thanks to the Frexel. So that means that he doesn't have any. Wow,
that's it.
Doesn't
that's
have
the
any
fist bump. How was the rest of the hand?
What is in the hand? I want to know.
It looks like it was a.
Ah, no es Prosperity, no talent.
Oh,
the curiosity.
We had yeah, a second Drown Logbird, but
Double draw.
Such a bad hand for Jack, and that must be heartbreaking because
Gospel.
he came here to play the game and to try to win it
Lleva
all.
4 invocaciones, 5 ya.
Not being
Pues
able
no era
to
ni
play
Viro.
the game 3, it is so hard. I mean, you must have been through that kind of moments. We all have been, and you know, you can do a whole lot, and after that, it's all about resetting. It's all about
shake it off, shake it off, and then you can just
shake it off.
Because this only
tenía double cyclone, igual este.
A whole lot more. How we said, you have 15 rounds.
¿Cómo se llama?
Till tomorrow, so you have to just reset and get back.
Flaminio tenía double cyclone.
Which is sometimes difficult and differentiate some
Entonces,
players from the other players.
For sure, you just need to make your mind clear again. Every round at a time.
no tenía forma de asegurar todas las magias fusión a menos que tuviera Faimena en mano. Que tú normal, porque solo has usado una carta, Rajo, que tú normal, Luquias, efectuadas por Faimena, tienes que tener, no güey, de todas formas puedes asegurar las 3 trampas. Yo creo que lo tenía que haber hecho desde Brandfish. Pero luego de que agregó el caballito ya lo frena casi nada, solo frena la búsqueda más hacia la fusión y a la Inferno.
I saw that. I put it onto the backup feature.
Contra
I was also
Bestia.
surprised to see a 60-card Inferno doing so well here, but yes, Marco has brought a deck that we haven't seen in a while.
¿Van a hacer 2-0?
But Oscar on the other end looks like he might just be wrapping this one up here with his Malice deck.
Yeah, absolutely. The Malice strategy going all out here. And we came to see the handshake between the 2 players. The Malice strategy getting 2-0 against the Infernoid strategy. But that was all for you, Dale. They wanted you to get excited about this one. And
your happy face was enough for me to not be worth.
That was all worth it. But yeah, very interesting to see also some Malice, because we didn't have the chance to see a lot of Malice. And Malice, as we saw, was the 3rd deck being represented is this tournament, and I think that it might literally take it all. A very, very good deck going first, going second.
That's my call for the event.
Yeah, I mean,
Malice is going to win it all.
You're probably kind of right. Even if there are some Lancias, the deck has some ways to play around it, and still very, very strong.
Actually, now that you're just mentioning it, we have another segment where we all like give away the pick for the tournament that we think is going to make it. But for me personally, I can already tell you right here, right now, I think it's Malice time again. It's just coming back, and it's, I think, going to make it all.
No Apophis?
It's always in my heart.
I'm very surprised.
I know the back-to-back would be crazy. I would wish, but I think just realistically, analytically, Malice is in a really good spot right now. How about you, Dale? What do you think is going to win this weekend?
That's a very good question. I think there is a lot going for it. I really want to be rooting for these underdogs. I'm seeing Memento taking it in game. I've seen Gimmick Puppets turn up. I'm like, this is absolutely amazing. But I honestly feel that Loonlights, even with that 3%, it's one of the ones that has that disadvantage of having a weakness against Lancia, quite like Malice. So with Malice representation, you then take it into account. But quite like how Malice are learning to adapt their strategy to play
de la Ash. Necesito saber qué pedo con esa Ash,
doing
chicos.
that as well. And we already saw at Worlds, we've seen how
O sea,
good
puedo,
Loonlights can be. And if you're not prepared for them,
quiero escucharlo aún así decir.
Easy. And your pick, what is going to win, John Alexi?
Me cagué o
I
algo
would
así.
have loved to say Cyber Dragon, but more realistically,
why not?
I can tell you why not. But more realistically, I think that it is not going to be one of the best decks probably. So not Yumi Mitsurugi or Dracotail. I think that it's going to be more of an underdog like the previous tournaments. I think this is way better to try to sneak in and try to get the victory. Maybe some pure Mitsurugi, something like that.
I mean, it was in the finals of YCS Les, so why not? It was also there on our break. breakdown, so definitely a couple of players brought it. But the deck that Flaminio brought, of course, is Memento, as we just very much saw. So why don't we hear it from the winner of our round 3 feature match, Flaminio Rossi, and Marcello, take it away.
A ver, vamos a escuchar.
Thank you, Seb, and indeed, what a match it is. I mean, Flaminio plus Memento plus Bologna, I guess it's just the perfect match, no? You're incredible, of course, for anyone who doesn't know you. You are the current reigning Italian national champion, and you did it here in the same venue with the same deck you just piloted. What is it about Memento that you like so much?
I like the fact that it's a really strong deck when goes first, but has like a really strong engine even when goes second. It has some problem, but it can be fixed by playing the good non-engine in your deck.
Yeah, and you definitely showed us during this match. We can say that for a few months you put the deck maybe on the side, playing Dragotail yourself.
Exactamente, está jugando Dragotail.
But maybe, I don't know, the latest Forbidden Unlimited list gave you the chance to bring your favorite pet deck again. What was the decision?
And the decision was that I thought Dragotail was the most respected deck, and there was a lot of hate to Dragotail, so yeah, I think it was like a good choice, but a greedy choice, because a lot of people are prepared for Dragotail, but not for Memento. For Memento, people don't have anything in the side deck.
Yeah, for
Pero es lo
sure.
mismo, ¿no?
Decks,
juegas
Rita
en sí.
Plans back in the day where although it
te
keeps
duele.
on winning events, people really
Ash,
are not too familiar.
Uva,
They refuse to read the
Impulse,
cards, and maybe you show them once again why they should, as you are still undefeated after 3 rounds. But we can go through some of the key moments in the match. I'm not gonna show game 1 just because it was super quick. I mean, your opponent went first, had everything.
My hand was not that good, so
yeah. So you just picked up.
Ay,
your
dijo
cards,
que no
but,
tenía buena
from
mano en
game 2 on,
duelo
there
1.
were some interesting
Ya lo
moments.
acabé.
So the first one was mostly on your opponent. So he decided to basically
Acciones
shotgun this Ash Blossom right away. I've heard some people discuss that usually you should always keep it for the top
Literal.
two.
Las tres mamadas,
What's your
güey.
stance on this?
Visera Shift de Rita.
It was like a little bit
E
greedy,
Impulse,
but,
güey.
still, if which results, then I have like more mementos on play, so I have like more ways to fusion summons. So it was like a greedy choice for him, and it got punished.
Yeah, definitely got punished. And then we saw also something that you have mentioned in the previous events on how this deck can also play well through Fuvalos, because your opponent had the
se le hizo
Fuvalos,
fuga y no.
but I mean, throughout the duel you were able to
No
pretty much
solo dio
come up
un
with
robo.
this incredible field and
no, dos
only
robos.
give them 2 draws.
Yes. The second rose was in end phase, because I just wanted to have like more mementos on end, because against Dragotail I just win by follow-up, so I just want to have like the more engine on rotation as possible. So I give the draw on the end phase so that they cannot draw Nibiru, they cannot draw 5 mana. So I'm able to just make my board.
Yeah, that's a great choice. I heard, the commentators talking about, your decisions. Then they were a little caught off guard, but as you've mentioned, doing it during the end phase is crucial because 5 mana can only be used during the main. Then your
Está muy rota
opponent, tried his best. Dragotail for sure is also one of those decks that plays very well going second, but this was one of the crucial moments where, they established this Artalion and then you had impermanence for it to just top advantage, right? What is your strategy in general when playing against Dragotail?
Just to generate as much advantage as possible. So by using impermanence, I will cut their engine, so I'm fine with it. And the 2 fusions were like thought about it, so the 2 fusions were good because then I will play around Urgula, so they cannot pop both.
Absolutely, and again, it was another decision when you were going for it. You already had the bomb party in your hand going first, and then why not setting up double fusion? And it's a great way to have safety again. And in the end, this your opponent tried to play a little bit longer, but this was just too much follow-up for him, and so Jack decided to pick things up. But I think game 3 is where you really showcased your knowledge about this current format, because the game begins and your opponent opens again the branded fusion. No response. Then they
¿Pero por qué no le hizo? A ver,
and what happens next, Flaminio?
The Ash is really good against Dragotail.
Yeah, you do have Ash, but I don't think many duelists would have kept it not for the branded fusion. So explain a bit about that.
The thing is that branded fusion is just a way to set the raw. So if you Ash branded fusion, you have like a lot more punish. by my opponent. So I will just let my opponent use Brand Fusion, set the RAW, and then just let him use the RAW. Because the Brand Fusion doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and you heard it here first, so free masterclass from Flaminio here. If you're still
Pero,
playing
¿por qué no hizo
event,
Sanctifier, güey?
take this, you know, free advice and maybe use it in your next round.
No entiendo. ¿Porque quería setear fuera de
Your
Virtues?
opponent just passed on this. I think that's a huge sigh of relief on your... And you were able to combo through. What also was an interesting choice from Jack, which was this Drone Lockbird being played against you. I mean,
it's like good paired with other Entrap, but alone is bad. But if you pair it with other Entrap, it's like a nice card.
All right, but
it's all right.
Yeah, we all know that even if your opponent has a field, you can just go for the Akiron, and that's 8,000 damage. In this case, it was just
the thing is that if you have draw when you are passing with nothing, it's really, really bad. So
exactly, and you just showed it again, dealing 8,000 damage easily, and you know, getting that comeback. I think maybe after that game one, you were not feeling, you know, as confident, but it was a good match.
I'm prepared against the tail in the side deck, so
yeah, so that's good. You can get one game down. So again, it was a great showcase. If maybe we have one last question is, if Dragotail could be considered a good matchup, what is the deck you do not want to play against this weekend?
Probably, I mean, the worst matchup of the deck is still Malice.
Okay.
It's
Malice,
it's
the
like
per match.
yeah. So I lot prepared for Malice.
Okay, that's good to hear, because maybe you have missed it because you were playing, but you can go back because we have published the deck breakdown for the event. So it will be interesting to see whether your prediction aligned with it. But thank you again for being with us. Obviously, we wish you best of luck. As already mentioned, this venue have brought you good luck in the past. So hopefully we'll see more of you tomorrow once we advance to day 2 and then the top 8. So thanks again, guys, for being with us, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon with more action live in Bologna.
Bueno, vamos a jugar algo de Master Duel. Osvaldo, ¿sigues aquí? Verga, güey, ¿a qué hora te duermes? Mi Duel Pass, que no la he... Verga. Necesito eliminar varias cartas. Hasta me quedan 8 días para recoger gemas. A ver, Droll está 2, sí es cierto. Solo ármate el de los Signister. ¿Qué cosa? Está wea, hasta 2. O sea, me armo el tercer backup, dices. Verga, Colba ya está uno, sí es cierto. La secretaria. Sí, tengo 2. Del extra, nada se va. Apolusa. Colby tiene que estar baneado, pero todavía Maxi existe. No mames, güey, Colby es Dios. Voy a jugar 3 rabbits, es cierto. ¿Cuánto es la siguiente ronda, bro? Ni idea, güey. 10, 15 minutos. No tengo idea. La neta, Diego. 15 para arriba, diría yo. 15, yo no sé. Bueno, quedamos que TR está baneada. 3 nombres. Sí, voy a meterme la otra de esta niña. Ah, ya la tengo. ¿Debería jugar Delta? Uno, 2, 3. En la vida real es 1. Es 2, 2, 1. 2, 4, 5 y aquí igual son 3, 4. Es la misma mamada, ok. Yo juego 2 Ruiz, 2 Battle, todavía engine circular, pero juego contra Beast. No, no me gusta ese engine del círculo. Voy a jugar al Lure, güey. Uno, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No está mal. Vamos a ver qué más puedo desmantelar. ¿Tenía Purely? Ya ni me acordaba. Pero no tengo nada ultra. A Fire King, güey. Qué buen deck. Ah, me desmantelé. Ah, no desmantelé la Polusa, güey. El Van Oak sí pegó. Verga, no me acuerdo si lo saqué. Memento. Ah, me acuerdo que estuve testeando el Memento para cuando iba a jugar los playoffs. ¿Debería jugar Delta? Bueno, no, así está bien. Además estoy en modo galleta, ¿no? No, sí, vamos a ver si esta es la escena buena. Tengo hecho Servir Master ahorita en él. O sea, Delta niega las magias rituales, ¿por qué? Entonces, no, ¿por qué no, güey? La mano está... ¿Es bot? Por el rango digo ahorita son Dex memes. Pero sí es bot, ¿no? Por el nombre. Ni me dan ganas de dejarle full combo, güey. Yo creo que voy a hacer... Neta me da una hueva dejarle combo, güey. Tengo demasiada buena mano. Por el nombre, solo ve el nombre, güey. Yo creo que le voy a dejar... Crypter y... No, Ransom, güey. Voy a... Bueno, es que en teoría tengo que añadirme a la... Es que ya no tengo forma de añadirme a la Quick Play, güey. Está bien. No importa. Vamos a jugar un poquito más. No full combo, pero un poquito más. No sabes cuántas veces he hecho este combo. Ya me aburrí. Binder y ya. O sea, yo sé que puedo hacer full mesa, güey. Muchas gracias a Malis volví a TCG. ¿A poco sí? Era lo más conseguido jugar en contra. Está bien ahí el... Sí, ¿no? Se ve bien. Esta escena... Ay, qué hijo de la verga. Roban 3, dejaron Apo y Mr. Crypter Rock. Sí, yo sé, yo también lo hice. ¿Está esa escena o...? Verga, ¿qué? ¿Qué es? Luna. Es Luna, ¿verdad? Sí, es Luna, güey. No es vos. Es Luna, ¿verdad? Qué verga, güey. Lo ojo normal, ¿verdad? Dado 3 inputs. Yo también pensé que era Luna, pero al final no es Luna. Ahora más en cop, si juegas y ganas te hago paro con el envío. Verga, güey, ¿qué acaba de pasar, güey? La siguiente semana es YCS de Mérida, güey. No se te olvide. No tengo la escena de Master Duel ya. Quién sabe qué pedo. Bueno, vamos a dejar esa escena por mientras. Me gusta. Bueno, sí se ve un poquito... La puedo hacer más chica, sí, sí. ¿Así está bien? ¿O pantalla completa? Lo que esperamos. ¿Así estaba bien, Osvaldo? ¿Cómo ves? ¿Se ve bien? Creo que no hay nivel. Aquí está Nightmare Griffon. ¿Es que lo quieres meter? No sé qué tan necesario sería. Creo que yo lo jugué. Creo. No me acuerdo. Tiene 6 cartas. Es un bot, ya me di cuenta. Y yo jugando alrededor de Ash, Oswell, Nibiru, Bestials, Inputs. Qué babada. Bueno, ya con eso es suficiente. Bueno, la puede rever o me de regreso, ¿no? Sí, es cierto. Yo sé que puedo dejar más mesa, más combo, pero tengo demasiado bueno en engine y buena mesa como para que pierda. Y todavía no empieza. Está muy roto eso de mesa más maxi. Se sentía para ese rango bronce, ya cuando estás master rating ahí sí dejas full mesa. No, ahí no dejas ni full mesa, güey, te están interrumpe, güey. Qué verga, güey. Ahora, ¿cuántos matches nos alcanza? Yo creo que nos da tiempo de unos 3 matches más. ¡A la verga! Está chida la animación de la Impulse. Nunca la había visto. Bueno. Al menos no son bots. También Droll tiene animación. Chido. Oye, vi el comentario que le pusiste a Carlo de la música Master Tour, güey. Yo le puse... Sí sabes que yo le edito los videos a Carlo, ¿verdad? Bien, ya voy segundo una vez. No sabía eso. Verga, la mano está chida. Quiero creer que es la palabra. Esta madre sí me limita a Droll, ¿no? Sí. Bueno. 43. Jormungander. Ya ve, la animación está chida, ¿está bien? Yo solo quiero ir al mundial y estos vatos bien locos para hacer todo 100 o 10 en los ojos. También quiero ir al mundial, Osvaldo. Créeme que desde el año pasado quiero ir al mundial, güey. No, güey, necesito que hagas algo. Bueno, tengo valor, no está tan mal. Uah. Le va a hacer Ash a la luz, güey. No sabía ya formato GOAT en Master, ¿no? ni yo digo. Qué buen top deck. Esta madre está 1, ¿no? Ah, sí, sí, estaba. Ah, también le puedo hacer impulse a mis propias cartas, no sabía. Ah, no tiene interacción. Full OTK, ¿no? No, creo que necesito otro nombre. Vamos por Link. Ah, sí. Todavía está Link Decoder, güey. Se me olvida. Yo bajando Link Uribo, qué pendejos. Voy a darte un memento, güey. Verga, no sé si me acuerdo cómo jugar memento. Y me faltan cartas. Ya con eso es juego. Access más Link 3 Malice y para el Riga. René sigue jugando Memento. Ya no está jugando Memento. No sé si sigue jugando Memento. Estaba jugando Draco en el regional de Ciudad de México. Bueno, es muy bueno si me hace super poli, Yo dije que tendríamos tiempo de 3 matches y aquí va uno de 3. Ya me dieron ganas de armarme el Malice otra vez en TCG. Bueno, he estado teniendo buenas manos. Ya toca una mala. Ya Master Duel. Ya dame una mala mano. Por favor. Por favor. Pues... No, no es mal. Porque especial un... Ok, va. Resuélvase. Sí. Ya me quería armar Cristron en TCG antes de volver porque me dio el top 10, pero tocaron inclusión. Estaba roto el Cristron, güey. ¡Ey, güey! ¡Le vale verga! ¿Qué dice? Bueno, dame robos. Impulse. Ok. Creo que tengo que detener otro mono. No estoy seguro. Verga, tengo que hacer 10,000 de daño ahora. Esto, ok. Ni idea qué hace. Ok. ¿Me va a dar turno así? Estoy seguro. Le tengo que hacer viste a la 1. Sí. Debe ser Marcher. Watcher. Bot. ¿Quién sabe? O lo dices por cómo está jugando. Los bots ya juegan así. En mis tiempos no jugaban así. Cámara bot, aporte. Puta, ¿cuál es la otra interacción? Ya vi por qué es bot. No, ya puedo jugar libre. Me estoy durmiendo. Última ronda y ya ahora sí nos vamos a dormir. Y nos vemos mañana. Cuando empiece la otra ronda. Tengo que dormir, güey. A ver, llevamos 4 horas de stream. Verga, no era el lugar para setearla. Ni modo. puede enviar. Magna. Acabo de leer tu comentario de remover el sincro ya para que no vaya otro. Sí, esa era la idea. Estaba pensando hacerle critter y luego recordé que tenía que hacer 7. Ay, ¿por qué pensé que lo mataba? Ay, no puedo hacer 0-6. Bueno. Empieza la ronda. Ya está, empate. Únete. Gracias, bot. Bueno, parece que sí nos va a dar tiempo. Pero ahora, esta es la tercera, a ver si nos da tiempo de jugar 3 o más. Ya se está acabando la batería de mi lámpara. Ahorita me van a ver más moreno de lo normal. Al menos llegaremos a... ¿qué es? ¿Plata? Bueno, por fin una mano brick. Él abre, creo yo. Uy. No mames. Como que yo abro, güey. Pero por fin una mano brick. Estas micas las quiero en la vida real. The Mirror. Wow. Ya se apagó mi linterna. La vamos a cargar. Señal de que ya estuvimos 4 horas. Solo rinde 4 horas. Esas micas no las hacen a darse con todo nada. Esas micas se pueden tener con el plema. Según yo no, güey. No me creas. No me refiero a que tiene un problema malice físico que es malice in the mirror. Sí. Pero no las mix. Lluvio. Buah. Ya aburrí. Ah, eso es bueno. Si tira un mal está bien. Fuga set. No, ¿para qué? Mejor espero a eso. Ya va a iniciar la ronda, güey. ¿Y con Jack Verma? Ah, no, no es Jack Verma. Creo que sí le tengo que hacer inputs. ¿Tiré malice? Ah, iba a tirar una lure. Qué verguiza. Bueno, si hace normal el otro güey, yo no tengo pedo. Que juegue más rápido el bot. Hay que aprovechar ese mono que tiene. Espera. Ah, solo es de mi oponente. No, ya hizo normal, de todas formas. ¿Va a ir por engage o qué? Ah, huevo. Ya va a comenzar. Es Mitsuyumi contra Gemini. Ensalada de bot. Verga, güey. Ronda 4. Ay, porque excava linkage. La va a descartar, no es cierto.
We access the one-offs usually in the deck, but for now, no response from Pietro, and you talked about it. It's most likely, again, one other deck that just relies on spells, not really on entraps. Do we have the purification in the main deck from Antonio?
It does.
Okay, okay, yeah, here we see it.
Just calling it.
Yeah, immediately answered. This has been a trend in the, I think, last maybe not even couple weeks. But I think it's fair, I guess. When Dragotail gets so popular, you want to have additional interruptions, and it doesn't really cost you that much. It's mostly a matter of consistency, because it's another of those cards where you don't want to see it, especially going second. But yeah.
And I mean, after so many rounds of Swiss, you can afford to go a little bit more greedy in order to play only going first cards, but they give you so much bigger ceiling and so big protection and power to the deck.
I mean, I feel like it's one of those cards you can surely side in, if you feel like, but also having it in the main deck if you need the die roll, honestly, just, I mean, it's another form of interruption, so I think it makes sense.
Yeah, here we see the Samsara.
16 más 18, lo mato el siguiente turno.
Allow the Yami deck to bridge into the Mitsurugi, because obviously Herald of the Arclight is not only a fundamental piece of your
regresar la línea. Digo, la línea del juego.
To add the ritual, and with the Samsara you
digo,
can recycle it
replay.
essentially as if you have two copies.
So not only that it gives the bridge and the potential for going from Yami to Mitsu, but also gives the single copy of Herald the Arclight again into the extra deck in order to be summoned again, and not only be a way to find your Mitsurugi engines, but also be an ending piece of your field.
Yep. And at the end of everything, we see the Fugalos. So, I mean, Antonio with double move Charmy in the opener. Just what needed here. He can access the Lollipop, bring back two. Yeah.
Desesperante el bot.
I mean, a very good offer for him, especially because he managed to get rid of the two move Charmies. You know, one big normal summon and the other one discarded. So I think.
But this purification here will be extremely relevant, because usually you can set up with the prayers face down and it already grants you more. But the decks like Pietro could line up really well, because they are full of cards like Forbidden Droplet, Lightning Storm, and stuff like this. But the purification adds another layer of disruption, which can negate one of those, you know, field-breaking spells. Great stuff, but let's see if Pietro can pull this comeback off.
And to be honest, this is exactly one of the reasons that why I don't really like the going second.
Pietro, because when you play a deck that blinds second, you actually opt to lose
Marshmallow.
activating. Now is back.
Lo pone el D. Revivimos Cupsi, obviamente.
To win the, you know, that play, essentially, he replaces the Yami engine. It can do so much. And we see Antonio with an that play, essentially here by chaining the
chaineo Java, ok.
Choose to.
Ok, me gusta esa línea, ya la he hecho. Tienes dos cartas fuga y te da igual si te hacen draw. Tiras Mura directo. Ventajas de Apir de main y revives. Samsara, Heraldo. Si haces Heraldo juegas con lo demás. Robo doble fuga. Y ya IP y ya das turno con Pure y Surprise.
Look at one of breakers. I mean, I think Dark Ruler is one of the few cards that can help you with such an opener, but instead we open with the Dispersion, I believe. And yeah, as expected, Antonio is just going to have a read at it. Again, one of those decks you don't really expect, especially once you are 3-0, I would say.
And we have Purification for Dark Ruler.
Yeah,
so
exactly. But obviously, you're not going to see Dark Ruler in a deck that wants to just win by damage, you know? It's like playing it in Tempai. So not really what you are looking to use.
I mean, I can hear the logic that you Dark Ruler in order to clear the fields and establish mini fields later. But yeah, Gemini, that's really
no funcionó.
Okay, have all the damage in the battle phase. It's quite odd.
Special efecto.
So we have activated taps in order to draw, potentially.
Y eso supongo que es cuando hace Poplar, si no mal recuerdo. Cuando se añade se invoca de manera especial.
Neperim is one of those cards that you really want to see in your opening hand or access through your spells in order to start your engine and obviously to eventually access your fusion monsters, which is why this deck is very, very strong right now.
Yeah. But I feel like if it really doesn't have any form of interruptions, it's going to be very difficult for Pietro, because this is a lot, honestly. Yeah, okay, it starts with Jamming Wave, eating one of the two face-down cards from Antonio.
And this is a big 50-50, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, Purification against Surprise makes a ton of difference.
There was a mind game that players used to keep better cards far away from the deck. So I want to see if actually Purification will be on the top corner.
He's maybe shading something.
Doppler?
Droplet maybe? Because... Yeah.
Pues lo niegas con Heraldo, güey.
Only with a spell.
Sí, porque no puede enviar monos. Tiene 4 ahora.
You had one more spell. Jamming Wave will also be able to destroy a card.
Y ya está mejor porque ya...
Purification, so...
Yeah.
Está bien.
Does Purification destroys also? Because Droplet will be on the grave and Jamming will destroy a card, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Jamming Wave can destroy a monster right now.
¡A la verga! ¡Sí es cierto! No mames, qué buena jugada.
I mean, it is Buchanan effect.
Yeah,
so
I'm pretty sure.
I'm definitely sure about it.
But I think regardless, we are going to use enough. And wow, we are actually playing another interesting card here.
¿Qué pasó? No entendí.
Es
que parece que usó Murakumo el efecto de Jamming Waves para que descartara una carta. Y él dijo, voy a chinear Droplet. Y él hizo Purification. Si Puri se destruye, destruye la Droplet. Si Puri destruye la Droplet. Bueno, ya no importa. Pero Jamming Waves puede destruir el Heraldo.
Okay. And yeah,
sí, lo es. ¿No niega Droplet con la counter? Sí. Pero no es counter, acordamos. Porque haces 1 Heraldo, 2 Murakumo, güey, no seas mamón, güey.
Yeah, that's not quite how it works. I mean, yeah.
De hecho, yo hubiera dejado que destruyera la trampa para que Murakumo pudiera revivir en cualquier momento.
I guess the usual 1-1 of ritual.
De nada sirve.
The ritual spell. Let's see. Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going for. I'm surprised he didn't go for a prayers, but let's see. Yeah, Nephilim was the card that was added at the start from Dispersion and that we knew about. But there are still a lot of things that
de nada sirve negar la Jamming Wave. Si ya te la van a hacer. Mejor usa el otro efecto para revivir.
Recover Murakumo to destroy the field. We still have the SP. We still have Snatchy to Akroki. We still have Cookie to set 2 monsters face down. And obviously, any potential hand trap in the hand.
Yeah.
SP?
It seems quite a lot, and I think Pietro with 2 cards in and.
Gorgona.
Okay. That's quite an interesting one. Yeah, the Gorgon.
No está mal.
I really like this card. It's very, very strong against Dracotail, and obviously it has so many applications because when you see SP, you probably wait. An IP, you probably wait for the SP to be summoned, and Zlophonia is there in order to caught you off guard and potentially stops you plays that you weren't expecting to be interrupted with.
I mean, definitely a nice addition, especially something that you don't really expect from this deck. And you can tell that Pietro maybe is not super experienced with it. I mean, very nice.
Yeah, honestly, it was an inclusion originally for the Luna Live matchup. It has found its way in a lot of different scenarios, and as you can see here, Pietro not quite happy with this, and now he will be able to resolve and bring back 2 yummy monsters, and it's going to be the cookie.
Do you destroy here or you wait for maybe next turn to cookie? Next
now we get
play.
The brilliant.
Wow,
the
beneficios.
Yep.
Verga.
The potential last maybe.
Oh, nope. Bit of a slip. And I think the last card is surprise, no? Should be.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
Because we got it back with Marshmallow. So
we don't have a prayers?
No, I don't think we have prayers. I think we just got purification instead of prayers. We couldn't access both, I guess.
Yo haría surprise.
And so it's actually maybe closer than it looks, because I mean we still have a few interruptions, but
sí, surprise para levantarle a la mano.
Creaky. Yeah.
And we still have the brilliant fusion. I mean.
Pero el cookie no sé por qué lo bajó en defensa.
Piero needs to find
igual
a very nice play in order to push through all this field, but it's something.
Espera, ¿tiene surprise en la mano? No, tiene que ser prayers.
And now we see the card that was discarded due to Murakumo effect.
Yeah, anyways, we had the option to recover. And we're gonna fusion summon using materials. And finally, we access our first fusion monster of this duel. And yeah, Antonio regretting a little bit, maybe again not too familiar with this, and now we have the Lady Rose Diamond eating the field.
I mean, with all the newest support of the Gem Knight, most of the players are not very familiar if you haven't played against it actually, because it has changed a lot as a deck. It has gained a lot of good cards, good supportive cards, and right now you need to know all the potential threats that you may be facing. But I think the end game for Gem Knight strategy is obviously the Diamond Dissipation. It is one of the cards that you really want to activate and resolve, summoning up to 3 fusion monsters.
I mean, I feel like the deck is very powerful, especially because of the amount of fusion it can set up during one turn, and pushes a lot of damage. I think it's super scary, and I mean, as you can tell, I think Antonio really wants to be careful about all the possible interruptions.
¿El link del Yumi o el link 3?
But definitely,
o sea, están los dos en el campo.
Here comes the brilliant fusion.
Pues ni modo, tiene que hacerlo para...
But here the Lady Rose Diamond keeps the Snatch in check, because you can just banish and pop in response, possibly.
Yeah, but we still have the surprise.
Yeah.
Pues ya no tiene... Si no tiene cartas en la mano, ya puede chainear surprise.
And exactly what we're gonna go for. We chain the Lady Rose Diamond, it seems, on the cookie.
Para levantar.
As you've mentioned,
¿Tiene algo que evite target? Tenía algo que evitaba target.
Look at this, very, very well played by Pietro, who manages to surprise his opponent, take the most out of it, and maybe the lack of knowledge of his own deck.
Yo hubiera, no supiendo mucho
as well
de los monos,
resolving the Lady Rose, essentially making that Snatchy useless. And now Antonio is
hubiera estudiado con Cookie al mono para evitar materiales de fusión.
Yeah, responses.
The hollow core from the graveyard, honestly, it's something quite unexpected, I would say. Just banishing it with other Gemini cards to negate another effect. It's great, especially because now I really feel like Pietro can put a lot of pressure and potentially also could look forward to seal the game.
And I mean, Pietro seems very, very calm, and it is one of those scenarios that when you bring such a deck into an event like a YCS that you are required to go second for 14-15 rounds right now, only for the Swiss, you need to know every interaction, you know, every matchup potentially, and as we can
no puedes culparle a Antonio, pero sí por mal jugar.
Very, very calm, and he knows exactly which interaction he should follow in order to play around a Mitsurugi Yami field.
Sí, es más mérito de Pietro que las dos, diría yo.
Especially because
ya le hizo TK. Ahora que no hay de barrier, eso es llevar tiempo.
There are so many different options and effects that sometimes you may forget about, and here it comes like another fusion. I mean, we mentioned it. I think Gem Knight is very good at putting a lot of pressure into your opponent, and the more advantage you take, the more pressure you can put, and the more fusion summons are gonna happen.
And you can tell that Xylophonier right now provides such a big role into Pietro's plays, because right now everything that is pointing by Xylophonier cannot, they have their effect negated, which is very, very important. Because in a deck that wants to summon a lot of fusion monsters and just bring monsters from the extra deck into the field, it's very important to have your opponent kind of semi-locked, having 3 zones blocked in an essence that their effects are negated.
But yeah, now we finally get rid of this Gorgon. And let's see, can Pietro pull this off? It's a matter of math right now.
And yeah, I think it's just
some calculation.
Yeah, just to clarify, effect of Ruby was activated in order to send Topaz and Xylophonier to the graveyard.
And now we are just calculating, because we are entering battle phase. The minion has a boost, so hopefully Pietro took that into account. They both look a bit confused, but yeah, they're going through all the different effects, and
yes, because I mean, if he doesn't win in this round, Pietro, I don't know what field he can establish that it will be scary for Antonio to play through.
Definitely.
Especially with all this follow-up in his hand.
Yeah, it seems like it would be completely over.
I want to see
I mean, you can tell they'll still be very careful about the life points, you know, calculation and everything, but
se hace increíble que aún así vaya a perder Pietro.
Yeah. Topaz can make 2 attacks.
Qué raro. ¿Y lo mata o no lo mata?
Here, basically, just going through math once more.
Creo que no lo mata.
Well, I think here, I mean, almost there. 400 life points remaining for Antonio. I wonder if there may have been something else that Pietro could have done, but honestly, this looks already a lot from him.
Yeah.
Verga, ya pasaron 20
There is a
minutos.
potential threat. Right now, you cannot activate the effect of prayers to special summon, which is very, very important.
¿Por qué no?
And also,
Yo la activo y
you
luego
can
tengo Fury,
only
güey,
have
no
3
pedo.
synchro summons with the effect of Snatchy to play around things. But I still believe that you just activate mirror, special summon Murakumo effects to destroy the field, and
Ahora
the
por el
only
tiempo, ¿no?
real interruption
No
is
creo, no sé.
the Gemini.
Siempre lo dicen.
Holocore, as we saw before.
Si no lo mató y no tiene cómo negar Murakumo, ya ganó.
Because,
Antonio.
If I'm not mistaken,
Porque la trampa puede revivir y
the
prayers.
Gemini Lady Rose can only have her effects activated in our turn in order to banish and destroy.
And yeah, unfortunately, as we can see, it seems like
Sí le están dando.
those 500 from the field spell were the difference in the end. Very unfortunate from Pietro. Really, really well played, but in the end, it's all down to the details. And
Bueno, quién sabe si le
Murakumo
dieron
can just
penal.
come and clear most of this. There is a protection effect from the lady, we shouldn't forget about. Because I think the first
prayers.
time your Gem Knight are destroyed, they are not. But we are not gonna be allowing that, because we do go and negate the ritual spell. Do we have more from Antonio?
Prayers, ya haz prayers.
Oh, wow. Top deck prayers. That was not in the
We cannot
end.
special summon. We take the damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, Emma.
pendejo.
Wow.
Pendejo.
Because the question is...
It's an effect. It's not a cost.
Yeah, yeah.
So we lose, right?
¿Se puede?
I believe so as well.
¿Se
Yeah,
puede?
because
I mean...
we can pay the life points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
No se puede, no se
I
puede.
think that in any case, since it's an effect and you committed to special summon Murakumo,
No es costo
as
pagar.
usual, I think
Osvaldo.
it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, Antonio, I think that he just realized that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure anyways, because the rest of
Pero
them,
aún así
we know
puede
Bakiri, we know
ganar.
preparation, which is useless. And so, there is only one card we are not aware of, and everything else is useless. And so, as you can see, he just picks up his card.
Hasta los
What an
activos
ending
previos tomas el
to
daño
this
izquierdo.
game. One. Wow. I mean, crazy stuff.
I mean,
Pero no
we
puede
have talked
tomar el
about this
daño.
a
Ya-
lot.
aparte son
You need
diferentes
to
reglas
write
desde
down
que.
every life
Fuerte.
point, because every life point matter. And as we just experienced, 400 is very tough for me to rookie because you have
Pero
always
igual
to keep in mind
ganaba.
that
Doble
players cannot
por
activate
Link
the
1.
effect
Si no tiene links, no
of special
importa.
summon the
Revivimos
monster
con
from the hands
Fury.
or graveyard
Y ya.
since you take
A ver qué
800
sale.
damage. And in many cases, this is a cost. So you cannot activate it. So most of the time, it will be an illegal activation. But in this case, it's an part of the effect. So this is why Antonio was committed to take the damage and potentially lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the details, sometimes this is what makes the difference, especially because on one hand from Pietro there was the field spell which prevented him from winning the game, and then maybe this is how it's supposed to be ended. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
ver
Definitely
qué
an
sale ahorita.
interesting way to start things off here in round 4. Again, we witnessed pretty much the full Yami Mitsurugi combo, setting up this new inclusion of purification in the main deck. And
con
gotta
Imperial
say,
Order.
it was quite impressive that
Pero Imperial Order es
in the end,
obligatorio.
it was not enough.
Porque es un costo de mantenimiento.
Pietro
Prayers no es
managed
un costo de
to really get
mantenimiento, es
down
un
to the
efecto.
details with the last brilliant fusion play and get things off. Then maybe a bit of a miscalculation. Not sure that he could have done much about it because the 500 from the field spell were the key
Creo
difference.
que la gente luego es muy tonta.
But yeah, I mean, there was not enough for Antonio to then fight back on his own, and now we are back to game 2. And the thing is, what do you do if you're Antonio?
I mean, we can tell that, as we saw in the previous round, that you need to clear your mind because this is a very huge misplay that you experience, and you need to understand that it happened. You cannot change it, and get back into the game, lock in again into the zone, and try to find your ways into going for the next game, because you're still playing in the round 4 of the YCS.
I mean, I think you still go first if you're Antonio, especially because he's playing Solemns in the side deck. So I think that would be an option. There's also triple tactics talent to help him out. I don't think after such a misplay, you tend to go second. Honestly, I think maybe you could fear it. I don't think it's gonna happen.
I would be shocked for sure. I think you might just go back to your comfort zone. It was close nonetheless, and so I'm pretty sure now that especially you know what you're up against, you know better how to maneuver and what to go for. So it will be interesting to see. But regardless, they are done with their side decks. So let's jump back into action.
And to be honest, this is where the mind games begin, because Antonio knows that Pietro plays a second strategy. However, he potentially can read that his opponent has also side for going first, for example, solemn card, for example, heat wave, for example, maybe a different dimension ground that it may change the away. However, we can see that Antonio lets Pietro go first.
Antonio definitely familiar with the strategy, decided not to risk it, or maybe yes, depending on point of views, and gonna go second. I believe he do have an Ash Blossom in hand, and it will be interesting to see for what card he wants to keep it.
Brilliant Fusion, it's most of the cases.
Yeah.
Because they can search it, obviously. And Armadillo, one of the cards that also used to be a very popular card in previous formats.
Armadillo.
And right now we have starting to establish our field step by step, and obviously Holocore, the interruption of the deck and a potential backup plan when you go first, in order to have him in the graveyard, as we saw before, in order to establish a negate.
Yeah.
Quartz.
There are ways around your opponent making you start in this deck. Of course, before it was also relying on Mjolnir and different ways, sometimes Protoss, but nowadays it's not really possible anymore. But let's see what Pietro found as a way to counter this strategy from his opponent.
I mean, Protoss is not legal anymore, but his cousin is. Escatos.
Could be the case.
¿Será que vaya por Escatos? Es cierto. Probablemente.
Right now we can tell that Pietro, as we saw in the first round, in the first game, he's very experienced for even going first. He's prepared, because we can tell from his body language and how he is making his moves that he knows what he's doing, and that he has a backup plan, and he has a strategy for going first. And I think right now we are going to see a Baguska. One of those X4 that is pretty generic and obviously gives the opportunity for any deck to establish a mini floodgate in order to be protected from strategies like Mitsurugi.
I think it's a very good starting hand, honestly, with a field like this. I'm just a bit skeptic on why Antonio didn't activate Ash Blossom, honestly. Maybe he was feeling like it was not the right moment. But
no activó Ash Blossom en ningún momento.
I feel like this is good from Pietro. I mean, of course there was no interruption from Antonius, but the Baguska itself is just, already annoying.
El Baguska se ayuda mucho, la omninegación.
Go normal summon a Yami, make it to Snatchy, summon a Croaky, special summon another Yami, synchro summon without an effect, and have a Croaky to destroy.
Is a Croaky even gonna be there? That's the thing. A Croaky, it's not played by many, and especially going second, it's not really, you know, in the deck often.
I mean, you keep it. You definitely play it, in my opinion, due to Dracotail.
Yeah.
But for going second, yes, potentially it can be sided out.
And we start things off the call by, I guess, on the Halo core, yeah. Anyways,
yo lo cadenaría para negar en el turno de mi oponente.
It was the card that probably won Pietro
bueno, en mi
the
turno
game
más
at the
bien.
end. So,
yeah, this extra interruption, which is
so
also hidden in the graveyard, it's very, very important.
Oh, and that's another good card to start things off, but we need a way to play through this Baguska.
Creo que tiene Preyes en mano. Si con Preyes se arma. Tenga Preyes o magia ritual, cualquier cosa, no importa.
Access to our
porque ya Sally le va a dar la otra carta. Y ya ahora sí puede romper el Baguska.
Can be activated in the graveyard, but we need to find quickly and out to Baguska in order to summon eventually Murakumo to destroy the field.
Yeah. I mean, SP is always a solid option, and we could access it.
Yeah, but can you afford to give Gemini a turn? Because it would be very scary.
Okay, ahí está.
Because Pedro has the follow-up.
Setup,
yeah.
Let's see. Because as you can see, of course, through the Baguska, the Murakumo will be in defense, and then we
de la mano, interesante.
Can we make Xylophania to negate the Baguska? It's only for activated effects.
No, it's
no tiene prayers.
Yeah.
¿Crees que se viene un golpe fuerte para Yumi Dracotel? ¿Será bueno preparar Solfa para el próximo? Si te gusta el Solfa Kenane, no sé cómo es la Solfa Kenane. Pero...
And I think that at this moment we just going through monsters in order to...
Si crees que te guste la...
Since obviously we cannot
uno de los dos decks, yo creo que puedes seguir con ellos. O sea, si tienes uno de los dos decks, sigue con ellos, es lo que te recomendaría. Solfa K9 no sé si te recomendaría. Nico. Dynamon, eso es cierto.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah. Good find by Antonio.
Sí, es cierto, también está esa línea. Y no se gasta la Preyes para que haga OTK. Bueno, de todas formas no puede hacer OTK.
It's also good against the Dracotail.
Normal.
Because you can bounce the traps they set. And now Antonio can go through every potential place that he can, since he has both engines in his hand.
Yo le quitaría a Mil al Quartz. Bueno, es que de todas formas le vas a romper con Murakumo.
Real threat into the field and graveyard.
No,
apart from any potential hand trap.
Yeah, and I don't believe that to be the case.
Verga, ¿qué tiras? ¿Java? Sí, tiras Java.
And we go through Capsi in order to search for 2 Yami monsters and discard a card. Capsi and Masmau maybe. Yes.
No, tienes que ir por Loli, yo diría. O bueno, no me hagan caso.
And at this stage, I think it is very important to see the discard.
Sí, tienes que ir por Loli.
I think that I have seen in Antonio's hand
porque vas a descartar Java.
Purification, so I think it's a good discard because Purification has also a graveyard effect, which will be very
ya con
important
eso te cae más fácil.
If you manage to discard it and have it in the graveyard in order
Loli, batalla y ya
special summon from the graveyard, Murakumo potentially.
Bueno, más daño.
Snatchy will be summoned, and then Loli will be special summoned since we control
no hagas Murakumo.
one monster.
Bueno,
Surprise will be activated, targeting
the
Diamonds, and Seraphinite. And this is a very cool interaction to
si vas a usar la Surprise, pues mejor ve por Marshmallow, güey.
But in order to shuffle back into the extra deck the potential targets or getting into the hand. You can just change snatches, synchro
igual ya
summon,
pasó batalla
and
ya.
then
Mátalo.
you can just bounce only your opponent monster.
Batalla, no le
At this point, I
pienses.
think Antonio has
Bueno,
so much
lee por si
damage
el caso.
into the field, also purification into the graveyard, and I think that's game, yeah.
Bueno, al menos les va a dar, según yo, no me crean, buen tiempo para juego 3. Creo que le ayudó mucho la curva de Gris.
1-1, which means we are adding into game
Está bien, toquen mi
3.
servito bien.
70 minutes
engine
remain,
carreto.
which is, I guess, technically about right, but I don't know how comfortable that would be.
No, Yumi,
and most
la snatch debería
importantly, the
estar a 2.
question is going to be, who is going to go first?
Sin duda.
It's pretty clear answer, to be fair. Yeah,
O
I think
hasta uno.
that you let Antonio to go.
Es como
go
el
first in any
link
case,
de los
because
brackets.
As we say, Pietro was
Poco
very
mejor,
familiar going
diría yo.
second. He has all his knowledge for going second, and I think if one matchup you are prepared to go second in this YCS is probably Mitsuyami.
I mean, I feel like in general it's. I mean, Antonio seemed prepared for this kind of matchup. He navigated the Baguska very well. On the other hand, I mean, Pietro, I feel like it's super confident to play against the meta decks, especially with such a deck. But I also see that on the other hand, Antonio has good cards for going second. He has the Mulcharmis, has the Nibiru, so he has options essentially. I think it's more a matter of now here how Pietro is going to approach this. I mean, I would be interested, honestly, or shocked if he goes second, but I mean, if he goes first, yes. But I mean, let's see, because I mean, so far we have seen a very back and forth match.
Yeah.
So for this game 3, I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, the key point here is how strong, not only how strong field Antonio can establish, but also what the non-engines will be that will be in his hand, also drawn through the caps in our opponent's turn. So I think this
Creo que van a
determine
hacer iniciar Antonio.
because engine through engine, I think that
Chicos,
it's pretty
ya ahora
clear
sí
that
nos
Pietro
vamos
is
a ir a
prepared for that.
dormir.
But the only risk with the go second strategy
Más que
is
tener sueño,
obviously
me siento ya
not the
cansado.
interactions that you know, like purification,
Digo, son casi 5 horas de stream.
and all the
En la
cards
noche, en la
that's
madrugada.
going through the combo.
Pero mañana
But
seguimos
the cards that you don't know,
Yeah.
the potential as Blossom, the potential
el
Nibiru, the
top.
potential, for example, Digicrow,
En el top.
and all those cards that
Para los que están aquí.
potentially can
Así que vamos a
interact
disfrutar
with
todo
you
esto
without being shown and
juntos.
just be secret and stick in the hand.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we will soon find out if Pietro will go first or go second, because our both players are ready, so let's jump into game 3.
And we can tell if Antonio or Pietro is going first. Yeah, I think Antonio. No, Pietro started.
Yeah.
Oh, empezó
again,
Pietro,
they keep,
interesante.
Surprising us. We thought Antonio was going to go first, and no, instead, pretty much every single duel in this match,
Interesante.
the player chose to go first. And this could be a matter of just surprising your opponent, trying to get them to side deck in a bad way, taking out those Mulcharmis, siding in Solems. And then that is where you use the Nemesis flag. So that could be the case. Let's see though if Pietro just wants to repeat a similar opener as to the one in the previous game.
And I think I can see warning in Antonio's hand. So I think this strategy right now works very, very well for Pietro.
Indeed.
And I mean, to be fair, this is a very mini choice, but let me tell you, it is very, very important one, because it can only be determined through a lot of playtest and understanding that your opponent will side out potentially Mulcharmis and side in cards
okay.
like
Sí,
Solem.
sí, sí. Siempre es a esa
believe
niña.
that
Yo creo que es
Pietro
muy
has
fuerte esa mano.
tested for
Esa
a
niña.
lot of hours for this moment.
I mean, we wanted to be shocked, and here we are. I mean, I think there's a lot of
tiene fuga,
playtesting behind these choices, as you mentioned, and for sure, I think also the deck is powerful at going first. Of course, there's another strategy going on. It's completely more, it's more controlled. But I mean, I think so far we have seen both sides of the deck, like both going first and going second, what the deck is capable of. And if really Antonio's heading for going first, he may have some cards which will be pretty much useless for, you know, at this point, and I think as also Sólo in the sense. So it's will be really interesting to see how this will turn out.
And I want to see if Pietro is going to access, as you mentioned, Nemesis flag, or he's going to Baguska
Heatwave. Big heatwaves por ahí.
Because as we saw, Antonio has not an easy access to Dynamondo, but he's there and he potentially is in interaction with Baguska that you can easily access through your engine. Obviously, if Pietro has more interrupts with
Creo que está mejor porque tendremos
or even
Baguscas
now we have the Holocore into the graveyard,
y
and
Holocore.
Antonio needs again a card like Call by the Grave, for example, in order to push for Holocore to be
Y es más
banished.
fácil otequearlo de regreso.
I want to see how Antonio is going to approach.
Solo hay 3
this.
turnos en este juego.
Well, there's also the Armadillo. You were talking about this before, and it used to be, you know, one of the normal summons of the deck, and it still is, because at the end of the day, that's what the card does. And I think the card is still really nice, because essentially, in general, it's it gives you another layer of addition. So,
and I mean, it is normal summon because we have Seraphinite on the field, so we have an additional normal summon.
Sí, Seraphinite le da el extra normal.
Seraphinite used to be summoned through Brilliant Fusion, and this is why it may be odd to see here without Brilliant Fusion on the Spell Entrap zone. However, now we can just access it through our engine and gain this very important effect.
Veo Marshmallow en la mano. Creo que veo una magia, no sé si ritual o
pre. Set up the negation in the graveyard, so we are pretty much safe from any possible other interruption from Antonio. The only concern might be time, because 11 minutes remain, and that might not be enough.
Una warning.
Again, we go for the Lady to Fusion Summon, since we generated the effect of Seraphinite for the additional normal summon, and Lady Rose Diamond has also the protection effect, which is very important and maybe play a role into this matchup. However, we see a very old strategy, summoning Reprodocus as our link summon,
Scatos.
and we're probably going to change the type or the attribute.
Ooh,
the type, definitely.
Yeah,
and we see
Reprodocus.
There it comes. You called it in the previous game, Mike, and decided to make an appearance.
So just to clear things up, Eschatos is quite the opposite of Protoss, because and Thrust with it.
Wow.
So Eschatos gives the same effect of Protoss, but
pues tienes que ir
type.
por
so
luz,
we
bestias.
can call either reptile or we can call them beast for the young strategy. But I think
y ya Black Lab se encarga de
to be set through the thrust, we can address the
pero está mejor al revés. Le quitas los reptiles y te vale verga cuántos Yumis bajan.
What a hand, honestly. What a starting hand, because like if we really wanted to be impressed by going first from Pietro's deck, well, we all have to say what a hand, what an opener, honestly. It's shutting down Antonio's strategy, and here let's see if he can come up with something, because this is more than scary, I would say.
Yeah, right now we are protected from reptiles, because Antonio cannot special summon any reptile from his deck hunt.
Surround off.
Deck, and
surround on.
The Black Coat loves the on-field effect, gives the opportunity to call a monster and that cannot be special summoned from the rest of the turn. Probably Yami Snatchy, yes. I don't find another option right here.
It's really rough. We would need maybe Capsi to get things going and to try and play a little bit.
Sí, dijo reptiles.
And we still have a negation in the field.
Yeah.
So I think in any case.
And even possibly the interrupt, but this prayer.
De todas formas la Holocore se encarga de las demás.
We can access
Yo me solo haces en Mitsu, ya sabes.
And we can normal summon him because
la neta yo prefiero ver nombres Yumi a nombres Mitsu en mi deck. En mi deck.
And
aclaro.
we can go Saji into Almiraj. It has 1000, right? Into SP, maybe just to push something.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, just to have an option, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, you can also play with Yummies, though. Because if you get into the Capsi Yummy way, you can still play, no?
Yeah, but I mean, probably Antonio doesn't have another Yummy in his hand.
No, now, I mean. You just go Capsi Yummy, no?
Oh, yeah.
Because you're not under Beast Lock, you're on the Reptile Lock. So you can still play.
¿Sí?
It's not that bad. I mean, because I guess,
but
yeah.
There's no point because you won't have a Snatchy in any case, so you won't have any synchro summoning your opponent.
I know, but you can, like, there is a universe in which you have maybe enough. Because like now
just generate advantage at this moment.
Like the only thing I'm a bit confused. I guess we didn't have free names.
Pero necesitaba surprise, sí.
We could have used these interruptions from Pietro.
No puedes matar ahora.
You can just wait for the field spell.
I know, but now it's gone. Yeah, because
he did Lollipop,
yeah.
Ah, pero si encadenaba surprise, Marshmallow entraba con todo el campo.
And just isolate ourselves better.
So you suggest right here to activate caps in order to take the field spell?
That one for sure is an option, just trying to clear a bit. I mean, desperate means require desperate measures, I guess, but...
Because there's only 6 minutes left also. You need to go...
¿Cuántas cartas tendrá Piedra en la mano siempre?
Because I mean, if you give them a turn back, there is no way you win this game, like ever.
Sí, tienes que ir por surprise.
I mean...
Pero sin Snatchy no...
The tricks that Antonio has pulled off in the past with this bounce, which could make sense here, are not really going to be the case, because, okay, of course, first we access another monster.
So, just to clear this, you can activate Surprise, Special Summon Masmau, and since on Resolution Masmau activate the effect, can target the Surprise on the graveyard, but because it's a common combo, players need to do it faster and just take Surprise from the field.
SP es que Crisis.
Oh, but we actually go for SP right here. Okay. So, yeah, scrap off that damage plan. We didn't have field spell anyways. So, we're gonna go plan B, SP,
Verga, no tienes
getting rid of this Eschatos.
Gorgona?
Where are we going to go?
Like, if we have both, like, I know it sounded intriguing with Eschatos and Black Goat, but like, if we have both, isn't it really better to maybe do the opposite and go Beast with Eschatos and Murakumo with Goat? Because that's also an option, no? Possibly.
Yeah, but...
I know what
you still generate advantage from the... I mean, I don't have Murakumo, but I can push for game with the Habakiris.
Sí, que se heat wave. Okay.
Push for game with Habakiris.
And here comes the heat wave.
Yeah, but... Definitely something we wanted to see before.
¿Y hubiera encadenado surprise?
Yeah. But I mean, it just saves us a little bit of time. And then we need to play next turn.
¿Y hubiera encadenado surprise, obviamente?
Wow, what an ending. I mean, already the last time we were here as a team, we witnessed a double loss, but is that really going to be the case again?
We could chain it to heat wave, the surprise, to summon the Masmau in order to generate advantage at least.
Pero creo que no sé si la Gorgona pueda pegar o no.
No, wait, but the Gorgon is a reptile. Oh, he couldn't go for it,
no puede hacer Gorgonas, es cierto.
Oh, yeah. The Gorgon is a reptile indeed. I mean, this is a bit of a shame, but unfortunately, yeah, they just realized. It makes sense. I mean, usually you don't really think about it because it's not part of the engine of like Mitsurugi. It's just there as an option for the Yami deck, but it is a reptile indeed, and I don't know how they can solve this one out, honestly.
Verga, güey.
I mean, the only heat wave was drawn.
Yeah. Does he have cards or no?
Didn't draw any card. I think it can be repaired.
Yeah.
No?
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it just pulled it back and...
yeah, the only issue right now is that you know that your opponent is going to activate heal wave.
¿Quién sabe?
I mean, it's one of those scenarios that is definitely a bit shaky, yeah, I mean, here we are. Obviously, I guess they're gonna get some extra time for it, but...
Do you also see a world where you call Eschatos for Beast and keep the Black Goat Labs for Murakumo, for example?
I mean, he could have done it.
Aquí les cae que la sería bien clutch. Le rompes la mesa entera. Te quedas con warning y surprise como interrupciones. Y el draw que tienes en la mano.
You know, because it was very good, honestly, started.
No voy a jugar Gorgona.
I feel like that on the other hand, I think Antonio
es que crees, siento que es mejor.
You know, as better as he could, but I don't know. It's still tough because the main issue is that there's only 3 minutes remaining. So either way, like of course this wasn't.
¿Va a usar la interrupción antes?
It's not really gonna change much, but
I mean, yeah, what can you do? As you can see here, we are just gonna use the surprise to bounce back, set the solemn warning that was in the deck, and now the play is back to Pietro. We already know he was gonna draw into this heat wave.
Okay.
But yeah, this is a bit rough at this point.
¿Cambia la línea?
And yeah, just gonna take time away from Antonio. And the last card...
¿Va a robar?
Is it the Radiant Typhoon?
And I like the bet right now.
Ya no tenía recovery. O sea, sí le rompió la mesa.
I mean, there is warning there, so that's actually a really funny way to get through this. And we're gonna put it face down. And yeah, so play should speed up a lot right here because there are only about 3 minutes remaining. And we do have the Typhoon for the warning. So if we actually draw something good, this could be huge.
I mean, maybe we have next station also.
Because we have Black Goat, no?
Yeah.
So possible crucial top deck for Pietro to get anything. Let's see.
His facial expression.
Oh, is that my main?
Oh, the quartz, is it?
Yeah, it's a night quartz.
La setea directo.
An interesting effect.
That's
so
brilliant. Yeah, he has access to Brilliant Fusion. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, what? 2 minutes remaining. So let's say if he can really pull this off, it will be
Tiene la Omni,
insane
nada más.
I mean,
to see this happen, but
creo.
Do you think
it's run?
In this room, if I had to choose one deck to go second and win in the battle phase as fast as possible, it would definitely Gem Knight.
I was also wondering whether it was the case to just use the Black Goat on the SP from the grave, or just, you know, before. Whoa. But anyways, I guess as you can see here, Pietro playing as fast as possible, getting into these top ups now. Wow. What an ending.
Look at this.
A la verga.
Yeah, declared battle phase.
Batalla.
And yeah, that is battle phase. And wow, keeps attacking, and Pietro might have done it. Yes. And there it is. With 1 minute remaining, he takes the match.
And
wow.
I mean, we discussed about this, that if we had to choose one deck to take a win in 1 minute only with battle phase, it would be
even less.
Definitely
even less than 1 minute. Yeah.
Even less, it would be Gem Knight.
What a top deck, honestly.
So interesante.
Actually, straight out of a movie. Like the one card you have.
La verdad es que se reparan las jugadas.
Typhoon, which we have not seen. And then they get the Mystical Space Typhoon for the Solemn Warning, because with that warning, the game would have been Antonio's, if you think about it. So that must be also crazy way to go out with just MST,
bueno, sí, chicos, ahora sí.
2025. That's great.
La gente que llegó hasta el final, gracias, raza. Estamos un poco cansados más de la vista. Solo para ganar en el último minuto. Sí, sí, sí. Ya los ojos me cansaron, chicos. Más que nada por la iluminación. Tenemos que tener todo prendido. Nos vemos mañana para día 2 y Top Hot. Pero han estado buenos los juegos. Y F por mi colosa, Eleonora. Así que gracias a todos los que llegaron hasta el final del stream, son una verga. Los que estuvieron desde el inicio igual son una chingonería. Hasta aquí dejamos el stream. No olviden suscribirse, denle like, comprar los videos y nos vemos mañana en el Top Cut. Así que los espero en el Top Cut. Así que temprano. Bueno, temprano me refiero como a esta hora. Chao.